Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions.
Chapter 5601, You Must Remember. 2. His eyes opened wide as something cold moved through his memory, because he felt like he was having déjà vu. A white pool. Was this the actual pool that Wolf had painted and not the one he saw prior? He wondered, and the pool answered by filling. Within the ring of spinning singularities, liquid white rose and began to swirl, and Noah's senses read its substance and went sharp, because it swirled with immense concentrations of the argent loom, braided through with infinity and the primordial source, and threading through all three, faint and unmistakable, a glimmer of his own provenance essence. Noah's gaze was heavy on it. Would the pool be empty? Would it lead to some place? Just what? HUUM. As he was thinking, his entire existence buzzed, and the pool before him went chaotic. The white surface erupted into thrashing, churning violence, a heavy storm raging inside a circle 10 steps across, waves of loomlight and infinity crashing against the ring of spinning phantoms, and then, out of the chaos, in a moment that stretched itself slow before his eyes, a hand erupted from the pool. A fair, slender hand, fingers spread, reaching up out of the thrashing white, and it was not rising. It thrashed with the storm, clawing at the air, and the body beneath it was not coming up, could not come up, would not come up, unless Noah reached in to help them up. What the hell was this? Noah stood somber and astonished at the pool's edge, watching the slender hand grasp at nothing, and he could feel it, distinctly, through no sense he could name. The hand was panicked. It was scared. Whoever was underneath was drowning in that white storm, and the hand was the only thing they had managed to send up to ask for help. He thought of the capability of the orate collar. The emergence of something purest to the well-being of his existence. He thought it in the span of one breath, with the hand already beginning to sink. And after that brief hesitation, Noah kneeled down and reached in. His hand plunged into the thrashing white and grasped the slender fingers in the last second before they drowned and disappeared under the depths, and he pulled. Phuum. And it was so heavy. Heavier than an observable existence. Heavier than a few of them together. Heavier than even the stone he had carried on his shoulders in the obsidian domain, before he had ever worn the orate collar, and his arms screamed and his feet drove into the grass and the whole realm groaned around the effort. Noah bellowed grandly into the storm. All 10 singularities of provenance essence blazed a light upon his chest as blue brilliance covered everything, the hills, the pool, the sky, the whole evening drowned in incandescent light, and with everything he yanked the hand up out of the white pool as boom! The white pool fissured. Cracks tore across its surface and out through the surrounding existence, the grass splitting, the air itself webbing with thin bright fractures, and Noah staggered back with his prize, still feeling like he had pulled something far, far too heavy for any measure he owned, and he set it down upon the grass to see. Something that caused his eyes to open wide as all of existence seemed to pause. Now, Noah was experienced. He had seen many things. He had stood before queens and primevals and the manifest wrath of ancient authorities. But what he saw now was utterly incomprehensible to him, because before him, on the grass of his realm, was a woman. Okay, a woman, so it wasn't that incomprehensible, but if somewhere in the depths of his psyche there lived a fantasy of a woman, held quietly since puberty and never once spoken of, then what he saw before him exceeded even that. And she was shaking. And she was injured. And she was utterly breathtaking. She had red hair, loose and soaked and clinging to her face and shoulders. Freckles were scattered light across her nose and cheeks, small and human and utterly at odds with the immensity coming off her frame. Her features were beautiful as existence itself glowed around her, a soft jaw, a small nose, pale red lips pressed thin against pain, and she wore a robe of white and blue, simple and flowing. And the robe was filled with blood. Crimson gold blood. It soaked through the white cloth across her chest and side, and her hand clasped over her chest as she heaved on the grass, and her face was full of fear and alarm, the face of someone still drowning even on dry land. Then she raised her head and looked at him. And Noah watched the fear fade out of her face. Even through the tremendous pain, her eyes flooded with immense relief, relief so total it looked close to breaking her, and she began to speak even as blood spattered out of her mouth with the words. "You're alive, you're still alive. We have to." Boom. What? She had begun to walk toward him, pushing up off the grass, and Noah took a step back. Because this injured life form, this bleeding, shaking woman, every single step she took caused the ground of his realm to cave and shudder. The grass split under her bare feet, the hills groaned, and he could feel his provenance realm barely holding itself together around her presence, a homestead straining to carry something it was never sized for. She saw him take the step back. And the relief on her face died. Horror and fear covered it again, and her voice came out absent-minded and cracking, half to him and half to no one at all. "You don't remember me? You don't remember?" Her eyes went wide and distant. He must have already begun. Listen closely. The sealed one, he has grasped IT. In the future, he got IT. Nobody thought, nobody expected, Blood ran freely from her lips as her words tumbled over each other. He has begun to target us. To target you. He will target all those who stood against him, across dimensions and time, as even your past origins are not safe. Those around you are not safe. The Infiniverse is not safe. Mother is not safe. Her hand reached toward him, shaking. You must remember. You promised to always remember. You dash. She spat out waves of crimson gold blood, and her hand flew to her chest and clutched it tightly. And she collapsed in front of Noah, and actually passed out, sprawled across the trembling grass of his realm. Her words rang through him, every one of them filled with terrifying meanings: the future, the past, the targeting, origins, mother, a promise he had never made or could not remember making. But worst of all was the little he could identify of the woman herself, lying bleeding before him, as his senses reached for her and returned almost nothing at all. A Provenance Life Form. Chapter 5602, Talia. A provenance lifeform had sprouted out of a pool that was induced by the capability of a treasure that stemmed from the bones of a provenance lifeform. It was a ridiculous reality. And yet it lay bleeding on his grass, and Noah's entire existence was forced to be very serious at this moment, because he had already sent a message ringing through his connection to the Infiniverse to be on high alert. And while his hands moved, his mind broke her words down piece by piece. If what she said was true, then the sealed one attains IT. And she had said it in a tense that dragged an entire abyss open behind it, in the future. Then the targets. All who stood against him. Your origins are not safe. Origins. His beginnings? His very path at this moment could be considered a beginning if someone wanted to close things off. But apart from all that was the message that, those around you are not safe. The Infiniverse is not safe. And then the word that had tightened everything in him. Mother. Naturally, he was inclined to think she was talking about his mother. About Amelia, the originator of the infinite cause that was now Telos. And if a stranger from a drowning future knew his mother well enough to count her among the unsafe, then the avenues of possibility that opened up were many, and not one of them could be walked until the woman on his grass opened her eyes. So the biggest thing now was simple. Stabilize her. Wake her. Ruination. He affirmed his companion as his crown's weavings spread. Take care of everything else. All weavings of existence should be ready to anticipate and react to any potential attack. Understood, Master. Across the connection, the Infiniverse was already moving, her weavings pulsing on high alert through thousands of realms. Meanwhile, Noah crossed the trembling grass and knelt beside the woman with no more hesitation. And up close, the state of her was grievous. On the left side of her chest, a huge tear ran through robe and flesh alike, and within it, stellar blood welled continuously around the faint shapes of organs, and Noah's expression hardened as his senses reached deeper, because through the injury, faintly, he could see further inside her existence. Clusters. Clusters of many, many singularities, turning slowly in her depths, and they should have shocked him by count alone, because there were far more than his 10 provenance essence in constellations. And yet they were dim. Every one of them. Singularities that should have blazed the way his own blazed were guttering low, their light thin, their turning slow, an entire sky of essence burning in embers. Noah went to work. He tried everything he had. The realm's healing boon pressed into her, warmth for anything whose lifeline was not entirely shattered. He set the yoke against the weight of her injury itself, bearing what pressed on her frame so her body could spend itself on mending. And still the stellar blood welled, and still she paled, and so, in the end, Noah opened his own palm with a blade of his blood, and began to give her his. His crimson gold flowed into her, glowing from within, the light of his 10 provenance essences carried through every drop, and he watched it sink into the tear and vanish, and he kept it flowing, steady and unhurried, while she lay unconscious and breathing shallowly on his grass, and his mind turned her every word over and over. Like this, time began to pass. Minutes turned into hours. The 3 stars wheeled slowly over the long hall. His blood flowed, and her blood slowed, and she did not wake. Noah stayed kneeling beside her, and at some point in the second hour, he spoke quietly to no one at all. To heal is also human. His palm stayed open above her wound. The first thing a human ever did with knowledge was probably pull a thorn out of someone else. To take care of another who cannot ask for it, that is as human as anything else. In the third hour, her wounds stopped bleeding. The tear across her chest began to close, flesh knitting slowly under stellar light, and Noah leaned in to press more of his blood into the healing, and her body rejected it. His crimson gold stopped at her skin and simply would not enter. The realm's warmth slid off her. Every gift he offered was turned back at her boundary, gently, absolutely. It was the distinct rejection his own existence gave to everything external, as if her whole unconscious frame was saying one thing at this time. I am a provenance life form. I do not need anything external. No matter what he tried after that, her body inherently denied it. She would finish her own mending, with her own dim constellations, at her own pace. He could only wait for her to wake. Noah sat back on the grass beside her, and sighed, and spoke out loud to the evening. How the hell did that fucker attain IT? What even is it? The realm did not answer. The woman did not answer. The collar on his chest hummed its old covenant to itself and offered nothing, and there were so many questions stacked up in him that they had begun forming an orderly line. So, since he could do nothing for now, he made himself busy. And he began to cook. A wok formed itself out of his weavings easily enough, white and black and heavy, and a fire bloomed beneath it on the grass, and from his stores he drew out the meats he had scooped up long ago in the Krasinol dimension, flesh marbled in rings, pale sirloin that deepened trueness, and the true human emperor rolled up nothing at all because he wore no sleeves, and began to cook and grill beside an unconscious provenance life form. Smoke rose sweet and heavy over the blue gold hills. His blades of blood, so recently instruments of lineage surgery, sliced meat in paper-thin sheets, and his main body worked the fireborn of his infinite sanguine mana in unhurried peace while far away, his clones oversaw the Imnaros, where the long dimension lapse was finally finishing, another dimension folding its last edges into his own, the Velos, the sky from which the armies of infinite lifeforms had once poured, settling into place as new territory. And Noah ate as he cooked. Because to enjoy the harvests all around existence was also human. He ate standing over the fire, and he planned as he ate, contingency stacking on contingency. If her warning was true, there would be much to do as he needed more information first. And as he did all this, on the 10th hour since her arrival, the nose of the unique lifeform on his grass twitched. Once. Twice. An instant later, her eyes flung open as existence began to buzz around her, and her figure rose up off the grass in a single motion, and her eyes, wide awake and shining, were locked onto the array of food Noah had arranged before him. Chapter 5603, Talia. 2. Noah gazed at the woman before him as she blinked and looked toward the food, almost in a daze, then down at her own mended body, and then back at him. And he locked his gaze with hers, and read the many things moving through it. There was pain there, and relief, and exhaustion, but the biggest of them, the one that pulled at something in his existence, was a longing for a thing that did not seem to exist. She was looking at him the way a person looks for someone in a familiar face and cannot find them. Searching him and not finding whoever it was she searched for. She spoke, and her voice came out soft and low, and carried a strange composure even soaked in her own dried blood. You haven't cooked for me in this place for a long time. I missed it. Once more, she talked as though she knew him unfathomably well. Was this truly someone he was with in the future? He could believe it of himself, oddly. He did not doubt that the man he was becoming might stand at a fire cooking for a woman like this. But belief was not knowledge, and there were far too many empty spaces in this, so he asked. Before anything else. His voice stayed level. Is there immediate danger? Right now? She closed her eyes, as though searching somewhere deeper than the realm around them, and when she answered, the softness had a certainty threaded through it. There should be some time. And leeway. Her eyes opened. No matter how powerful a thing is, existence does not like things moving backward. Me included. The sealed one included. Existence is forward-looking. I panicked, a little, when I arrived here. That was unbecoming of me. But there should be some time. Noah nodded slowly. And he waved his hand, and offered her the food. Vibrant grilled and cooked meats arranged themselves on shimmering plates of blue light, drifting toward her across the trembling grass, sweet smoke curling off them, and as they settled before her, he spoke. Then tell me if I get anything wrong. He watched her face. You and I are close in the future. You are a provenance lifeform. Something catastrophic has happened in that future, where the sealed one somehow obtains IT, and his actions afterward forced you to traverse across time itself. You and I are not close in the future. Boom. She interrupted him with those heavy words, and Noah looked at her, and she was smiling. A smile full of pain. You are, my provenance. It is, as you would put it, far more quintessential than any closeness. The smile turned faintly wry. I did not traverse across time on purpose as my provenance sought to warn you. And the sealed one does not obtain IT by mistake. The hands of those who remain are steeped in it. But... Her face went pale as she spoke. Noah frowned, watching the color drain out of her cheeks mid-sentence, watching a fresh thread of stellar blood well faintly at the edge of her half-closed wound. Moving across time of such pivotal weavings is not without cost, she said, quieter now, pressing her hand lightly to her chest. Especially for life forms of our kind, and our level. Anything I say, anything I reveal, it hurts my provenance. It hurts what I am. So I must be very selective in what I tell you, because if I reveal something too heavy, I pay dearly. I fainted for hours, just now, on what little I said when I panicked. She drew a slow breath, and steadied. What you began to do is good, actually. Asking me to correct you when you are wrong. The less I speak of the future, the more I am able to do within it. And with that, in the next moment, she began to eat. She ate with a quiet, absolute focus, as if the food before her were one of the most important things in all of existence, lifting a sheet of grilled meat with an unhurried grace that made the simple act look almost ceremonial. Noah was silent for a moment and watched her. He watched her delicate features, the freckles scattered light across a face built with no waste in it, watched her lips part to eat and chew, watched the paleness recede as rosiness slowly returned to her cheeks with every bite, the wound at her chest knitting a fraction further as she took in the harvests of his fire. And every single thing she did, the tilt of her head, the composure, the way she held stillness even while moving, screamed of a unique charm he could not quite put a finger on. If revealing too much harmed her, then he would not make her reveal. He would play the guessing game. So he thought. He set the recent shape of things beside the little she had let slip, and an instant later his eyes lit up, and he spoke. Was the sleepless fiend one of those who remain who helped the sealed one obtain it? His gaze sharpened on her. Do I offend them enough, by the time this future comes, that to be rid of me, they allow it? Aid it? They let the sealed one reach it? He looked at the face of the Providence lifeform, and she locked onto his eyes, and she smiled at him, sadly, and said nothing at all as she continued to eat. Noah breathed out, and his eyes flashed coldly. Every choice had a consequence. He had always known that. But he had not thought the butterfly of some future choice of his could grow wings this heavy, heavy enough that ancient things would part their hands and let a monster reach for it. But whatever the future held, the present still mattered most. It always had. The future was a storm on a horizon, and the present was the ground under his feet, and he would keep doing everything he could on the ground he actually stood on. He rose to his feet. Existence is. His voice rolled out quiet and certain over the fire. The past is set, regardless of what anyone tries to do to it. And it seems even the sealed one has trouble collapsing me in that future, because if his reach tries to stretch back into the past to unmake me here, it should face the same difficulty you faced coming back. If not more. Existence does not like things moving backward. His eyes settled on her. Even you, appearing here, in this time. That can be considered a loop being closed, not broken. You were always supposed to be here. At this exact moment. Which means the past is set. He said it again, to himself as much as to her, tasting the certainty of it. The past is set. So. He walked toward her. And he put out his hand. Let us have an official introduction, then. I am Osmont. Noah Osmont. His hand hung in the warm firelit air between them. And you are. And the Providence lifeform raised her right hand to his, while she continued to eat with her left, and there was grace in the gesture, and an immensity under the grace, an old regality that no exhaustion and no blood could dim, and she took his hand and answered with quiet, total confidence. Talia Vasiliou. Her eyes held his. Your future destiny. And your present. Provenance. Boom. Chapter 5604, The Weight of All Things. His destiny. His provenance. She said the words with such total confidence that even Noah paused, because when he held her hand, he felt something he had not expected. It was as though he were holding onto a boundless sun. A pull came off her frame through their joined hands, an unfathomable sense of attraction that reached into him and did not ask permission, drawing at his existence. Talia smiled, and let go. While I did say we have some leeway, she said, folding her hand back into her lap, the dangers are very much real. You have to prepare. Nobody knows what the sealed one is truly capable of, with it. Her eyes stayed steady on his. I need to make sure that you and the Infiniverse are ready. So that Mother, and the others, are safe. Her poise was grand even seated in her own dried blood, and Noah looked at this unfathomable woman and repeated her name silently, cementing it into his existence. Talia Vasiliou. Talia. And what could be done to prepare that I have not already set in motion, he asked. Nobody progresses across existence as fast as I do. Talia looked up and raised her brows. Do not be so sure. Noah's eyes sharpened. Existence is vast. And provenance lifeforms are grand. She set down her plate of light. Even you have not fully grasped your own provenance. By the measure of what you could be, you are weak. Us first lifeforms. Our power comes from within. That is what makes us the strongest things in existence. It is also what makes us the slowest. Everything we are, we must generate. And so where our peers consume treasures, devour one another, drink external authorities to swell their power in leaps, we cannot. We can only spur our own existence to produce more and more and more provenance. From nothing but ourselves. Which is slow, Noah said. Which is agonizingly slow. A small nod. So agonizing that among the very first of us, a technique was developed. A way to spur the existence to grow faster than it ever would on its own. She wiped her lips with a slow grace and rose to her feet, and Noah caught himself watching the red of her lips as she moved. You always become distracted when you look at me. She said it as a simple, established fact. But I need you to focus. This will be critical. We fortify you first, and then we fortify Mother and the others, so that even across time, their existences cannot be targeted, because the sealed one will reach for them, exactly as he reached for me. And for that, you need to be far more than you currently are. Her expression steadied into something almost solemn. This will injure me. So I will show it to you while I explain, and spend the cost only once. In the ages past, this was designed by lifeforms you and I would both revere. She lifted her chin, and the exhaustion fell away from her bearing, and immensity gathered around her slender frame. This is the sovereign genesis of the weighted origin. HUUM. It is not a technique of movement, or of striking, or of casting, Talia said, and as she spoke, the air of the realm began to change around her. It is a technique of bearing. You have already met its shallowest cousin in your own bones, I think. The bearing of weight. This reaches out, and calls the weight down. The blue gold hills groaned. Above Talia, the evening sky of the realm darkened, and something began to descend, invisible and immense, pressing down toward her standing figure, and Noah's senses flared as he read what it was, and his eyes widened. It was the weight of existence itself. You open your existence, she said, her voice tightening with the growing pressure, and you invite the weight of all that surrounds you to settle upon it like a challenge through your provenance. The weight of the primordial source. The weight of infinity. The weight of the argent loom. The white rivers of the realm bent toward her, pouring their pressure onto her shoulders. The weight of dimensions. Of observable existences. Of the frameworks, the scales, the whole architecture of everything near you. Her knees bent under a load Noah could feel from where he stood, the grass caving in a wide ring beneath her. And the weight of things you cannot yet perceive. All of it. Called down. Set upon a single existence, on purpose. It will try to crush you. That is the entire point. The weight becomes a catalyst. A pressure so total that your existence, refusing to be flattened, is forced to answer it, and the only answer a provenance lifeform has, is to generate. Pressed hard enough, from every direction at once, the existence spurs itself to produce more provenance simply to have something to push back with. The weight is the enzyme. The provenance is what it forces out of you. The pressure peaked, and Noah watched it happen. Within Talia's dim depths, among her guttering constellations, a change moved, her existence straining against the descended weight of all things, and slowly, painfully, one of her dim singularities flickered, and brightened a fraction, spurred to answer a pressure that would not relent. And it does more than generate, she forced out, her frame trembling under the invisible mountain of existence. The adversity refines you. The same weight that squeezes out your provenance also grinds your existence finer, layer by layer, tempering what you are against the pressure of everything you are not. You come off the other side both greater and truer. Then she exhaled and released it. The weight lifted off her in a slow tide, the sky lightening, the grass beneath her sighing back up, and she stood breathing hard, one hand at her wounded chest. But understand the danger, because this is why it is a technique of the first among us and almost no one else. Her eyes were hard and clear. You are calling down the weight of existence itself. If you call too much or hold it wrong, or your own generation cannot rise to meet the load in time, the weight does not simply hurt you. It flattens you out of existence entirely. One wrong movement, and the mountain you invited becomes the mountain that buries you. There is no injury to recover from. There is only perishing. Noah's gaze burned as he studied everything she had shown. It is simple to speak, Talia continued, quieter, and it is monstrous to begin. To even attempt the first cycle, an existence must meet heavy conditions. It must generate provenance already, truly, from within, or it has nothing to answer the weight with and dies in the first breath. It must be able to bear great weight without shattering, or the load caves it instantly. And it must be true enough to itself that the pressure of all that is not itself cannot rewrite it into sediment. She looked at him. And Noah's eyes shone. Generate provenance from within. He had 10 singularities. Bear great weight without shattering. He had, well, the yoke of the standing sky and a spine seated with the telos of paradox. Be true enough that the weight of everything else could not overwrite him. He was quintessentially true. He looked towards Talia because the cost had come due. Her face had gone pale again as she spoke and demonstrated, the color she had eaten back into her cheeks draining away, a fresh line of stellar blood welling at her healing wound, the price of passing down even this knowledge landing on her provenance exactly as she had warned. And yet she remained unfettered, standing straight through it, and she wiped a thread of crimson gold from the corner of her lips, and looked at him, and said one word. Try. Chapter 5605, Try. Talia waved her hand. A single small singularity of light drifted off her fingertips and crossed the space between them, unhurried, turning slowly, and Noah lifted his own hand and let it settle against his palm, where it sank into him and unfolded, and the whole methodology of the sovereign genesis of the weighted origin flowed into his existence at once. Before you try, understand the shape of it, Talia said, lowering herself back to a seat on the grass, one hand resting light at her wounded chest. Because failure here is not a bruise. It is a beginning erased. Noah held still, receiving. You cannot simply call down the weight of existence and stand under it as one man. The art works because the weight must course through the anatomy of your provenance itself. It moves the way a resource moves. Directed. Channeled. Placed. And you begin at the smallest possible place. A cell? Noah said, reading it even as she spoke. A single cell. She nodded. You take the entire descending force of all incoming existence, every ounce of the weight you call down, and you land it on one cell of your body. And that one cell must bear the weight of the primordial source, of infinity, of the argent loom, of time, of dimensions and observable existences and the imperceptible, alone, and survive it. And when it survives, when that single cell has borne all of existence and held, you move the weight. Off that cell. On to the next one. Noah's eyes sharpened. There are 50 trillion cells in a provenance lifeform, Talia said quietly. When each one of them, individually, one after another, has borne the full weight of existence and survived it, the first cycle is complete. 50 trillion. 50 trillion times, the weight of all things called down onto a single point of him, born, survived, and moved along. And she was not finished. This is why so few of even our kind walk this path, she continued. Because if you fail with even a single cell, if one bursts under the weight instead of bearing it, the cycle collapses, and you begin again. From the first cell. Every time. Her eyes held his, steady and unsoftened. There is no partial progress. There is only a completed cycle, or a body that has to start over. And you will fail. Everyone fails, at the start. The question the art asks is not whether you can bear the weight once. It is whether you can begin again 50 trillion times without your will breaking before your body does. Each cycle, you call down more. More weight, more of existence, pressed through more of you at once, and each cycle your existence is forged grander against it. It is not only your provenance that swells. It is the whole of what you are, tempered by adversity. Her hand rose, and touched her own forearm. Early on, your skin alone begins to change. Cultivate far enough, and that skin, with no provenance spent at all, no art, no essence, nothing but what the weight has made of it, will reject the power of any primeval one. It will turn aside the strike of a descendant the way a wall turns rain. Noah went very still at that. And beyond that? Talia's voice dropped, quiet and vast. Cycle upon cycle upon cycle, the body climbs through tears most never live to see. A stage where your flesh alone shrugs off authorities that flatten provenance lifeforms. A stage where, cultivated high enough. She looked at him. You could stand before one of those who remain, in the flesh, and feel no pressure at all. Not because you shielded yourself. Because your existence had simply been made heavy enough, and true enough, to stand in the same room as theirs and remain unbent. Stand before one of those who remain, and feel nothing. The words settled into Noah with enormous weight of their own, and his eyes burned, because a path that ended there was a path worth 50 trillion failures. You have received the initial methodology of the sovereign genesis of the weighted origin. A cultivation art of the first life forms. You call down the weight of surrounding existence and channel it, through the anatomy of your provenance, onto a single cell of your body, which must bear it alone and survive. The weight is then moved to the next cell. When all cells have individually borne the full weight, one cycle completes. Cycles repeat without limit, each calling down more, each refining your existence grander and truer. Per cell reinforcement, a cell that bears the full weight and survives does not merely endure. In the moment of surviving, your existence floods that cell with provenance, and the pressure that would have shattered it instead tempers it, the way a blade is quenched. That single cell is remade, reinforced with your own generation, refined until it can withstand the weight of existence itself and hold. It is no longer ordinary anatomy. It has become one grain of a true provenance body. Failure of a single cell collapses the cycle. You begin again from the first cell. There is no partial progress. The 5 tiers of the provenance body straight face. First tier, the sediment shed skin, the outer body is remade. Your skin alone, with no provenance spent, rejects the authority of primeval ones and descendants, turning aside their strikes as a wall turns rain. Second tier, the unbreaking provenance frame, flesh and sinew are remade. Third tier, the weight-bearing sovereign bones. Fourth tier? Fifth tier? You may stand in the flesh before one of those who remain and feel no pressure at all. Conditions to attempt met, you generate provenance from within. You bear great weight without shattering. You are true enough that what is not you cannot overwrite you. Warning, the weight you invite can flatten you out of existence. Noah breathed out slowly, and set his stance on the grass, and closed his eyes. He reached out with his existence and pulsed his provenance essence out into the surroundings almost like a challenge. As if he was telling existence, "Come at me." The sky of the realm darkened. The hills groaned. And the weight of existence began to descend toward him, invisible and total. Noah gathered all of it, and channeled it through the anatomy of his 10 singularities, and aimed the entire crushing mountain of it at a single cell within his body. A cell inside his palm. He raised his hand and looked at his palm that pulsed, observing that single cell as boom. The cell burst instantly. It did not bear the weight for even a fraction of a moment. The full force of existence landed on one point of him, and that point simply ceased, and worse, it did not end there, because the sudden collapse tore into the cells around it, and a chain reaction ripped outward, a million cells bursting in a cascade before Noah could wrench the weight back up off his own body. He staggered, and stellar crimson gold blood sprayed from his palm as a ragged wound of ruptured existence bloomed, the mountain of weight scattering back into the realm's air as his control shattered. He had failed. Instantly. Completely. On the very first cell. Noah wiped the blood and looked up. And Talia was watching him calmly, seated in the grass, entirely unsurprised. Failure is the sudden, illuminating friction between what we imagined and what simply is. She gestured at the grass before him, and settled her hand back over her wound, and there was no pity anywhere in her, only a boundless, patient certainty that reached into him like the pull of a sun. Try again. Wah! But Noah did not try again. Not yet. Instead of reaching for the weight a second time, he turned his attention inward and examined the art itself. Piece by piece. And as he examined it, his existence pulsed. It rose out of his depths without his willing it, the plain quintessential tyranny that had crowned him, the same voice that had refused a borrowed system and cast out an entire ocean of power to build his own, and it looked at the sovereign genesis of the weighted origin, this grand and ancient technique of the first lifeforms, and it rejected it. Not because the art was weak. Because the art was not his. This is a magnificent technique. Truly. But I am not going to use it. Talia said nothing. She only watched him. I watched why it failed. My cell burst the instant the weight touched it, and it burst because a cell is too large. He held up one hand, turning it slowly in the firelight. A single cell is a crowded thing. It contains so much. Structures, and processes, and pieces beyond count, all bound together, all interfering, all of them 100 different points where the weight of existence can find a seam and tear. You asked one cell to bear everything, and the cell had too many parts to hold anything cleanly. It did not fail because I was weak. It failed because the vessel was impure. His eyes lit with a cold, climbing brilliance. So I will not start at the cell. I will go smaller. Far smaller. Smaller than the cell, smaller than the molecule, smaller than the atom itself. His voice rose, tyranny gathering under every word. Because the smaller I begin, the purer the vessel is, and the purer the vessel, the more perfectly it can bear a pure and total weight. I will not ask a crowded cell to hold all of existence. I will ask a single, simple, indivisible thing to hold it. He closed his hand into a fist. I will start with my quarks. There are 200 decillion quarks in my existence, Noah declared, and the number rolled out of him without strain, and every single one of them will individually bear the weight of existence. One quark. The weight of existence imposed on the purest and simplest vessel my body owns, born, survived, reinforced, and moved to the next. The grass caved around him. The sky darkened. And Talia's eyes were shining now, wide and fixed on him. His 10 singularities blazed to life on his chest, incandescent blue drowning the fire. This will be my technique. Not borrowed. Not inherited. Generated, from the truth of my own existence, the way everything I own must be. This will be my first provenance art. He threw his head back, and named it into the darkening sky of his own realm. The infinite provenance baryogenesis. HUUM. His provenance essences pulsed brilliantly, 10 suns turning on his chest, and the whole realm rang like a struck bell around the naming. And as the art settled into his existence, it took on one more dimension that even he had not spoken aloud, because his 9 teloi answered the design on their own. You have designed a provenance art of your own, the infinite provenance baryogenesis. It shares its root with the sovereign genesis of the weighted origin, and diverges completely in execution. Where the genesis conditions a provenance body cell by cell, your art conditions your existence from its subatomic foundation, quark by quark, across the 200 decillion quarks that compose you. A vessel this small holds no seam for the weight to tear, and so bears a purer and more total load. A further divergence, arising from your 9 Osmantian provenance teloi, a quark that merely survives the weight is not enough for you. In the moment a quark bears the full weight of existence, you seat one of your teloi within it, and the weight, the provenance, and the aim fuse. The quark is not simply reinforced. It is remade into a provenance telos quark, a subatomic vessel that is stable, self-generating, and aimed, carrying a grain of quintessence, or existence, or paradox, or chaos, or adversity, or apocalypse, or manna, or harvest, or tyranny within it. A quark is only counted as born once it has become a stable provenance telos quark. Only then may the weight move to the next. An unstable quark that has taken the weight but not yet seated in aim will collapse, and its collapse fails the cycle. Consequence of completion, an existence rebuilt in this way is not a body threaded with teloi. It is a body in which every one of 200 decillion foundational particles is itself a seated aim. Your 9 teloi would no longer sit in 9 organs. They would compose the whole of your matter, from the ground up, indivisible from what you physically are. The 5 tiers of the provenance body will be reformed under your vision as you see fit. Noah read the technical shape of what he had made, and a slow, cold smile touched his mouth, because this was right. Without any further word, without pause, without a breath of hesitation, he got started. He reached out with his existence, and called the weight of all things down once more, the primordial source and infinity and the argent loom and dimensions and the imperceivable descending toward him in an invisible mountain, and this time he did not aim it at a cell. He channeled it through the anatomy of his 10 singularities, refined it, narrowed it, focused the entire crushing weight of existence down to a single point finer than any his body had ever isolated, and he set it upon one quark. One indivisible thing. One pure vessel. The whole weight of everything, landing on the smallest true piece of him. And the quark trembled, and strained, and did not burst. It did not burst. Across the glory, Talia Vasiliou watched him work, watched the man call down the weight of existence and shatter a grand old art to build his own in the span of a single failure, and she raised one hand, slowly, and wiped away a tear that had gathered at the corner of her eye. A sad tear. A relieved one. Both at once. He truly was her provenance. He made the same choice even now. Chapter 5606, 2 halves. The first quark held, and Noah seated a telos within it instead. His telos of adversity answered first, a grain of the aim that lived in his lungs threading down into the born quark, and the weight and the provenance and the aim fused in one instant, and the quark stabilized and turned bright and stayed. One provenance telos quark, the first grain of a body that would eventually be nothing but grains like it. He moved the weight to the next one. And the grandness of what followed filled the realm from its first hill to its last. The weight of existence hung over him unending, an invisible mountain of the primordial source and infinity and the argent loom and time and dimensions and observable existences and everything imperceivable, and Noah stood beneath it and did not sway, and quark after quark took the whole of it and held. Bear, seat, stabilize, move. Bear, seat, stabilize, move. The rhythm found itself and then quickened, 10 quarks, 100, 1,000, the weight sliding through the anatomy of his 10 singularities with less and less friction as his existence learned the shape of its own art. And Talia Vasiliou did not take her eyes off him. She sat in the grass with her hand at her wound and she watched, and she did not blink more than she had to, because what she was watching should not have been happening. There was supposed to be failure here. There was supposed to be a body bursting and starting over, and starting over, and starting over, and instead there was a man beneath the weight of all things transforming himself particle by particle without a single collapse. Because Noah's body was changing in real time. His muscles rolled beneath his skin, sliding and pulsing as though they were being rewritten while they moved, fibers unmaking and remaking themselves denser with every 1,000 quarks converted. His frame drew tighter and grander, shoulders broadening under a weight that would have flattened dimensions, his bare chest hardening as stellar blue threaded through the crimson gold of his blood beneath the surface. His hair lifted in the pressureless air. His obsidian singularity pupils burned brighter. And all of him took on the bearing of some ancient lifeform overcoming its own limits again and again, tearing past the ceiling of what it was, then finding a new ceiling and tearing past that too, an existence in the middle of arguing with the size of itself and winning. 10,000 quarks. 50,000. The grass beneath him had caved into a crater and the hills groaned around the crater's rim. 80,000. His breathing had gone deep and slow and enormous, each inhale pulling the weight further into him instead of pushing it away. 100,000 provenance telos quarks. And on the 101st,000, his existence erupted. Boom! Provenance detonated out of his depths in a flood, all 10 singularities blazing at once as the accumulated generation of 100,000 aimed and remade particles finally crossed some threshold his existence had been climbing toward without telling him, and in the incandescent blue storm at his core. An 11th singularity bloomed. 11. He had broken past the count of 10, and the moment he did, the moment that new sun turned its first turn, something else happened, and Noah felt it arrive at the sides of his own head. Radiant, blue wings bloomed. They unfurled on either side of his head in brilliant light, wide and layered and beautiful, feathers of pure incandescent provenance stretching out from his temples, and for one breath the realm was lit by them alone. Then the wings transformed. They folded inward, drew together, condensed, and out of each of them rose a figure. 2 miniature humanoids of stellar blue gold light, each hovering at either side of his head, each no larger than a forearm, and each one wearing his own face. 2 versions of Noah Osmont, floating at his temples with their eyes closed. The one at his right sat cross-legged in the air, hands resting open on its knees, its light soft and even and warm, a stillness coming off it that felt like the doorway of his long hall and the murmur of his river and the calm of a man entirely aimed. Peace, personified. His provenance as the thing that heals, protects, and gathers. The one at his left stood upright with its arms folded, and its light burned dark gold at the edges, and its miniature frame carried a fiendish ancient weight that made the air around it feel narrower, a crown of shadowed brilliance turning above its head. Tyranny, personified. His provenance as the thing that takes, breaks, and rules. Both of them kept their eyes closed. Both of them waited. HUUM. Your provenance essence has broken past the count of 10. Provenance, 11. A threshold has been crossed. The generation of 100,000 provenance telos quarks and 11th provenance essence has produced what your art was designed to produce, an existence that no longer merely holds provenance, but personifies it. A unique precept has been written, the precept of the sundered provenance. Your provenance now expresses itself as 2 manifestations of yourself, seated at either side of your head, the provenance of the open hand and the provenance of the closed crown. The provenance of the open hand, the peaceful half of your generation, personified. It heals, shelters, gathers, and mends, and it will pursue your provenance through kindness by whatever means it judges best. The provenance of the closed crown, the tyrannical half of your generation, personified. It breaks, claims, rules, and ends, and it will pursue your provenance through dominion by whatever means it judges best. You may select one to act. The selected manifestation carries out your provenance however it chooses, requiring nothing further from you. You may sit back entirely. Whichever one acts expresses power at twice your own current strength. Only one may be awake at a time. What one begins, the other cannot undo. Your cultivation has borne further fruit. Veritas, 14. Pondus, 16. Your existence has been refined by the imposed adversity of all things. 100,000 of 200 decillion quarks converted. Cycle 1 continues. Noah opened his eyes and looked at his own immensity. At the 11 suns turning in his depths. At the 2 small versions of himself floating at his temples with their eyes shut, one open-handed and still, one crowned and folded, both of them him, both of them waiting to be chosen. At his own hands, which had been rebuilt 100,000 particles worth while he stood in one place, and which now held a weight of presence that made the very grass lean away from them. Twice his current strength. From a thing that acted on its own judgment while he sat back and watched. He had wondered, once, what an art built on provenance essence itself rather than through his blood would give him. Now he knew. And ahead of him, Talia Vasiliou nodded slowly. She had watched every moment of it without once looking away. You should be good, for now. Her hand pressed lightly at her healing chest as she rose to her feet. But the others are not. Noah's gaze sharpened. Can we? And for the first time since she had come out of the white pool, her composure thinned, and what came through the gap was not a provenance lifeform of constellations and immensity, but something much smaller and much older in its want. Can we go see Mother? Chapter 5607, Your Most Favorite. Mother. Noah looked at this unique lifeform before him, and wondered just what her future with him had actually been. Mother. Not your mother. Mother, the way a person says it about their own. He felt the provenance and the power rolling through his existence, 11 suns turning in his depths, and he nodded and turned to lead the way. And Talia hummed, and started walking. She crossed the grass of his realm without waiting for him, unhurried, her bare feet finding the path between the standing stones as though she had walked it 10,000 times, and she angled toward the distant doorway with the ease of a woman going home. Noah followed. Causes, she said as she walked. That is where we start. Causes are one of the surest protections in all of existence, because they do not require the protected to do anything at all. A being backed by causes is simply harder to touch. The causes stand under their existence, and anything reaching for them has to reach through those first. Yours are not causes anymore. What you have covers you well enough, and they extend to Mother to a degree, because she is the originator. She stepped over the river of light without looking down. But the others? Barely at all. Your daughter, your son, your people, the ones who eat at your table and sleep inside your home. If something reached for them tomorrow, most of them would have nothing beneath their existence but your reputation. Noah's eyes pulsed as he asked grandly. Is there anything more you can reveal so I have a better picture? It's all because of him. Her voice cooled. What I can say without paying too dearly is that something happened to the mind of the sealed one. Before he attained it, his mind had seemingly shattered. He now moves with different motivations depending on the vessel he is wearing. One will be reasonable. One will collect. One will burn a dimension for the pleasure. Too many things about him are unknown, even to me, but 2 are certain. His main vessel is vindictive. And he is tying up loose ends. She glanced back over her shoulder. You are an unfathomably big loose end. Noah walked behind her figure as she moved through his own home like she owned a key to it, and he watched her dazzling red hair catch the last of the evening light, and the grace of how she moved and talked, that composure that never once slipped even while she bled. And at this time, a voice spoke up in a heavy, cool tone. We got a baddie right beside us who obviously has history, and why ain't we made a move yet? Just tap me in and let me do what needs to be done. Noah blinked. The voice had come from the left side of his head, and it was his own voice, deeper and colder and entirely unbothered, and the provenance of the closed crown had actually spoken, arms still folded, crown of shadowed brilliance still turning, its grand eyes still closed. And not a moment later, another voice echoed out from his right. All things happen in due time. She is obviously traumatized by whatever happened, and we are different from the man she later knows. Give her time. Let her acclimate. The provenance of the open hand, cross-legged and calm, hands open on its knees, eyes closed as well. Noah felt like he was going insane, and yet not, because this was not madness. This was simply listening to his own thoughts the way he always had, except now they were sorted, separated, defined out to their absolute extremes, and spoken aloud, loud and clear, by two halves of himself that no longer bothered to compromise before reaching him. Every time she looks at us, the closed crown said, her entire existence exudes how much she wants to come close to us. Our future self already did all the work. All that is left is for us not to drop the ball, and you want to kick the ball away? A pause. We can also use this as a chance to understand the anatomy of a genuine provenance lifeform. Our anatomy is what matters most, the open hand answered calmly. Do not rush a process. And think about her. His thoughts buzzed in his mind, and he was so focused on the argument happening at both sides of his own head that he did not notice they had left his provenance realm entirely. The doorway had passed behind them, and the endless blue of the infiniverse had opened and closed, and now he was floating in the skies above a realm of harvests and abundance, golden fields rolling out beneath him under a warm sun, orchards heavy, rivers bright. His mother's realm. Talia turned back in the air to look at him, and her eyes went to the two small figures floating at either side of his head, and a mischievous, knowing smile spread across her face. Are you hearing voices in your head, my provenance? Her smile deepened. You should listen to your tyrannical side more. Boom. And she took one step and vanished toward the lands below, leaving Noah floating there astonished, as the voice of the closed crown boomed out angrily beside his ear. I fucking told you. With no words at all, Noah went down as well. Below, on a vibrant cliff overlooking a radiant river, Amelia Osmond sat fishing with Seo Yun. Two rods leaned out over the water, catching light. A small basket sat between them. Seo Yun's legs swung off the cliff edge as she watched her line with fierce concentration, and Amelia sat beside her with the deep unhurried ease of a woman who had earned every quiet hour she would ever get. Talia appeared behind them. Noah touched down a second later. Both heads turned, and Seo Yun brightened up, dropped her rod entirely, and smashed into Noah's chest with a hug. ABA, you have changed again. I have, Noah said, smiling as he patted her head. Amelia turned with a smile of her own, and then her gaze moved past him, and found the red-haired woman standing on the grass in a white-blue robe stained with dried crimson gold. Who is this? And Talia walked forward with her eyes full of respect and adoration, and bowed to Amelia Osmond. Hello again, Amma. She straightened, composed as ever. I am Talia Vasiliou, your most favorite daughter-in-law. Chapter 5608, Tesseracts. Silence fell over the cliff. Seo Yun's mouth opened. And Amelia turned her head slowly toward her son, looked at him for a long moment, then shook her head with the exasperation of a mother who had given up on receiving news in a timely fashion, walked forward, and raised Talia's bowed head with both hands and a smile. How did he hide you for so long without me knowing? She kept hold of her. Come on. Let us get to know each other. Talia smiled brightly and nodded. I know you like fishing, she said as they walked. I have a technique that lets you fish across dimensions, from your own home. The things you can catch. And she began talking to his mother so naturally, so easily, that both Noah and Seo Yun stood there astonished, watching the two of them stroll off along the cliff together like they had been doing it for years. And as they walked, Talia's voice arrived quietly in his mind. I will relax by mother's side for now. See if you can get started on expanding the backing of causes on those closest to you. Existence is vast and full of terrors, and dangers are going to come at you and yours from all sides. You may be invulnerable, but your enemies will look for the easiest way to hurt you, and that way runs through the provenance of those around you. And the sealed one is not your only enemy. To get me, you offended a great many provenance lifeforms. And another one of those who remain. Such crazy words dropped on him, and Noah shook his head slowly while Seo Yun leaned up and whispered against his chest. ABA. She is very pretty. I approve. Noah sighed. I approve as well. He definitely approved. Everything this woman did and said was magnetizing to his very existence. But there were much more important matters right now, and his mind had already gone to them. He knew the threads of existence connected to him. A few dozen beings within the Infiniverse whose threads ran thick and bright, and many more whose connections were thinner but present all the same. To protect them all through causes was hard, and it was also simple. Even those who remain worked this way. Even the sleepless fiend played with causes inside the bodies of steeds. And for him to back somewhat weak lifeforms with causes, the easiest way was something he had already done 3 times, for Seo Yun, for Henry, and for his mother. When he had made them backers of their own emerging observable existences. The Genesis Tesseract. The thing he had gained from the tide that owes nothing, in return for reaching into a drowned existence and giving it another chance. And the tide had been preserving the generation of boons for everything he had done and never claimed, for a while now, growing past all precedent while he told it to continue and walked away. It seemed that now was the time to take all of it. Every generated boon, in the form he needed most. Genesis Tesseracts. It would mean the birth of many, many observable existences with many different founders, nested inside the Infiniverse, and that would elevate her as well, her dimensionality, her causes, the whole architecture of what she was, guaranteeing a web of causes standing beneath everyone he loved. Noah stretched his neck, and looked up at the warm golden sky of his mother's realm. Infiniverse. It's time to unleash all that has been generated within the tide that owes nothing. From the surroundings, a grand affirmation came. Understood. The sky above his mother's realm changed. It began with a single point of light kindling high in the warm gold, and then another beside it, and then 100, and then the whole vault of the heavens was catching fire in quiet increments as the preserved generation of the tide that owes nothing came due all at once. They bloomed into being like stars arriving early. Every one of them a hypercube of deep blue white, a cube nested inside a cube and joined across an axis. The eye kept sliding off, edges burning with a light that had no business being that clean, and each one turned slowly in place, unfolding and refolding through a dimension that the sky of an observable existence simply had to make room for. They littered the heavens from horizon to horizon, uncountable at a glance, a canopy of geometry hanging over golden fields and a radiant river, and the fields below lit up blue as their light came down through the orchards. Seo Yun's eyes opened wide. Far along the cliff, Amelia had stopped walking, and beside her, Talia Vasiliou looked up at a sky full of folded beginnings with an expression Noah could not read from where he stood. HUUM. The tide that owes nothing has released everything it preserved for the first experiment of a generation of a select prior reward. It bodes well for targeting the Lestragonians as further rewards. Ledger settled. Boons generated and held in trust for, leadership given to a domain. Protection given to millions. Marks given to the marked. Affirmation given to the grieving. Salvation given to the dying. A lineage given back to its bearer. A sovereign given to existence. Death granted to a unique life form. Every act of giving you performed and never claimed a return for. The tide has answered in the form its ledger judged most fitting to what you gave. Yield, 1,800 Genesis Tesseracts. Each holds the infinite source potential of a first cause, and the latent template of all 9 prime causes folded within. Each is the graspable seed of an entire observable existence, awaiting a founder honest enough to tell it what is true. This is the largest single return in your records. 1800. Noah looked up at a sky he had accidentally filled. 1800 foundations, 1800 Ninka structures, 1800 sets of roots that could be planted beneath the existences of everyone who mattered to him. It was a ridiculous number. He raised his hands. And he called them down. Wah! Chapter 5609, Tesseracts. 2. The heavens answered as 1800 tesseracts fell out of the gold at once, streaming down in long blue-white lines toward the cliff, and they did not scatter or crash, they came to him, gathering into a vast slow orbit around his body, hundreds upon hundreds of folded hypercubes turning through the air in nested rings, their light washing the cliff and the river and the orchards in deep cerulean, and the whole realm hummed with the pressure of that much beginning held in one place. Noah stood in the middle of his own storm of seeds, and turned to his daughter. So-Yun. She looked up at him with wide shining eyes, and he reached into the orbit and drew out 9. They drifted across to her, one after another, settling into a small ring around her, and their light lit her face blue as she stared at them. 9, Noah said. The mirrored hearth was your first, now design 9 more. He crouched to her level, the way he always did. Whatever you want them to be. Reach for what you are, and let them take their shape from that. And when they are grown, 10 observable existences will stand under your existence, and anything that ever reaches for you will have to reach through all 10 first. So-Yun's small hands closed around the nearest hypercube with trembling hands. And she nodded so hard her hair bounced. Then Noah rose, and looked out over the turning orbit of everything else he held, and began sorting it in his mind. Henry would receive multiple. Adelaide. Barbatos. Kazuhiko. Kor. Sigrid. Titano and the Emperor Penguin and Ericsson and Lich Arezon, Amzurmadrid, Malthus the butler who had been bowed to by a being that once mistreated him, Emotive, the 9 daughters of the Dora Shathyar, Naldine, even the arrogant goat Hydron who had probably found something insufferable and beautiful. Every single one of them, given not one seed but several, so that each existence at his table would stand on the backing of the causes of multiple observable existences. And after them, the ones whose threads ran thinner but ran all the same would receive something. Not everyone could be what he was. That was simply true. Provenance was not transferable, and no gift he could make would let another being generate the way he generated. But that had never been the only road to grandness. Existence had frameworks, ancient and established and full of ladders, and he had spent his whole climb learning exactly how those ladders worked. Causes. Foundations. Observable existences. Intents and scales and sources. The whole architecture that beings like the sleepless fiend used to make steeds carry causes and descendants carry sentences, the architecture that Vakachev had built a ladder out of and named after himself. Noah could not make his people first life forms. But with 1800 Genesis Tesseracts turning around him, he could make them unfathomably grand inside every framework that existence had ever offered, until each one of them stood on so many foundations that reaching them meant unmaking a dozen observable existences first. And every single one of those observable existences would be born nested inside the Infiniverse. Which meant she would grow too. His eyes lifted, and he got to work. The Sealed One. Far too many days had passed since a new sword had stood in the Hall of Swords. The hall did not stand anymore. Its vaulted ceiling was gone, torn open to the raw dark of a separate dimension of existence that no longer had walls to separate it from anything. The ancient stone lay in continents of rubble. Out beyond where the hall had ended, the fold of reality itself had been decimated for a distance no measure in the Sourcelands bothered to keep, whole stretches of the dimension hanging in unlit ruin, the light that had come from no visible source snuffed out entirely. And the throne of swords was broken. The great obsidian structure of countless blades lay split down its center, and hundreds of the swords woven into it were shattered, each broken blade meaning a source armament somewhere across existence had just stopped being whole. Before the ruin of that throne, the Queen Regnant knelt. Her hundreds of glistening tentacles were spread flat against the shattered stone, her gaunt elongated arms braced, her writhing head bowed so low that the pale suction tendrils around her clattering aperture brushed the ground. Gray and obsidian flesh wept slime and something darker. The primordial source and infinity running side by side through her existence still ran, still nearly touching union, and both of them guttered. And she was not willing. Every wet twitch of her said it. The tendrils along her torso strained upward against the posture, over and over, and were pressed back down. Her claws had gouged trenches into the stone beneath them from the effort of holding still. The kneel had been imposed on her body, and her existence had not agreed to it, and it went on refusing in small useless increments with every breath she did not have. Behind her, in rows that stretched back through the rubble, the swords of existence knelt too. Mesozoic scale beings and more, all of them down, all of them shroudless, most of them bleeding. And walking through the ruin of it, unhurried, was a tall pale man in layered dark robes. The sealed one looked around the wreckage with mild interest, and when he spoke, his voice carried easily through a dimension too broken to echo. You know, I do not truly wish to destroy. He stopped beside a fallen column and rested a hand on it. Destruction is expensive. It is loud, it is imprecise, and it leaves nothing behind that can be used. He looked up at the missing ceiling. I did not want this. This was the cost of a hall that would not open its doors. Then unbend my spine, the Queen Regnant said, and we will discuss doors, O infinite liar. Her voice came out of the bowed writhing mass, and even flattened, even wrecked, it was sweet. Calm and sweet, almost gentle. There she is. The sealed one smiled slightly. I was hoping the pressure had not taken the voice. Your voice is the finest thing in this hall. Was, I suppose. I am making an offer right now. He resumed walking, threading between kneeling rows. I seek to rule. That is all. Not to end. You, the swords, the true lifeforms, the primeval ones who graze across the Sourcelands and think their earliness makes them permanent, all of it will soon fall to me. And the falling is not the point. What comes after is the point. After? Her teeth clattered. You ground an age of your own children into 3 pills and ate one where everyone could watch. What exactly do you imagine comes after, for the rest of us? He crouched, comfortable amid the rubble, and smiled. Do you know how many exceptional life forms existence produces in an age? Thousands. Do you know how many of them ever amount to anything, left to their own devices? A handful. The rest bloat and squabble, and are eventually eaten by something with a better appetite, and every ounce of what they were goes into a mouth that does nothing with it. His voice stayed perfectly reasonable. I took an age of waste and I concentrated it. Their potential exists today, doing something, instead of having been spent on nothing across 10,000 pointless little conflicts. Nothing was destroyed. Things were merely reassigned. My disciples, my followers, do you imagine I felt nothing? I remember all of their names. Every one. I keep them, which is more than existence ever offered them. Existence would have forgotten them entirely. I am the only reason a single one of those disciples still exists in any form at all. He tilted his head. A farmer does not hate his pigs when the winter comes. But he does remember which ones fed him. Her tendrils strained upward again, and were pressed down again. That is the part none of you ever understand, the sealed one continued, rising, brushing dust from his robes. You think I am hungry. Hunger is what I use, it is not what I am for. Look at what existence is. Chaos. Dimensions folding into other dimensions and drowning everything inside them while nobody is even accountable for the folding. Millions of petty sovereignties, each one certain it is the center, all of them grinding against each other forever, and the total sum of all that motion across all those ages is nothing. No direction. No decision. No one accountable. HUUM. His voice sharpened, and for one moment something almost passionate showed through the collector's calm. I do not want to eat existence, your little majesty. I want to finish it. I want one hand on it, and one accounting, and an end to the endless committee of the useless mighty. And I am the only being who has been at this long enough to do it. Fuck those who remain, as they won't do it, so I will do it on their behalf. The Queen Regnant was silent for a long moment. And your followers, she said at last. In this finished existence of yours. Do they get names, or do they get shells? They get to be part of something that arrived somewhere. He said it gently. He walked past her, toward the split obsidian throne, and stopped in front of the broken blades of every sword in existence. I will not rush this. I never rush. His pale hand traced the shattered edge. There is a being out there, a new thing that you have met before, a genuine anomaly, and he cannot be handled the way anything else is handled. Strike him unprepared and you do not wound him, you feed him. Every adversity he survives makes him grander. So I do not offer him adversity. I offer him nothing at all, and I gather, and I map, and I wait, and when I finally move it will not be a contest he can survive and grow from. It will be a collection. He glanced back over his shoulder. Do you see the discipline in that? I have watched 1,000 mighty things die of impatience. I intend to die of nothing. You may consider yourself a preparation. It is not an insult. Everything is a preparation. He turned fully then, and looked out over the rows of the kneeling, and the mildness in him thinned into something very old. One last thing, and then I will leave you to your rubble and your thinking. The ruined dimension held still. Lately, I have begun hearing whispers. His borrowed eyes lifted, past the missing ceiling, into the unlit dark. From myself. From a version of me that is not here, and has not happened yet, speaking backward into the ear of the one who is. He listened for a moment, and the smile that came over his face was almost reverent. I do not yet know all of what he says. But I know the shape of it. And whatever is coming. HUUM. It seems to be grand. Chapter 5610, Which one am I? The Sealed One. Far from the source lands. Deep in the infinite Carcosa, in the drifting dimension called the Hollow Argosy, an army stood waiting. Millions of them. Rank upon rank of infinite true lifeforms filled the middle distance, their silent seas running silver through their frames, escalation stacked upon escalation until the air of the dimension rang with compounding weight. Beside them and above them stood the Gilded Ones in their brilliance, amplified egos burning gold and white across the ranks, an ocean of exposed glory that lit the underside of the dimension's broken sky. Millions of the mighty, holding formation in silence, waiting on one man at the forefront. And at the forefront stood a vessel of the Sealed One. This one wore a tall frame and dark imperial layers, hands clasped behind its back, and it looked out over the assembled millions with the easy pleasure of an owner walking his own fields. Beside him stood a primeval life form. The old thing was pale as cooled glass, tall and thin and hairless, its flesh carrying the faint grain of stone that had been polished across ages by nothing but time. Its eyes did not blink and did not warm. It had watched the gathering of this army the way it watched everything, from a great distance that had nothing to do with the space between them, and every line of it made plain that it found the being beside it distasteful. And it obeyed anyway. What are your plans? The primeval said. The vessel smiled. The plan is rulership. All of these forces spread across the Carcosa, taking region after region under one accounting. Not slaughter. Subjugation. A thing that has been subjugated still works. Rulership for its own sake. No. Never for its own sake. The vessel turned his head. What I am seeking cannot be grasped by any being that only wields power. It can only be grasped by one who holds rulership over a large portion of existence, and who carries a tremendously high dimensionality. And those two things go hand in hand most of the time. Rule enough of existence and your dimensionality rises to meet what you rule. Raise your dimensionality and you begin to perceive what is worth ruling. He gestured out over the silver and gold ranks. So I gather. And with every region that answers to me, I climb, and the thing I am reaching for comes a little further into view. He clasped his hands. Now. Your assignments. The primeval waited. The pale meridian first. The old spine of roads through the Carcosa, where every crossing eventually touches. Take it under my name. Then the 9 silent markets. True lifeforms have bartered there since before many had names. The vessel continued smoothly to list names of various places within the infinite Carcosa. After the markets, the ossuary terraces. Stacked bones of dead observable existences, gigaparsecs of them, and every scavenger in the Carcosa keeps a house on those terraces. Clear them, and hold them, subjugate all of them. The primeval regarded him with its unblinking, unwarming stare as if he wanted to ask, was that fucking all? Because that was a lot. But in the end. As you command. As I command. The vessel's smile widened, and he changed subjects entirely with the ease of a man turning a page. Do you know what I like about this particular body I am wearing? The primeval said nothing. This one is unique among all my vessels. It is the only one I did not take. The vessel raised his own hand and studied it, turning it in the light of a million gilded auras. This one came for me. It was ambitious enough, and frankly stupid enough, to attempt to assimilate something as true as I am, carrying a dimensionality it could not have measured on its best day. That should have ended the way such things always end. Something small opens its mouth around something enormous and discovers what enormous means. He flexed the borrowed fingers. And yet, somehow, he actually succeeded. Not completely and definitely not cleanly. But he got his teeth into the thing he bit, and it held, and what stood up afterward was not him and was not entirely me either. The vessel sounded genuinely delighted. This portion of myself is half me, and half this vessel. Neither party filed a complaint, because by the time either of us could have, there was no longer a clean seam to complain across. He looked out over the waiting army with something almost like affection. Existence is so unique. All the mutants. All the anomalies. You spend eons believing you have catalogued every way a thing can go wrong, and then some ambitious creature swallows a piece of you and comes out the other side as a co-author. I just find it interesting, and I do not find much interesting anymore. The vessel waved a hand at the ranks. Go. The pale meridian in a few days. The primeval turned without a word, and the silver and gold sea parted around it as it walked into the army, and the ranks began to move behind it, millions of the mighty flowing out of the hollow argosy toward the roads of the Carcosa. And the vessel of the sealed one stood alone at the forefront, and hummed. It was a small hum, and an old one, and it did not belong to the sealed one at all. It belonged to whoever this body had been, and the vessel let it come out anyway, and then it stopped humming and smiled at nothing. Adrastea, he said. Emperor King. Sealed one. He tilted his head. Which one am I, in this vessel? The ranks flowed past. The broken sky held its light. Due to the fact that I cannot even imagine harming little Rose, or a single one of those inside your inner dimension. He laughed softly, and the laugh had two textures in it, one patient and ancient, and one that was simply a young man's. Am I you? Or are you me? Chapter 56:11, Chain Them. Axon. Gigaparsecs from the Amaros, inside a pocket of dimension that had been folded out of the dark and would be folded back into it within the hour, two collared servants of an unnamed order made their report. The pocket held nothing. No stone, no floor, no light of its own. Only white rivers of the argent loom threading slowly through the fold, and standing among them, an illusory figure of Warden Ursa, plain garments, dark hair bound back, pale eyes, and no authority radiating off her even in projection. Axon stood before her as his halos of white light turned slowly, shoulder to heel. Omrin stood behind him, vast and clay-skinned and silent, the pale gray band catching the moonlight at his throat. Report. The Amnaros has completed its dimension lapse, Axon said. Another dimension folded into it fully. We observed for a few hours after the fold settled. And? Well, it has been taken over, Warden. Axon's gaze stayed level. The whole fused dimension answers to a single figure. They call him the Blood-Crowned One. The dominant lifeforms of the largest domain are unique ones. The superpowered lifeforms. Axon's halos brightened faintly as he came to it. They hold no traditional authority. No intent. No source. No infinity. Nothing our instruments read as authority at all. Their power appears to derive from their own physical existences as they exert weight and they endure weight and they do it with nothing under them but themselves. Really now? Okay. Ursa turned back. What about the figures around this blood-crowned one? We listened to the most powerful of them speak among themselves, which is where the useful information was. Axon inclined his head. There is a dragon. White beneath, crimson within, red gold wings. They call her Vitramar. There is a being with a blindfold of crimson gold hands over a single great eye, Damodred. There is a scholar who emanates absolutely nothing and around whom intent visibly splits. There are others below them. Axon's voice sharpened with the pleasure of a clean finding. Every one of the key figures is surrounded by a unique authority. The same authority. It is not their own. It is the blood-crowned ones, wrapped around them, seated in them, and it is unlike anything we have catalogued. Ursa's projection folded its hands. What else? There is a being standing guard outside the dimension entirely, in the crossing dark, and he is not one of theirs by lineage. Axon's halo slowed. He should be a descendant. Boom. Silence filled the pocket. You are certain? His existence is written as it gives off that same sensation. One unbroken line running backward out of him past the horizon of what I can read. There is no mistaking it, and there is more. Axon lifted his chin. He has what looks to be a mount with him. A steed. Omrin's slow eyes shifted at that. I know many variations of descendants, Axon continued. Across the dimensions we have visited. Lineages that hold thrones. Lineages that hold silence. But those known to travel with mounts, with steeds, are they not the cursed descendants of the Krasernul dimension? They should be. Even Ursa seemed surprised to confirm this. Then a cursed descendant of the Krasernul is standing guard outside the Amnaros. And Warden, he is very much not looking cursed. There is no rot on him. Nothing failing anywhere in that existence. His steed either. Both of them are whole. And both of them emanate the aura of the blood-crowned one. We watched manifestations of that same figure hold the sky over the largest domain for a little while observing the dimension lapse, Axon said, and then vanish some hours ago. Whatever moved them together. And this descendant and his steed carry that same crimson gold signature threaded through their existences. His halos turned. This should be the being the sealed one had trouble with. The remnant existential treasure should be on him or near him, and everything the vessel told you about a young lifeform growing into power was true and also badly incomplete. Because a young lifeform growing into power does not have a cursed descendant standing in his doorway. Axon's composure finally showed a crack, and what came through it was appetite. What cured that descendant? How? Under what authority? By whose permission? And if it was done without permission? He stopped there, because there was nowhere polite to take it. Ursa's projection said nothing for a long moment. Then she spoke, and her voice was exactly as calm as it had been when she broke a hand. This dimension is now of the highest importance. Axon straightened as her pale eyes moved between them. Descendants have been off limits. We had been waiting on instructions, and the instructions have not come. But Warden, I am clearing it as of now. We move on the Imnaros. I will seek clearance, but I now have enough basis. Ursa did not pause. We will use the inhibitors in one sweeping action, the descendant first, and every important and most powerful figure in that dimension simultaneously. The dragon, the blindfolded one, the scholar who emanates nothing, all of them, in the same breath. Nothing sequential. Sequential gives the mighty time. And the superpowered life forms? A life form to study. Something almost like interest touched her voice. We do not know whether our inhibitors work on them. That question needs answering. Color what you can reach among them and record everything. Understood. I will arrive myself. I will lead this incursion, and I will bring others. Her projection's hands unfolded. I will handle the shackling of the descendant personally. The rest of you move in one sweep on the others. And to ensure success. She said it grandly. I will requisition a dimensional inhibitor. A dimensional inhibitor. Axon's halos flared bright before he could govern them, and even Omran's slow head turned. Because that was one of their foremost weapons. A device that made authority obsolete across a region of an entire dimension, everything within it stripped and inert at once, no exceptions, no negotiation, no ladder that held. Barely less than a second of effect, and then nothing for a long while after. But in that second, everything mighty inside the region was simply a body. They had taken down primeval ones this way. They had taken down true lifeforms, in a single second, in one sweep, before any of them understood the shape of what had happened to them. The last of her flickered in the moonlight. Hold your positions and observe. Touch nothing. I will arrive soon, Warden Ursa said. Then we will actually get started. Chapter 56:12, Chain Them. 2. Warden Ursa. Warden Ursa came into the crossing dark outside the Imnaros. The white rivers opened behind her, and her forces came through. They came in silence as dozens of them poured out of the moonlight, and every one of them was shrouded head to toe in white cloth that left nothing of a face or a frame to read, their wrappings drawn tight and bound at the wrists and the throat, and around each shrouded figure, rivers of the argent loom turned slowly in orbit. Not one of them emanated a thread of authority as they fanned out toward the fused dimension. Not an intent among them. Not an ounce of source, not a breath of infinity, and their presence registered nowhere at all as they went. Ursa watched them deploy. A single one of them was equivalent to a weak primeval life form. One shrouded servant, wrapped and bound and silent, carried enough refined force to end the kind of ancient thing that entire dimensions built religions around, and she had brought dozens of them, and they moved in units and obeyed without a sound. Existence outside these folds had no records of them, and existence would learn of them one incursion at a time. And her own power exceeded any common primeval one. She did not dwell on it. She had stood before primeval lifeforms fat with ages, things that had grazed on dimensions since before the frameworks were named, and she had walked out of those meetings and they had not. Below and ahead, the Imnaros went about its afternoon. Countless lifeforms moving through observable existences in a fused dimension, and above them, the guardians of this dimension stood at their posts and felt nothing coming. Ursa looked at all of it, and she thought about the weavings of the unworthy. Authority was not evil. Authority was a hammer that existence handed out at random to whoever climbed the right ladder fast enough, and the trouble was never the hammer. The trouble was that existence handed it to anyone, and then walked away, and never once came back to check what was being built with it. The sealed one had been handed a hammer and had ground an entire age of his own children, and he was not the exception, he was simply the example everyone remembered. There were many like him. Not one of them had been worthy of what they held. Positions, Ursa said. The shrouded ones reported across the moonlight in a flat overlapping chorus. The dragon. The blindfolded one. The scholar. The strongest of the ones with no authority. The pledged beneath them. The descendant outside is mine, she said. Nobody touches him but me. Chains ready. Cages ready. Nothing sequential. Understood. She raised her hand, and the thing in it was a plain gray cylinder without a single mark on it, and thread-fine lines of white ran through its surface the way they ran through every collar her order had ever closed. A dimensional inhibitor. 1 second. Barely less. And then nothing from it for a long while after, because there were not many of these in all of existence and each one was worth more than 1,000 primeval ones. Sweep, said Warden Ursa. And she broke the cylinder. HUUM. A silent light wept across everything like the cry of existence itself being disallowed to express itself. And authority died across the Imnaros. It went out everywhere at once, a single silent second in which every ladder in the dimensions simply stopped existing, and nothing struck anyone, and nothing burned, and nothing was even touched. Things were simply subtracted. Intense guttered as pantheons of infinite lifeforms folded, and the crimson gold weavings threaded through the key figures of this domain went dark from the sky down to the soil. And her forces moved. Hvitrimar was flying the northern side of the fused dimension filled with infinite lifeforms, enjoying her freedom, when the sky went quiet. The white steed, the blood duke, vampiric crimson beneath white with her red gold wings spread across gigaparsecs of new territory, felt her 9 transforming organs stop answering her instantly. Every single one of them went silent inside her body as her wings kept beating out of nothing but muscle and habit. She fell. A being who had carried burdens across 3,000 years of chains dropped out of the northern sky and struck the ground hard enough to crack it for miles, and she smashed into shocked clusters of infinite lifeforms that were turned to pulp by her weight alone as none had any authority at this point. For shrouded figures came down on top of her. They climbed her. White wrappings moved up her flanks and across her spine as the loom rivers around them bent down and pinned her wings flat to the stone, and when her wings strained against the pinning, the shrouded ones simply pressed harder, folding the great red gold spans backward at angles wings were never made to hold, and Hvitrimar screamed in pain. One of them walked the length of her neck with a gray band held open in both hands. She thrashed. She tore gorges through the ground with claws that were only claws now, and another shrouded one stepped onto the side of her head and stood there, its full primeval grade weight pressing her jaw into the broken stone, holding her skull utterly still no matter how she heaved beneath it, and the band closed anyway. Click. And then the chains came. Loomlight poured off the shrouded ones in ropes as they wound them around her legs and her wings and her jaws, hardening as they wrapped, and they wound her jaws shut, muzzling an ancient queen mid-scream, and her voice broke off into a strangled sound through bound teeth, and her ancient existence read to every sense in existence as a very large animal being tied down by farmhands. MMH. MMMH. She was still trying to say something through the muzzle. Not again. Not again. She did not want to be chained again. They dragged her. Two shrouded ones took the chains at her legs and hauled her across the ground on her side, her white flank grinding through the gorges her own claws had torn, and above the northern sky, something began to appear. It came out of nothing in a grinding of dull gray metal, a cubical cage of that same seamless metal, wide enough to hold a dragon, and then another beside it, and another above that, stacking themselves into the air of a dimension that had been free for hours. They hauled her up to the first one, and they threw her in. 3,000 years of chains, hours of sky, and a being who had broken her own bindings through pure conserved wool was thrown in without a shred of care, cargo, and nothing more, striking the far wall hard enough to ring the whole cage, and the door ground shut on her before she had stopped sliding. Inside it, bound and muzzled, the Blood Duke shook in pain as she tried to scream, and was unable to. Damodred was in the citadel when it happened. The last Lestrygonian had been standing among humans, as he often did now, letting the children stare at the blindfold of crimson gold hands across his face, and the moment the sweep landed, the hands went dark and dead and the great eye behind them shut for the first time. He stood there in the street with his blindfold gone lifeless, and he understood immediately what had been done to him as he sought to move. 3 shrouded figures walked out of the crowd toward him at speeds his current existence could not follow. Because all authority became inhibited and nullified, he was not able to do a thing. But he could still move his body, and so the last Lestrygonian did the only thing left to him. He stepped in front of the children. He spread his arms across a street full of small staring faces, a being with a dead blindfold shielding humans with nothing but his own frame, and the shrouded ones did not slow down for any of it. They came through the crowd in straight lines, and the crowd was simply eyeing the lines. Their movements and authority trampled hundreds of nearby humans to bloody pulp, bodies that had been laughing in a market street 1 breath ago crushed beneath wrappings that never once looked down, and Damodred roared, a sound no one in this citadel had ever heard from him, and threw himself at the nearest shrouded figure with his bare hands. His fist struck a thing equivalent to a weak primeval lifeform, and his authority was gone, and the shrouded figure did not even sway. They put the band on him in the middle of the screaming street, and they were not gentle about a single motion of it. One shrouded hand gripped the back of his neck and bent him, forcing the last Lestrygonian a murdered race down over the bodies of the humans he had failed to shield, holding him folded there while the band clicked shut, and then the loomlight ropes went around his wrists and his elbows and his knees, cinched tight enough to cut, and they dragged him upward off the ground by the rope at his wrists, hanging, and a second cage ground into existence above the citadel and took him in the same way. The first had taken the dragon. Thrown. Run against the far wall. Sealed. And below, many humans and some superpowered lifeforms stood in a street painted with their own people, and watched their new protector hang and vanish into a metal box in the sky. In another direction. Anaximander did not resist as he seemed to have sensed something in the last possible moment. He watched Axon approach with the band, and he made no attempt to leave. The band closed around the neck of a being no framework had ever managed to file. And nothing happened. Axon's halos stopped turning. Because the collar sat there at the scholar's throat, seamless and sealed and doing absolutely nothing at all, and Anaximander looked down at it, and then he looked up, and there was nothing scholarly left in his face. Cold anger sat there instead. And around him, the skies filled with weight. They came from every direction at once. Ianthe Callias landed on the stone beside him, and old Peleus came, and dozens more, many superpowered lifeforms of the Amaros arriving as some of them were collared. And every one of them exactly as strong as they had been an hour ago. Were these collars supposed to do something? Anaximander said coldly. And he reached up, took hold of the band at his throat with both hands, and tore it apart. Crack! The pieces fell. Anaximander stepped forward and cracked his knuckles as surrounding existence began to shake. And gigaparsecs out, in the crossing dark beyond the fused dimension, Warden Ursa went to collect the descendant. She found Jarl Skallagrim on his feet with his last steed beside him, both of them stripped by the sweep, his crimson gold seas guttered and his fissures gone dim, and she walked toward them across the black with 2 grey bands in her hands and no hurry in her at all. The steed she took first. It shrieked and tried to bolt, and one loomlight rope caught its neck and folded its legs beneath it mid-stride so that it crashed chin-first into the dark, and Warden Ursa walked over to it, and set her boot on its neck, and closed the band around its throat with the ease of a keeper closing a gate. Click! Chains wound over it, cinched down until the little steed could not raise its head, and it lay pinned in the dark and shook, uncursed and uncollared for barely a few hours of its existence, and collared again now, and its eyes rolled towards Skallagrim the whole time, asking him for something he could not give. Then she turned to the descendant, and she pressed the second band to his throat, and it began to close. And it stopped halfway. Because the shroud had come out. The 1,000 deaths I do not owe billowed out of Skallagrim's fissures in ragged dark crimson gold, every death that had ever been written into his claws and was now unpaid, and it drove itself into the closing band and jammed there, wedging the grey metal open a finger's width from ceiling. The collar was still winning, closing by slow increments as the shroud thinned, and the Blood Sovereign's arms shook as he held the thing off his own throat with a power that should have been switched off entirely. Half bound. Half free. Ursa stopped, and she watched it for a long moment. She tilted her head as she studied the wedged band. This is definitely a first. But I knew a descendant would be troublesome. Skallagrim's shroud thinned another fraction, and he dragged it back up with a roar. So, Ursa clasped her hands. And she looked past him at the dimension behind his shoulder, where cages were still grinding into existence in the sky above a citadel, and a dragon lay muzzled and chained in the first of them, and a Lestrygonian hung bound in the second above a street of pulped humans, and the only things still standing in that whole domain were beings who could not be collared and a scholar who had torn her work apart with his hands. What now? Skallagrim said nothing. His arms shook, and his crimson gold eyes moved once, past her, to the little steed pinned under chains in the dark, and then back to her. Every powerful being in the Imnaros with authority to take has been taken. Your steed is on the ground at my feet. And you are holding my band open with your own sheer will, which is magnificent, and which changes nothing at all. Her hand rose, and settled on the wedged grey metal at his throat. So call forth your master, you unruly motherfucker. As she said such words, she used her power to forcefully close the inhibitor around Skallagrim's neck. Chapter 56:13, Accountable. Warden Ursa. An existence that gave the Sealed One problems was not to be underestimated. Ursa held that thought at the center of everything as her hand pressed the wedged band. Whatever this blood-crowned one was, a vessel of the oldest deceiver in existence had walked away from him, and things that made the Sealed One walk away were things you learned about before you stood in front of them. She needed knowledge. She had every advantage at this exact moment, and advantages were not things you saved for later. So she moved, within spans of nanoseconds, while the capability of the dimensional inhibitor still held its subtraction over everything it had swept. She could not do it to the descendant as he was special. But she did not have the time to obtain information properly, and she did not need to, because information was lying right there in the dark, pinned under chains. The steed. It was now just a beast of flesh and bones. No authority. No curse. No frameworks, no ladders, nothing left in it that existence would even bother to name, and its brain held its memories and information all the same, so Warden Ursa put her hand on the head of the fearful steed, ruthlessly, without a single word. And she extracted. Her power poured down through her palm into a skull that had nothing left to answer with, and the little steed's whole body seized against its chains as its eyes flew wide, and it screamed, and no sound came out. Its jaws strained against the loomlight bindings in total silence as its memories were dragged up and out through the tearing, hours and years and 1,000 cursed years hauled backward through flesh that was only flesh, and blood began to leak from its eyes, running down its face in thin dark lines as its silent scream went on and on. Skallagrim's roar shook the crossing dark. He heaved against the half-closed band with everything in him, his shroud flaring ragged, and the steed's rolling eyes found him one last time through the blood. And then... boom! Its head could not withstand the authority tearing across its existence. The skull of that glorious steed burst apart in the dark, and the silent scream ended, and its entire existence simply ceased, every thread of it going out at once, and what lay pinned beneath the chains was a lifeless corpse that had been uncursed and free for less than a single day of its long and obedient life. And Warden Ursa breathed in. Her eyes, pale and unmoved through many colorings, showed tremendous surprise. Because the memories were in her now, hours of them, and what they held was more than she had reckoned for. Far more. Her mind ran through them within nanoseconds, and her conclusions rearranged themselves, and she did not waste a single one of those nanoseconds standing still. She moved. Warden Ursa appeared instantly behind Skallagrim, and her hands waved once. HUUM. Hundreds of radiant white swords manifested out of the loomlight, blades woven purely from the argent loom, and they poured into orbit around the rageful figure of the descendant, circling him in layered rings, and every single one of them came to rest a single millimeter from his skin. Points at his throat, his spine, his eyes, his fissures, hundreds of terrifying weapons of terrifying authority holding at a millimeter, so that any motion from anything, anywhere, would see them pierce him in but an instant. Because existence outside the dimension behind them had begun to tremble and shake. Even without turning, Ursa sensed the immense pressure that had arrived, pressure that had no business existing inside a region her inhibitor had swept, and she turned her head calmly and gazed at what stood in the crossing dark. A manifestation of the blood-crowned one. Crimson gold, crowned in blood, floating in the black with stellar light rolling off his frame in slow waves, and he had not just appeared here. Across her senses, similar manifestations were appearing in various areas of the Amaros dimension, above the citadel, over the northern skies, before the cages themselves. But it did not matter. She had already sent her commands within those same nanoseconds, to Axon, to the shrouded units, to every position her order held, utilize the prisoners. The chained and the collared and the caged were no longer captives now, they were leverage, placed exactly where they needed to be to control the flow of whatever battle would be commencing. Warden Ursa breathed out, and she looked ahead. The manifestation before her was one of his clones, she knew that much from the dead steed's memories, and his entire expression was unfathomably cold and rageful. Crimson gold eyes with singularities turning in their depths bore down on her with a weight that surprised her, his gaze moving once across the corpse of the steed, once across the hundreds of blades holding a millimeter from Skallagrim's skin, and back to her. And Ursa was unfazed even as her existence pulsed as she felt like she was being looked at by something ancient. Just who was this fucker to make her feel like this? She shook her head slowly, and when she spoke, her voice was as calm and plain as it had been all afternoon. What an arrogant and unique piece of work you are. She glanced at the wedged band on Skallagrim's throat. Healing the curse of steeds and cursed descendants? Sheesh. The dark trembled around his silence. I see you are angry. But it is nice to meet you. She tilted her head. From the memories of that sad steed that unfortunately died after the memory extraction. I see you have been busy since curing Vidramar and coming here. You even went as far as to cure a cursed descendant. To give something salvation when it was not your place to do so. Who knows what more you would have done if I had not come along? The manifestation's rage pressed against the crossing dark, and still he did not move. But seeing you pause and rage there, you seem to already grasp the situation at hand. Ursa raised one finger, and every blade in orbit brightened. Any move from you means this cursed descendant, well, not cursed anymore, it means that this descendant, and that dragon inside the dimension, and all the others that my people have shackled and bound and inhibited, will die. So I advise you not to make a move. The blades turned slowly at their millimeter, and Scalagrim's shroud flickered between them, and his crimson gold eyes burned at her back with something that had no words in any tongue. I will even go as far as to say I don't give a damn about this descendant. Or the steed inside. Or that ugly-looking thing with severed hands on its head. She said it all evenly, without a shred of heat. If you just bring your body here, I can swap their freedom for yours. After all, they are merely followers. You are the leader. Warden Ursa clasped her hands behind her back, and looked into the cold rage of the blood-crowned one, and finished plainly. It is always those who lead that need to be held accountable. And I want to hold you accountable, O Cure-giver. O blood-crowned one. Her pale eyes were very steady. I want to hold you accountable. HUUM. Chapter 56:14 Mistakes. Existential interlude. Mistakes. Nobody knows how long ago it was. The record itself does not claim a time. It only claims that it happened, in the age when those who remained still spoke often, and existence was still young enough to listen closely. One of those who remain had many descendants. His name is not written as the record calls him only the father, and it calls his youngest descendant Alvar, and it says that Alvar was born restless. One day, Alvar came before the father and said, "Father, I wish to prove myself to you. Give me a quest." The father considered him for a long time. Then he said, "Go out into existence, and bring me back a thing I do not have." Alvar bowed, and left that same instant. This was the first mistake, and it was the mistake of haste. Alvar crossed 100 dimensions before it occurred to him that he had never asked what the thing was. What did his father lack? What could a being lack, when existence agreed with almost every one of his words? He did not know. He had been so eager to begin that he had run past the beginning entirely, and now an age had been spent, and all of it was wandering. He returned to his father empty-handed and ashamed, and he waited to be punished, and he waited a long time as his father was entertaining himself with one of the first lifeforms at that time for a whole millennium. After waiting for his punishment in that millennium, the father did not punish him. "Why would I punish a teacher?" the father said. "Your mistake has just taught you what nothing else could have. You mistook motion for progress. All the living do this once. Most of them do it forever. Now you will not. Go again." The second mistake was the mistake of the mirror. Alvar went out and gathered treasure. He took the hearts of dead dimensions and the crowns of drowned kings, rivers of authority and seeds of unborn observable existences, everything that made his own chest burn with wanting, and he piled it before his father in a heap that bent the light. The father looked at the heap, and then at his son. "You have brought me everything you desire," he said. "You looked into existence and saw only your own face in it. This is the mistake of the mirror, and every living thing commits it, to give others what we ourselves want, and call it generosity. Do not be ashamed. Be corrected. To find what another lacks, you must first put down the mirror and listen. Go again." And so the descendant went on and committed another mistake. The third mistake was the mistake of pride. Alvar resolved to listen, and so he sought out the oldest and grandest beings in existence, primeval things, and sovereign things and provenance lifeforms, and he asked them what a being such as his father could lack. They gave him grand answers, and every answer was wrong. At the edge of a small observable existence, a farmer who was nothing at all offered him directions, and Alvar did not stop, because what could nothing at all know? He wandered another age. When he finally passed that way again, humbled and worn, he stopped at the same field, and the farmer gave him the same directions, and they were true ones. When he told his father, the father nodded slowly. Pride is the worst of the mistakes, he said, not because it is the largest, but because it is the jailer of all the others. Every mistake can be cured by asking. Pride is the mistake that forbids asking. A being who cannot ask can only repeat. Remember the farmer. Go again. And he went on. The fourth mistake was the mistake of the closed hand. Following the farmer's directions, Alvar came upon a wonder, a dying beast of the old dark, and cradled in its fading coils, a thing that existed nowhere else, offered freely to whoever would take it before the beast's last breath. And Alvar hesitated. Was it a trick? Was it worthy? Was he? He weighed, and he doubted, and he waited to be certain, and while he waited, the beast breathed its last, and the wonder went out with it, and no power in all existence could light it again. I made no move at all, he told his father, bitter. How can doing nothing be a mistake? Because hesitation is not the absence of a choice, the father said. It is a choice wearing the mask of caution. The closed hand believes it is keeping itself safe. It is only keeping itself empty. Some doors open once, my son. You will grieve this one for a long time, and the grieving is also the learning. Go again. And this fucker went on to commit yet another mistake. The fifth mistake was the mistake of the buried wound. For in his wanderings Alvar had erred against a companion, a small betrayal, committed in a weak hour, and rather than confess it, he had hidden it, and told himself it was too small to matter. But a hidden mistake is a planted one. It grew in the dark. The small betrayal became a distance, and the distance became a silence, and the silence became a parting, and by the time Alvar understood what he had buried, the companion was gone beyond finding, carrying a wound with no name on it. He confessed it to his father last of all, and his voice failed him twice in the telling. Now you know the accounting every liar learns too late, the father said. A mistake confessed is half repaired. A mistake hidden compounds. Shame promises to protect you from the cost of your errors, and instead it collects interest on them. Bury nothing, my son. The berry does not rot. It grows. Go again. Finally, lastly, he committed his last mistake. The sixth mistake was the mistake of the ended story. Alvar did not go again. He sat down at the rim of a dead dimension, and he counted his failures, one age of haste, one age of mirrors, pride, an empty hand, a buried wound in its silence, and he concluded that he was a being made of mistakes, and that a being made of mistakes could bring his father nothing, and that the quest was over because he was over. He sat there for a long time. Long enough that the dust of the dead dimension began to know him. And at last, because there was nothing else left to do, he stood up anyway, and walked home to say the failure aloud rather than let it also become a buried thing. He came before his father with his hands open and empty. I have failed the quest, Alvar said. I searched every reach of existence, and I found nothing you lack. I bring you nothing. Only my mistakes. There was a long silence. And then the father did something the record insists upon, though it strains believing. He leaned forward, and his ancient existence trembled, and he said, Say that last part again. I bring you only my mistakes. Then the quest is complete, the father said. You have brought me the one thing I do not have. Boom! Alvar stared at him, uncomprehending, and the father spoke on, and the record keeps his words whole. I am one of those who remain. When I speak, existence is supposed to agree. I have never reached for a thing and missed it. And so I have never once, in all the reaches of my existence, learned anything. A mistake is a teacher that existence sends for free, and no teacher has ever been permitted to reach me. And so it was, the record says, that every evening for an age, a being whom existence obeyed sat quietly in the dark and was taught by his own child, hungering after the one wealth he could never mint. The record ends with 3 sayings. To err is to be alive. Stones are flawless, and they are stones. A mistake is only a failure if it is the last one you consult. And the young make mistakes and become old. The old make mistakes and become wise. The wise make mistakes and become stories, and the stories go on airing in the mouths of everyone who retells them, and this too is how the living remain alive. But not all of those who remain listened the way this father listened. Some paint an entirely different picture that would make one question whether those who remain were so grand and wise. Because some believe those who remain are filled with faults, and no more grander than any other life form out there. That is another story. The true human emperor. It was human to make mistakes. Noah Osmont was human. So he made a mistake. It did not look grand when he made it. Mistakes rarely do. His mistake was only this: he pulled all 9 of his clones out of the Imnaros and into the Infiniverse, to stand among his people, to place 1800 beginnings into the right hands, to watch his daughter's face as she held 9 seeds of her own. A father's errand. A ruler's errand. A few hours of work inside his own home. And it did not seem like anything at all. Damodred was out there. Vitramar was out there, a queen who had broken her own chains. Anaximander was out there, and nothing in existence had ever managed to file him. Scalagrim stood guard at the very door with a steed at his side and all 20 of attributes in his frame. For of the mightiest beings Noah had ever gathered, watching a dimension at peace, and if anything happened, anything at all, he could be there in a short period of time. Or so he thought. It arrived in the span of a nanosecond. Noah was standing in the golden light of his mother's realm with tesseracts turning around him in their slow orbit, and between one beat of his heart and the next, the threads went dark. Vitramar's thread, the Blood Duke's bond of crimson gold running from his existence to hers, snuffed out between one instant and the next. Damodred's presence, wrapped in his authority, gone. The weavings he had seated across the key figures of an entire dimension, dozens of them, extinguished instantly in a single silent moment, and through the one thread that remained, through Scalagrim's sovereign bond, strained taut and screaming, sensations poured into him that made his blood turn cold and then ignite. Shackled. Inhibited. Imprisoned. His people. His guardians. Beings he had healed and freed and seated with his own hands, silenced across gigaparsecs in less time than a thought takes to finish, and something in him went very still and very quiet, and then everything in him that was not still and not quiet stood up at once. Fury rolled off his body as the golden fields bent flat around him. Sanguine light erupted around his body as from different direction, 9 crowns of blood tore themselves away, and his hands were already moving, and in the distance, along the cliff above the radiant river. Talia Vasiliou frowned. She was standing beside his mother with a fishing line still in her hand, and her head had turned upward, toward the skies of the Infiniverse, toward the outside, exactly toward the place where his threads had died, and her narrowed eyes seemed to reach through his home's endless blue to the wound beyond it. And her thought arrived in his mind, low and level and grim. This force? This early? His racing paused on those words. Those are particularly troublesome ones, and their backing is unfathomably deep. It would hurt me a great deal to give you any information about them. So you may have to put in a bit of work with these ones yourself. Try any way you can to obtain information about them, and... The pause stretched. I am sorry for any pain of your people they and you are about to have. She said such heavy words, and Noah did not answer her, because there was nothing to answer with, and because he was already gone. He set off. His clone came to a stop in the crossing dark outside the Imnaros, and stood opposite the leader of those who had attacked his dimension and his people. She stood with her back to a half-collared sovereign wrapped in hundreds of white blades. A plain woman in plain garments, dark hair bound back, pale eyes, no authority anywhere on her at all, and at her feet, chained and pinned and headless, lay the corpse of a small steed that had been free for less than a single day. And she looked into the cold rage of his manifestation without a flicker, and told him what she wanted. Him. His body, delivered to her hands, in exchange for every chained and caged and inhibited existence his mistake had left behind. It was human to make mistakes. Noah was human. And outside the Imnaros, in the crossing dark, the price of his was standing in front of him with pale, patient eyes, waiting to be paid. Chapter 56:15, The Golden Leash. The true human emperor. He looked at Ursa coldly, and his eyes flashed. The protagonist's omniscient regard swept across the leader of the incursion as it reached for her truths, and her details unfolded before him as the crossing dark itself seemed to lean in. Warden Ursa: Veritas, 23. Provenance, 0, Potentia, 25. Pondus, 28. A warden of? Her origin is? She has never once broken a rule she set for herself. Every attribute, apart from provenance, above 20. Every single one. Above the wall of 10 that had once capped his own sight, sitting in the range where Scalagrim's completed panel sat and climbing past it, all of it seated inside a being who radiated absolutely nothing at all. Her pondus alone stood at 28, a bearing grander than a blood sovereign's, wrapped in plain garments and a clerk's calm. Questions stacked themselves in his depths, and Noah set every one of them aside, because his rage had not moved an inch and neither had he. He was undaunted. He looked at the panel, and then at her, and when he spoke, his voice rolled out grand and cold across the crossing dark. You have made yourself my enemy just now. His crimson gold eyes held her pale ones. And because I am so fucking magnanimous, I give you this one chance to change course. In existence, when the many are dying and getting collapsed, they always wish they had done something different in the past. Some moment where the road forked, and they took the wrong side of it. He let the dark hold the words. That moment, for you, is this one. Change your course. Release my people, and you may yet have salvation in your future. Ursa listened to all of it without a flicker. And then she smiled, calmly. I do not fear death. She said it plainly. For my cause, I can gladly die. If what I am doing now becomes the reason I die in some future, I have no qualms about it at all. Her head tilted. But that is me. You, have these people I have chained? Her pale eyes did not leave his. So, to show you how serious I am. In the next nanosecond, I will start by breaking the bones of the steed you cured and took from the Krasser Null dimension. Or you can bring your main body here, alongside a certain remnant existential treasure, and make the exchange. I will even honor you properly. She waved her hand. HUUM. Light bloomed above her palm as a collar band manifested there, and it was not gray. It was golden. A dazzling band of deep gold, seamless and unmarked, turning slowly above her hand as off its surface rolled a silent air of suffocation that pressed against the crossing dark itself, a pressure that did not attack and did not threaten and simply sat there promising an ending to expression itself. A special inhibitor, Ursa said. Meant to stifle the terrifying descendants of those who remain. I have never yet had cause to use one. For you, I will. Noah looked at this lifeform coldly as, at the sides of his head, his own voice began to speak. We need to collapse every fucking shred of existence that she and her forces have. The provenance of the closed crown spoke low and flat from his left, arms folded, eyes shut. Just go utterly apeshit, and figure everything else out later. That is feasible, the provenance of the open hand answered calmly from his right. And Vitramar and the others may die in the doing of it. For what? A momentary release of anger? The cross-legged figure's light held even and warm. Talia said we need to obtain information about these ones. Brute force is not ideal here, and it is not even efficient. But we have other means. Consider what she is actually asking. She wants to chain us, and we cannot be chained. She does not know we cannot be chained. So we play along. We let her close her collar, and she will take us to wherever this force of hers belongs, into the heart of everything she serves, and we can obtain information in abundance while every one of them believes they are guarding a prisoner. We would gain more there than we could ever gain by overcoming her here. And overcoming her here guarantees casualties. At what cost? The Crown said coldly. Think of what we are. Think of the stature of what we have built and become. How could someone of our standing be willingly imprisoned? Leashed? Paraded into their cages by our own consent? Are we truly so prideful? The hand asked. So overly arrogant that we cannot play a part? A prisoner's part, worn for a while, in exchange for the best results our people can be given? Noah listened to all the parts of himself, coldly, completely. And before a nanosecond had passed. Beside the clone that had first appeared in the crossing dark, his main body arrived. Crimson gold and stellar blue, the color of first purity at his chest as 11 singularities turned in his depths, the true human emperor himself stepped out of nothing at all, and he looked at Warden Ursa as he spoke with total calm. My freedom, for my people. It was something surreal. Even Ursa seemed surprised. Her pale eyes moved over him up and down, and then she nodded once and came over unhurried as the golden collar in her grasp opened itself and floated across the dark toward his throat, a leash of dazzling gold hanging still in the silence between them. Put it on. Noah gazed at the thing hanging before him, and prompts unfolded across his sight. You are observing a lineage inhibitor, the Gilded Claws. The highest grade of existential inhibitor in its order's records. Where common inhibitors subtract granted authority, the Gilded Claws suppresses the genetic and existential expression of any and all authority at its root, granted, devoured, inherited, or written. Intense, sources, infinities, pantheons, and frameworks are stifled at the level of expression itself. Even the sentence lineage of a descendant of those who remain, the unbroken written line running back to the speaking hand, is silenced clause by clause while the band remains closed. It adapts. Expressions that attempt to rise are read, and counterwritten, faster than they form. Its make is? Its count in existence is? Noah read every line of it coldly. And he knew, with plain certainty, that it would do nothing to him. It was a masterwork raised against every power existence had ever handed anyone, and nothing he carried had been handed to him. Nothing granted. Nothing borrowed. Nothing owed. So, calmly and efficiently, Noah put the leash on his own neck. Click. And in the same instant, he made the oppression around himself disappear. His pressure folded inward and vanished as his presence dimmed, the weight that bent grass and caved stone withdrawing entirely, until the true human emperor stood in the crossing dark, collared in gold, and gave off the air of nothing. Nothing at all. A man in a band, powerless to every sense that would ever check. I detest this, the closed crown said flatly at his ear. Going through things one does not like, the open hand replied, serene, is part of being human. We do it constantly. We wait, we swallow, we wear what the hour demands, and we do it because the results on the far side may be something unfathomably grand. Its closed eyes did not open, and its voice settled soft over the golden collar. To be human is to do a lot of things one does not like. Chapter 56:16, Promises. The golden leash sat closed around the neck of the true human emperor. And beside him, his clone trembled. The crown manifestation of blood shuddered once in the crossing dark as its crimson gold light guttered and dimmed, and then it came apart, seemingly starved of everything that had sustained it, scattering into fading motes that dimmed and went out between one breath and the next. Gone. As though the band at his throat had reached through him and unmade even the works of his blood. Ursa watched the motes fade. Then she floated over to him, unhurried, and took his hand in hers, and with the casual efficiency of a clerk testing a seal, she broke his finger. Crack! The bone snapped sideways under her grip, and blood welled dark at the joint, and the finger stayed broken. No stellar light rushed to it. No mending crawled beneath the skin. Nothing in him rose to answer the injury at all, and Noah allowed every bit of it to happen as he gazed at her coldly, his expression unmoving over a seemingly leashed and powerless body. Ursa looked at the broken finger for a moment longer. Then she released his hand, and nodded slowly. I am entirely surprised. She drifted back half a step as her pale eyes stayed on his face. Do you know how many times I have stood before a leader and offered this exact exchange? Their freedom for their peoples. I have offered it to sovereigns of clusters of observable existences. To primeval things with congregations beyond count. To kings whose subjects sang their names in numbers that bent the air. She shook her head once. Leaders rarely put themselves on the line for their people. Almost never. They would rather their people die, every last one of them, than give up their rulership. They tell themselves they will avenge the dead after, as if vengeance were a kind of protection they could pay in arrears. I have heard that reasoning so many times I could recite it in my sleep. Her gaze moved over the golden band at his throat. You actively stood for your people. For that, I will stick to my word, and release your people. She raised her fingers and gestured once. The shrouded beings appeared around them in silence, white-wrapped figures with loon rivers turning in orbit, circling Noah in a loose ring with their presence registering nowhere, and one of them drifted forward bearing a set of golden chains that uncoiled in the dark and wound themselves around Noah's hands, coiling wrist to wrist in dazzling links that clicked softly as they settled. And Noah did not watch the chains. He gazed past them, at Skallagrim. The blood sovereign still stood half-bound where she had left him, the wedged band at his throat, and the eyes of this descendant were raging. Crimson gold seas churned in them with a violence that had no outlet, fixed on the leashed figure of the man who had rewritten his lineage, and his shroud of unpaid deaths strained against the band in useless ragged pulses. Ursa waved her hand. The hundreds of argent loon swords orbiting him dissolved, blades unraveling back into loonlight and draining away into the dark, and in the next instant she waved her hand again, and the half-closed inhibitor around Skallagrim's neck opened instantly, releasing its grip claws by claws as it floated back across the crossing dark toward her waiting palm. HUUM. Skallagrim erupted. Power detonated out of the descendant as his crimson gold seas came roaring back to full flood, all 20 of attributes in his frame igniting at once, and the surrounding existence melted, the crossing dark itself running and warping around his fury for light years as his fissures blazed and his shroud whipped wide. And Ursa smiled at it. I could have unshackled you after we left, she said, mild and even inside the melting dark. But I did this here, in front of him, to show your master that I keep my promises. Her head tilted slightly. Be a good boy. I am still stronger than you, even while you are not inhibited. Your master will be gone, and you should take care of his dimension and his people. They will need it. Her pale eyes did not so much as narrow against the heat of him. And if we notice anything here that draws our attention again, I cannot promise we will not be back, to put this whole dimension through processing under full inhibition. So, a small nod, the nod of a keeper closing up for the day. Do not let your master's actions be in vain. Okay? With such words, Warden Ursa drifted back to float beside Noah. And around them, the rest of her order arrived. Axon descended with his halos turning shoulder to heel, and Omran's vast clay-skinned bulk settled into the dark, and the many shrouded lifeforms they had come with gathered in from every direction, dozens of white-wrapped figures with rivers of the loom in orbit, all of them closing into formation around a single leashed and chained human emperor. Noah stood at the center of all of it, golden at the throat and golden at the wrists, and his cold gaze swept across Skallagrim one last time. And in the next instant, all of them disappeared. The crossing dark emptied. The white rivers closed. And left behind in all that silence stood Jarl Skallagrim, wreathed in his own useless erupting power, and the chained, headless corpse of a small steed that had been free for less than a single day. Moments later, existence split. Anaximander appeared in the region with his robes still and his eyes cold, and the anger on the scholar's face was a thing that had never once been seen there in all his wandering, and he looked around the empty crossing dark, at the melted scars of Skallagrim's eruption, at the corpse, at the nothing where an entire incursion force had stood. Where did they go? His voice came out low, and then it cracked upward. Where? He asked as, even he could not sense it. Skallagrim did not answer. The Blood Sovereign stood with his fists shaking at his sides, filled with a boundless fury that had nowhere at all to go, and he could not even bring himself to speak. And in the Amnaros dimension, the promises were being kept. On the northern shelf, high in its stacked cage, a shackle came loose from Vidramar. The grey band at her throat released, and the chains unwound from her legs and wings and jaws, and her 9 transforming organs came roaring back awake inside her as her power flooded home, and the Blood Duke rose inside the metal box and broke it, tearing the cage apart from within as dull grey plates rained down the sky, and she burst out into the open air with her red gold wings flung wide and roared. Huum. The roar rolled across gigaparsecs. It shook the shelf and the fields and the far terraces, a sound of rage and grief and 3,000 years of chains pressed into a single note, and it did not sound anything at all in it of freedom. And above the citadel, Damodred appeared. The last Lestrygonian stood unshackled in the air over the streets where they had taken him, his blindfold of crimson gold hands alive once more and open wide around the single great eye beneath. Below him lay what the taking had cost. The casualties were still there. Hundreds of humans lay broken across the stone in blood and death, the trampled and the crushed, small figures being lifted and wept over and carried, a street that had been a market this morning, and the survivors moved through it slowly under the floating cage's empty shadows. Damodred looked down at all of it. And his single eye pulsed with a terrifying rage. Chapter 56:17, The Eternal Pax. Purple gold strings surrounded everything. Noah stood leashed and chained in an area walled by them on every side, countless strings pulsing and thrumming as they moved at tremendous speeds through the dark, each one racing along its own path as though it had a set destination it had crossed 1 billion times before, and his senses read them quietly from behind an expression of nothing at all. The Argent Loom. Expressed differently here, dyed purple gold and woven into roads. Around him, the incursion force stood in loose formation as Warden Ursa gave her orders, clipped and efficient, and group after group of shrouded ones bowed and stepped onto the racing strings and vanished along them, dozens of departures in moments, until the transit dark held only 4 figures, Noah, Ursa, the vast clay-skinned primeval with a pale band at its own throat, and the being wrapped in turning halos. And at this time, prompts rose before Noah's eyes alone. You have remained quintessentially true to your provenance. You were threatened, and you did not bend. You were collared, and you were not contained. You walked into the hands of your enemies as an act of your own design, wearing their chains as instruments of your own aim, and at no point did your existence argue with itself. To be true under freedom is common. To be true under a leash is generation. Your attributes have increased. Veritas, 15. Provenance, 11. Potentia, infinite. Pondus, 17. Growth. Here, of all places. Chained at the wrists and collared in gold at the center of an enemy formation, and his existence had weighed all of it and called it truth, and grown. As he read the panel, Ursa moved. Her legs swiped at his feet without warning, and Noah played along perfectly, his stance breaking as he fell back and sat down hard against the dark, chains rattling, and Ursa lowered herself to sit beside him, entirely at ease, and when he looked at her, her pale eyes were shining with open interest and wonder. "What an interesting thing you are." She studied his face. Capable of curing the cursed steeds and the cursed descendants made so by the sleepless fiend himself. And you ran circles around the sealed one to obtain the remnant existential treasure he wanted so badly. Her gaze dropped to his chest. "Is that it, by the way?" She reached out to the orate collar. And the moment her finger touched the ancient bone. SSSS. Her fingers singed. It was a reaction of touching the sun itself. Pale skin scorched black at the tip in an instant as a thread of smoke curled up between them, and Ursa pulled her hand back with genuine surprise, crossing her face for the first time since the crossing dark, shaking her finger once as the burn slowly closed. Noah looked at her coldly. "A treasure such as this is bound to me by my blood." His voice stayed level. "As long as I live, even grasping it will be an issue for you." Ursa smiled at that. "Is that right?" She flexed her singed finger, unbothered, almost pleased. "You are definitely interesting. Your power may even be close to Axon, or even me, if that descendant was made what he is under you." Her smile cooled a fraction. "But all that power means nothing if it is inhibited now, Noah felt the golden leash sit against his neck, and he kept his voice calm. "I saw the prisons and the leashes you almost brought out for the Imnaros dimension." His cold eyes held hers. "Are you doing this to others too? What exactly do you want?" Ursa smiled coldly, and then she sighed, and for the first time, she truly began to talk. "Authority." She said the word with an old, cold weight. "In the hands of the unworthy, existence suffers. It has always suffered. It suffers right now, in 100,000 places at once, because some random thing climbed a random ladder and was handed a hammer at the top of it, and existence never once checked what would be built." Her pale eyes did not blink. "I am an enforcer. One among many. Our task is stability, and our method is subtraction. We take away the capability to utilize authority from the many who should never have held it. Existence's randomness hands authority to too many, too easily, with no test and no ledger." She turned her head to him. "We are the answer to that randomness." Noah listened to all of it, and then he spoke, grand and quiet. "And who are you to pick and choose who is unworthy of authority?" His chained hands rested still in his lap. "Line up every being you have ever collared, and every judgment you made over them. Who weighed you? What gives you the right? Why?" Ursa's answer came without a heartbeat of delay, serene and total. "Existence gave us the right, of course. We would not have the right otherwise." Noah gazed coldly at her. "Then I can assume one of those who remain paved the way for all this. Or several of them." He let it land. "You should be just the hounds of someone with a true vision." Ursa laughed at that, one short breath of it, and she waved her hand as she pointed lazily across the transit dark, at the haloed being, at the collared primeval. "Others may be hounds." Her smile spread. "But some of us have that glorious vision ourselves. Ha ha. And you will see a glimpse of it, as we are here. HUUM. The purple gold strings around them pulsed once, brilliantly, and faded. "You have crossed an unfathomable distance. You have arrived in an unknown dimension." And existence opened up around Noah. He stood upon a purple gold floating mountain. Its slopes fell away beneath him in terraces of radiant stone, and it was one among many, dozens of serene floating mountains drifting upon endless seas of white clouds, each one glowing softly in gold and violet, arranged in a vast outer ring around deeper reaches where more mountains rose, grander and brighter, ascending toward some far center that burned too radiant to look at directly. It was beautiful. It was serene past anything an incursion force had any right to come home to. And then Noah looked outward, past the ring, at what surrounded the mountains. Cages. Countless stacked cages extending for light years. They filled the skies beyond the outer ring in every direction, gray cubical prisons of that same seamless metal stacked upon each other in columns and walls and gigaparsec reaches, tier upon tier upon tier, an architecture of captivity vast enough that his eyes could follow a single column of cages upward until it thinned into the distance and never find its end. And they were full. Some cages held clusters, dozens of source lifeforms crowded together in one box, their dense patient light guttered to almost nothing, or huddles of infinite lifeforms whose silver seas lay still, or crowds of gilded ones whose brilliance had gone out entirely, dim golden figures sitting shoulder to shoulder in the dark of their boxes. Other cages held lone figures, single true lifeforms in single boxes, beings who had crossed the threshold of trueness itself sitting alone with their heads down. And other cages, set apart and wound with extra bands of moonlight, held lone primeval lifeforms, ancient things older than frameworks, lying motionless along the floors of metal boxes. And as Noah gazed across them, what struck him hardest was not the count. It was the stillness. So many of the jailed looked despondent past all reaching, without any will left to live at all. Beings sat unmoving with their eyes open and empty. A source lifeform leaned against its bars with one hand stretched out through them, reaching toward a cage across the golden road where smaller lights huddled, and the hand simply hung there, unmoving. It had been reaching for a long, long time. His eyes flashed, and panels unfolded across the nearest of them. A true gilded lifeform, Veritas, 0.80, inhibited. Provenance, 0, Potentia, 0.60, inhibited. Pondus, 0.70, inhibited. She has stopped counting the days. A true infinite lifeform, Veritas, 0.40, inhibited. Provenance, 0, Potentia, 1.90, inhibited. Pondus, 1.10, inhibited. He no longer remembers the sound of his own pantheon. A primeval lifeform, Veritas, 11.60, inhibited. Provenance, 0, Potentia, 5.80, inhibited. Pondus, 8.20, inhibited. It has been lying in the same position for decimals. His sight resolved them now, fine measures it had never needed before, and the numbers rearranged many things about the mighty of existence. Beside every true value, in the parenthesis, flat and total, 0, inhibited. What they were, and what they were now permitted to express. And then he saw the roads. Down the wide golden roads that ran between the cage walls, shrouded beings were leading rows of inhibited lifeforms. Lines of them, hundreds long, collared and chained wrist to wrist, shuffling between the stacked prisons toward open cages waiting with their doors ground wide, and the lines moved in silence, and the silence was the silence of beings who had already learned. Because as Noah watched, one did not move in silence. A gilded lifeform midway down a row stopped walking. It turned at an open cage door and refused, planting itself, shaking its dimmed head, and its mouth opened. I am Superbius. Do you understand this? My pride burns even now. Two shrouded ones descended on it instantly, and they beat it. They beat it down onto the golden road with blows that cracked across the distance, methodical and unhurried, and the row around it stood still and stared at their own feet, and when the gilded lifeform still dragged itself up one more time and reached for the shroud of the nearest one, it was killed. One blow, dispensed with the same clerical efficiency as all the rest, and a being that had once been brilliance itself splattered across the golden road, its dimmed light bursting apart and raining down over the stone and over the feet of its own row, and the shrouded one stepped over what remained and gestured the line forward, and the line moved. The golden road drank the light, and did not change color. Noah looked at all of it. The mountains. The cages. The reaching hand. The road. And he turned to Ursa, and his voice came out heavy. Is this your vision? His chained hands did not move. Life forms in cages? This brutality, occurring all around? Ursa harumphed. She looked around at the whole of it, the columns and the roads and the stillness. I do not like this any more than you. She said it plainly. But things must be done for prosperity. All are chained for now, because we are in the process of collecting. Do you understand? This is the middle of the work, not the end of it. Domains and observable existences are being prepared and cleared out at this very moment, and we have already begun transporting the collected to them, where, with no authority at all, they will learn to build their own civilizations again. As normal life forms. Her voice steadied into the cadence of a thing recited and believed. Farmers. Workers. Soldiers. Protectors. All of it without a shred of authority anywhere among them, and no hammer for existence to hand to anyone ever again. We usher in an era of peace. Her pale eyes moved to the stain on the golden road below. Those who rebel against this vision, even after they are told not to be unruly, those are the only ones that can make things here seem brutal. But we. She looked back at him. We are good. We are good. H-U-U-M. She rose, and moved behind Noah, and kicked him forward. He stumbled ahead as a white cloud of argent loom formed beneath their feet, catching them both, and it began to float across the mountain's radiant terraces as the wind of the heights moved over them, and Noah focused his senses outward as they flew. And he felt them. Terrifying auras, many of them, seated across the deeper mountains. A presense of weight after weight that he had rarely felt anywhere in existence, each one settled on its own peak within the inner rings, patient and immense. Now that you are chained, Ursa said behind him, conversational, you will be brought before an enforcer a level above me. It is for one of them to decide what is to be done with someone who can go against the words of one of those who remain. Enforcer Mahishasura. Or really? Descendant Mahishasura. He would love to understand someone like you. A descendant. An enforcer above her, and it was a descendant, inside the same order that collared primevals and preached against every hammer existence had ever handed out. Noah set the contradiction atop the growing pile of them, and gazed around at the mountains as the cloud carried them higher. You could at least tell me where we are, he said, and what you belong to. Ursa smiled. And she rose to her full height upon the flying cloud as she raised her hands wide to the mountains and the clouds and the countless cages stacked against the sky, and her plain voice rang out across the radiant heights with the pride of a believer come home. Welcome to the serene Eros. Her arms spread wider. One of the seats of stability across existence. The answer to every unworthy hand. Welcome, O blood-crowned one. Her pale eyes shone down at him. To the eternal Pax. The Pax provides, the Pax protects, the Pax subtracts. The Pax is here for the glory and stability of existence. Chapter 56:18, The Eternal Pax. 2. The Eternal Pax. Of course, a name told you what a thing wished to be, not what it was. Noah turned the ridiculous title over as the cloud carried them on, and behind him Ursa yawned and stretched, in the manner of a woman who felt she had done quite enough for one cycle. The distant figures she had been commanding fell away behind them, and then it was only the two of them, crossing the vibrant mountains alone. Since the crossing was long, Noah was able to see many things. The first was the strangeness of the shrouded figures. In the areas they passed, many of them moved about continuously, leading rows and hauling chains along the golden roads, and that much was ordinary enough. But others were not moving at all. They stood straight and stationary in ordered clusters across the terraces, dozens together, unbreathing and unswaying, and the longer he looked at them, the more a question settled in him. Were these truly life forms at all? Or was he looking at an army of things that only wore the shape of one? His eyes flashed quietly, and details bloomed. You are observing the LOMWROUGHTSHROUDS. Artificial life forms of the eternal Pax, born from woven authority and unknown technology. Each is grown around a core of refined argent loom and wrapped in a body manufactured to a single exacting standard. They do not eat, do not rest, do not age, and do not question any orders. They activate upon assignment and stand down upon completion. A Loomrot Shroud, Veritas, 11. Provenance, 0, Potentia, 11. Pondus, 11. It has never asked a question. He swept his gaze across the stationary clusters, panel after panel unfolding, and every one of them read exactly the same. 11, 11, 11, across every attribute, on every figure, without a single decimal of deviation. Compared to the wild variants he had seen in the caged, where a primeval measured differently in every limb of its panel, this uniformity said something all its own. A grown thing varied. A made thing matched. And someone, somewhere, had made a very great number of soldiers who each carried the weight of a weak primeval life form. How many of them existed? How long had they been standing? Ahead of him, Ursa laughed. Why look around so much? She did not even turn. It is not like anything you see here will help you. Once jailed, there is not really any going back. Many powerful beings realized this in time. You are in it for the long haul, as your fate will be decided soon enough. Noah said nothing to that, and continued observing coldly. After all, she believed the leash at his neck was working. At the sides of his head, his own voices spoke instead. We could begin by nuking this entire place, the closed crown said. The mountains, the roads, the towers. Make sure nothing here leaves alive, and let existence sort out what it lost. Destruction can come in time, the open hand answered. Right now, we understand. We already paid the price of being chained, and the price is spent. So we collect as much as possible against it. In truth, there was a great deal to collect. He saw processing terraces cut into the mountainsides, where inhibited lifeforms stood sorted into queues by their varieties, source with source and gilded with gilded, each line advancing towards seated figures in layered robes. Every collar was touched in turn, and floating ledgers of purple gold script recorded each one's information into some greater count. Farther out, cage caravans slid along the string roads between mountains, boxes in trains 1,000 long, bound for reaches he could not see the end of. In the middle distance, silent crews of shrouds were hollowing out an entire mountain, carving its radiant stone into tier upon tier of empty archive. Compared to what he had first assumed, an incursion force with a fortress behind it, this was something else entirely. This was a complex organization. Ultimately, they came to one of the larger mountains, and Ursa guided the cloud down toward a single purple tower on its upper slopes. The tower was tall, windowless, and smooth, and they passed through its gates on foot, his chains ringing softly in the quiet. The halls inside were filled with loomrot shrouds. They lined the corridors in stationary rows, filling alcoves and junctions, and some of them had clearly stood in their places for centuries. Not one turned its head as a leashed emperor walked past. At a wide junction, another figure came out of a side hall. An enforcer, judging by the layered robes and the purple gold sash, broad and scarred, with a ledger of light folded under one arm. He stopped when he caught sight of them, and looked Noah up and down with open appraisal. Warden Ursa. A nod. I heard you bagged a unique one? Mind your own business, Enforcer Halvard, said Warden Ursa, and kept walking. The enforcer laughed once behind them before his expression became cold as he moved on. Noah noted the exchange without comment. The corridor ended at massive purple gold doors, and they ground open before Ursa's raised hand. What lay past them was, of all things, a mess. The great hall beyond was cluttered from wall to wall. Loomrot shrouds filled it, though not in ordered ranks. Some stood active, drifting between tables on silent errands, while others slumped against the walls and across benches as if they simply were not operational, white-wrapped bodies folded over in the manner of set-down tools. Hundreds of collars and leashes lay strewn about in heaps and coils, gray bands and golden bands, whole and half-made and taken apart, spread across tables and hanging from racks and pooling on the floor between instruments Noah had no names for. Ursa entered with shining eyes, looking straight ahead, and Noah understood why quickly enough. At the center of the clutter sat an area where even he was forced to focus, because a boundless immensity rested there without bothering to announce itself. A figure stood at a long table with his back to them. He was tall and lean. Pale gold hair fell straight and unbound down his back, and every thread on him was royal, a long coat of deep black, high-collared, worked with fine gold embroidery down its seams, over a white shirt whose laced collar rose elegant at his throat, a dark half-cloak hanging from one shoulder. Upon his brow, half-veiled by the pale hair, sat a small mark of pure obsidian. Amid all the mess of his own making, he alone was immaculate. This was Descendant Mahishasura. Chapter 56:19, The Eternal Pax. 3. And at this moment, curiously enough, he was tweaking with an open loom-wrought shroud. The artificial life-form lay spread on his table with its white wrappings parted and its inner weavings exposed, threads of refined loom glowing softly around a dim core, and his long fingers worked inside it with total delicacy. When Ursa and Noah arrived, he set his instruments down, turned around, and wiped his hands on a cloth. Then he looked at Noah with shining eyes. Noah looked back, and his own eyes flashed. Descendant Mahishasura, Veritas? Provenance? Potentia? Pondus? A descendant of? His purpose here is? Rows of veiled unknowns, where nearly every other being had opened to him. Apart from the name, and the fact of what he was, very little was visible at all. Compared even to Ursa, whose panel had at least given him her numbers, this being was a closed book with a title on its spine. His existence began to silently work to unmask more details of this being, as just because they were question marks now did not mean they would be question marks in a few minutes as his foundations and appendages went to work. A life form that cured one of my cursed brethren. The voice came out soft, each word set down with care. You have outdone yourself, to bring such a creature to my door, Ursa. The amber gold eyes did not leave Noah. In the weavings of the descendants, a little rumor had risen, here and there. Something unique occurring among our brethren on the far side of existence. I confess I dismissed it as the weavings of our people embellish themselves, as they do. A faint smile arose. I never expected to have the one responsible standing in my workshop. He looked Noah up and down slowly, and Ursa nodded. I wanted affirmation on what to do with him, since he is so unique. He was even involved with the sealed one. There are multiple unique threads of existence around him, and I. As she spoke, she smacked Noah forward a step. Descendant Mahishasura frowned. None of that. The soft voice went stern, and the sternness filled the cluttered hall. Treat him with a level of respect, my dear Ursa. The admonishment visibly surprised her. Warden Ursa, who had broken a finger and burst a steed's skull with the same expression, blinked once, nodded, and stepped back. Noah looked at her coldly from behind his chains, and in his mind, nothing about her standing had improved. Her death had been decided long ago. The only open question was the order of it. He turned the same cold gaze on the descendant, tyranny sitting open in his crimson gold eyes, and when this fucker saw that gaze, he actually smiled, and walked closer through his own clutter. I know. He spread his elegant hands. It looks like we are the bad guys here, putting lifeforms in cages. I see how all of this looks. Truly, I do. He stopped a few paces away, entirely at ease before a leashed emperor. But nothing good comes easy. Many kings only ever achieved peace by killing millions first. You yourself, across your own life, have likely killed a great many to arrive at your peace, before we interrupted it. Yes? He did not wait for an answer. We are only containing lifeforms, at present. We had the option of genocide on the table, and we looked at it, and we said no. We are better than all the others. Let us simply collect them all. He turned, pacing slowly along his tables, one hand trailing across a heap of half-made collars. 2 ages ago, there was a primeval one that grazed the borderlands of the infinite Carcosa. Old past records, and patient past measure. Every third of an age, it would drink a dimension. Every civilization inside, every observable existence, every small bright thing that had spent years becoming itself, swallowed in an afternoon, because a being with an appetite past all measure and the accountability of nothing happened to be hungry. He glanced back at Noah. It sits in a cage now, 4 columns east of this mountain. It has drunk nothing for a long while. Run the count yourself, cure giver. How many countless decillions are alive at this moment, in dimensions that still exist, because one appetite was subtracted? Weigh every despondent face you saw on the way here against that number, and tell me honestly which way the scale falls. Noah said nothing, and the descendants seemed to enjoy the nothing, and continued. Or take a fresher example. The sealed one. The amber eyes glinted. We know him well. We hold multiple of his vessels in inhibition at this very moment. Bodies he spent ages hollowing and seeding across existence, each one a plot with a pulse, each one meant to burn something down on a schedule only he can read. Every vessel we chained is a dimension that does not burn. A court that is not hollowed. A war that never finds its excuse. He has noticed the silences, I am sure, and it unsettles him, and I consider that unsettlement a public service. A soft laugh echoed, and then the warmth deepened. The mighty of existence produce catastrophe the way harvests produce grain. Reliably. Seasonally. At scale. And existence has never once had a structure whose task it was to stop them. Not the scales, which only rank them. Not the frameworks, which only feed them. Us. We are the first accountable thing existence has ever built, and our early reports from the resettlement observable existences say the first generations born there, with no authority anywhere among them, are the most peaceful populations in any record we hold. He set a golden band down on the table. Cages are ugly. I know. But they are the ugliness of a hospital, not the ugliness of a slaughterhouse, and everyone in existence has been living in the slaughterhouse so long they have forgotten there was ever another building. Mahishasura came to a stop before him again, and folded his hands behind his back, and his composed face held something genuinely curious. Well, that is one thing. The other is how to put you to use. A slight pause. You see, I keep watch over some cursed descendants here. Brethren who earned the ire of those who remain, and well, became cursed for it. I have made promises to each of them, and now the being who can keep those promises has walked leashed into my workshop. The soft voice did not change at all as he said it. Each of them will have their chance with you. And if you play ball, if you play along, even your freedom is not out of the question. The amber gold eyes shone. I am not trying to be some ridiculously evil guy here. I am very reasonable. Existence is give and take, and you currently find yourself in a predicament, and depending on how much you give. A slight, elegant bow of his head. There may be a lot to take, cure giver. Chapter 5620, A Dance Beneath Budding Skies. Inside the Infiniverse, a body of Noah floated quietly beneath the endless blue, looking up at the skies with a heavy gaze. Of course, the heaviness had little to do with anything above him. It had to do with what was unfolding countless gigaparsecs away, before a main body that the members of the Eternal Pax believed to be leashed, chained, and safely inhibited. An organization with grand workings and origins. The Eternal Pax. As he turned the name over yet again, a figure came over the grass toward him. One moment the stellar fields held only wind, and the next she was beside him, red hair loose over the white and blue of her robe, composed and unhurried, carrying her immensity so lightly that the grass barely bent beneath her feet. Since her wounds had closed, something in her bearing had settled as well, and what remained was simply grace with patience wrapped around it. "For you to have your cute serious face on," she said, "you must have made a lot of progress in obtaining information." Noah gave a light nod. The Eternal Pax. He watched the skies as he said it. So in addition to the threat of the Sealed One, there is also an organization intent on enslaving all those who utilize authority, wherever they deem the holder unworthy of it. And both sides are likely backed by those who remain. He glanced at her. I have only now come across a single descendant of those who remain belonging to the Eternal Pax. But can I assume there are many, many descendants making up that organization? He looked at the exquisite lifeform before him and waited. After all, she could not tell him too many things explicitly, since every revelation about what was to come cost her a piece of what she was. But he had learned the shape of their arrangement by now. He reasoned aloud, and came to his own conclusions, and she could simply do something small. Talia nodded lightly, with a smile. And Noah thought about it for a moment. Existence was vast and full of terrors, and enemies and adversity were not at all scarce. If anything, the count of them only grew the higher he climbed. So the path forward was not complicated, however long it was. He needed to continue becoming unfathomably powerful at an increasingly faster pace. He needed to keep forcing the very weight of all existence onto his quarks, filling them with his provenance and his teloi, becoming a grander version of himself particle by particle, all while continuing to spread his rulership across everything his hands could reach. That was the most straightforward way of raising his attributes and his provenance alike. And when he held enough power, everything else would fall into place. It always had. As he was thinking about all of this, Talia had come around in front of him. Her hand was outstretched, palm up, as if she was asking him for something. Behind her, on the distant cliff above the radiant river, his mother sat with Seo Yun, and neither of them was watching the water. They were watching the skies. Because above all of them, something utterly exceptional was occurring. Focus on the present, Talia said softly. Focus on the now. Look up to the skies. HUUM. The skies of the Infiniverse were blooming. Dozens of observable existences were being born above them. Wherever his people unfurled the Genesis Tesseracts under his guidance, blue-white geometry unfolded and opened, and out of each unfolding a newborn vastness bloomed into being, foundations declaring themselves, 9 prime causes seeding true around the honesty of each founder. One moment a stretch of sky held only endless blue, and the next it held a young existence turning its first light, radiant and enormous and new. And after every passing second, another one bloomed. Another, and another, births stacking upon births until the heavens of his home were a garden coming up all at once, hundreds of beginnings unfurling in silence above a farmland, a river, and a fishing cliff. Compared to any wonder Noah had witnessed across his climb, and he had witnessed many, this was the one that made his eyes shine brightest. Yes. Even for him, this was surreal. He had stemmed from a single observable existence. Even further down, he had stemmed from a single, tiny world. One world of green and blue among an uncountable many. And now the seeds of observable existences were things he conjured and handed to his people, hundreds at a time. For a human, he had truly come far. Regardless of what is happening around you, Talia said, her hands still open between them, you need to be the only one who decides how your emotions are flowing. Whether to be happy, or angry, or calm, or just neutral. Not your enemies. Not your circumstances. Not an organization that believes it holds your leash, and not a future that frightened even me. We can fail. Even I failed after coming back here and seeing you again. But her voice stayed level and warm underneath. A man controls his emotions. My man controls his emotions. My provenance controls his emotions. The faintest curve touched her lips. So, to anchor you down. Do not leave me hanging too much, and take my hand. Dance with me, while above you, something as grand as observable existences constantly budding sits in the sky because of your hands. Dance? At such a time? Noah looked at this utterly graceful and exquisite lifeform, her open palm, her patient eyes, the whole composed immensity of her waiting on his answer. And perhaps that was precisely her point. If a man could dance at such a time, then no time would ever own him. He took her hands. Dumb. 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 Existence itself began to play a symphony. The sound rose out of the surroundings with no source at all, a symphony, a melody, deep notes rolling through the grass and the river and the light, and Talia led him into it. She drew his hands into place and brought her body close to his, close enough that he could feel her vibrant breath filled with immensity against him, and her feet began to move across the stellar grass, unhurried and certain, and his moved with hers. They danced. Below skies budding with observable existences, two figures turned slowly through the stellar grass, red hair and crimson gold, while above them beginnings bloomed by the hundreds, and on a distant cliff a mother watched her son dance with a woman from a drowning future, and said nothing at all, and smiled. And all the while, Noah's body continued the art. The infinite provenance baryogenesis did not pause for the music. In truth, it settled deeper into him because of it. The weight of existence came down as it always came, the primordial source and infinity and the argent loom and time and everything imperceivable, and he ushered it seamlessly through the anatomy of his 11 singularities and onto a single quark, and then the next, bearing and seating and stabilizing in rhythm now, the whole crushing procession moving through his frame without a single thread of pressure escaping outward. The grass beneath their turning feet did not bend. The river did not tremble. A mountain of everything was landing on him, particle by particle, and from the outside there was only a man dancing. Was it her doing? Partly, perhaps. With a provenance lifeform in his arms, he could feel that her movements were doing something, some quality in the way she turned him and steadied him that his senses could not fully name, and she offered no explanation of it, and he did not ask for one yet. But between her reminder on emotions, and the art running seamless through him, his inner peace, and the power of the infiniverse rising by the second as hundreds of newborn existences fed her vastness, something within Noah began to gather. The music played. The skies bloomed. Her hand rested in his. And Noah's eyes changed. The crimson gold of them drained away, and the singularity pupils faded, and what remained was blue. Endless blue, with no pupils at all, deep and grand and ancient and early all at once, the eyes of something that had been present before frameworks learned their names. He danced on without missing a step, and within him, everything accelerated. The baryogenesis surged. Where the weight had moved quark to quark in steady rhythm, it now moved 3 times faster, 4 times faster, the bearing and the seating and the stabilizing flowing together into a single continuous motion. And more than the pace, the depth changed. Improvements arrived in him unbidden, one after another, small profundities blooming fully formed, a truer angle for the weight to land, a cleaner braid of provenance and telos in the seating, a temper in the remaking that left each provenance telos quark immensely more powerful than the 100,000 that had come before. He was not merely converting anymore. He was refining the art while performing it, and the art was refining him back. You have entered a unique state of existence, the provenance reverie. A state spoken of among the first provenance lifeforms, and attained by the exceptional among them. It exceeds inner peace. Where inner peace is the absence of argument within an existence, the provenance reverie is agreement so complete that the existence and its surroundings begin to move as one. Existence itself becomes part of your limbs. Within the reverie, all processes of your existence are accelerated. Cultivation, generation, comprehension, and refinement flow together rather than in sequence. Profundities and epiphanies arise constantly and unbidden, each one an improvement to what you are and what you practice. Your arts may be advanced in the act of using them. Your perception deepens, and what you perceive, you may briefly wield as though it were your own body. The entry was threefold: a heart that alone decides its weather, an art in seamless motion, and the hand of another provenance in yours. Cost: the reverie drains the light of your provenance essence and of your existence itself to remain active. To hold it for long is to spend what cannot be easily replaced, and among the first of your kind, the reverie was a thing of moments, entered rarely and exited poor. However, your existence holds infinite sanguine mana atop your limited provenance essence. No record exists of a provenance lifeform sustaining this state upon an infinite reserve. The duration available to you is glorious prompts, arriving one after another while the music played. Noah held Talia tighter in his arms, and they turned together across the stellar grass as wonder bloomed within him and around him in equal measure, quarks igniting by the thousands in his depths, beginnings igniting by the hundreds above. And through all of it, the symphony went on, old past any counting, filling the surroundings from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if existence itself had drawn near to bear witness to the emergence of something utterly immense. Chapter 56:21, Dimensionality. The dance continued and simply grew quieter. Somewhere between one turn and the next, the symphony had settled into a slow old melody, and Talia's steps had eased to match it, and the two of them moved across the stellar grass in small unhurried circles beneath a sky still budding with beginnings. Since the reverie asked for an art in seamless motion, the dance itself had become part of the cultivation. Within Noah, the epiphanies had begun to arrive in streams. Of course, they did not arrive as answers. They arrived as better questions, one unfolding out of another, each profundity opening a door that three more waited behind. And as the weight of existence came down onto quark after quark, as his attributes rose in slow increments with every 100,000 particles remade, his thoughts kept returning to a single word that had been circling his climb recently. Dimensionality. 1,000,000 provenance tell us quarks converted. The quality of quarks remade within the provenance reverie exceeds all prior conversions. Your attributes have risen. Veritas, 17. Provenance, 13. Potentia, infinite. Pondus, 18. What was dimensionality, truly? He had been collecting pieces of it for a long while without assembling them. The argent loom could only be perceived and used by those of high dimensionality, and the fused authority of infinity and the primordial source was chased precisely because the fusion elevated it. Climb far enough and others stop perceiving you. Then there was his own solipsism, which rendered him imperceivable to any being whose Veritas and Pondus both sat below 10. And there was the quiet fact he had noticed in the cages of the Serenaros, where a primeval one's panel read in the low 10s while a true gilded lifeform read below 1, though both were called mighty by everyone beneath them. So the pieces were there. Within the reverie, they finally moved toward each other. Perhaps dimensionality was not a measure of power at all. Perhaps it was a measure of depth. How much of existence a being actually occupied, and how much of existence could actually reach them? Power asked how hard a thing could push. Dimensionality asked where a thing truly stood, and the two questions only looked similar from far away. Compared against everything he had witnessed, the model held. When his attributes had passed 10, an entire layer of existence had opened to his senses, the argent loom's white rivers appearing where nothing had been, and beings who once read as blanks unfolding into panels. Others below that wall could not perceive him at all. It was not that they were weak. It was that he stood somewhere their existence did not extend to. A fish did not fail to see the mountain because the mountain hid. The fish's whole reach simply ended at the water. Thus, the attribute walls were not merely thresholds of strength. Every 10, existence itself seemed to admit a being one tier deeper. And uniqueness spent all of it. Two beings could stand on the same tier of dimensionality, and if one of them was unique enough, if the gap in the quality of their depth ran wide enough, the unique one could still slip beneath the other's perception entirely. His solipsism was precisely that, not a trick of hiding, but a precept written from a truth so singular that ordinary depth could not hold on to it. Ursa perceived him because her panel cleared the double wall. But would she still perceive him if his uniqueness widened further? How wide did such a gap have to grow? And was that the real reason his sight slid off Mahishasura's panel, rows of veiled unknowns where every other being had opened? Not concealment, but depth beyond his reach? He did not know. Yet. So, since he was a being who sought to understand everything, Noah began to build a ranking. He kept the backbone of it plain, and he measured it against the only proxy his sight could count, attributes. But the more the pieces settled, the clearer it became that the walls did not fall every 10. There were only 2 shores he could actually verify, and one more he could only guess at across the water. Below 10 attributes was one kind of existence entirely. He had lived in it. Nearly everything alive still did. Mortals, monarchs, most true lifeforms, entire civilizations of the mighty, all of them held within the same vast layer, able to perceive one another, able to reach one another, and entirely blind to what ran above them. And what defined that layer, when he truly weighed it, was that everything within it could be counted. Their power had edges. Their reach had ends. Their reserves ran dry, their senses stopped at walls, their lives closed on schedules, and the frameworks that fed them measured out authority in finite portions to finite holders. A whole layer of existence, magnificent and teeming, and every single thing in it was a finished sum. He would call it the finite verse. Above 10 attributes, existence changed its agreement with a being. He remembered the crossing in his own body. The white rivers appearing where nothing had been. Beings below the wall losing the ability to perceive him at all. It was not strength that had changed first. It was standing. Existence had admitted him past the edges of the countable, into a layer where the old sum stopped closing. Beings here reached across distances that had no business being crossed. They held reserves that replenished from sources the finite could never see, wielded authorities that compounded rather than depleted, perceived rivers and layers that ran through everything. They had gone beyond the finite without yet becoming boundless, deeper than any count and still, somewhere far above, countable by something. His own footing. Stalagrim's 20s. Ursa's 28. Primevals at their height, and what he had seen of the eternal packs so far, all of them sharing this same deeper water. He would call it the transfinite verse. HUUM. And above that? Here his weavings ran out of verified entries, and hypothesis had to carry the rest. Was there a third wall at 30? He doubted it, since Ursa's panel sat within the 20s and she read to his senses as the same kind of being he was, only deeper. At 40, then? Perhaps. But when he weighed everything he had seen, the veiled rows of Mahishasura's panel, the auras seated on the inner mountains, the being's existence itself was supposed to agree with, his reckoning kept settling on a higher number. 50? A wall at 50 attributes or above, past which his every instrument of understanding simply failed. Not a deeper water. The end of water as a description. A standing that could not be measured, compared, or even properly spoken of in the language of counts at all, where his sight returned rows of veiled unknowns not because something was hidden, but because nothing in him yet existed that could hold the answer. He would call that hypothesized shore the ineffable verse. Chapter 5622, Dimensionality. 2. And as he finished outlining the framework within himself, the reverie took his taxonomy and set it into record, prompts unfolding one after another in plain confirmation. Your framework of dimensionality has been recorded. The first dimensionality, the finite verse. Attributes above 0 through 10. The layer in which nearly all of existence resides, and the only layer most of it will ever know. Every being here is a closed sum, finite power, finite reach, finite perception, finite time. They perceive only their own layer. The Argent Loom, and all beings standing deeper, are entirely beyond their senses, and what they cannot perceive, they cannot touch, resist, or flee. Empires rise here, frameworks crown their chosen here, and entire histories of the mighty play out here, all within a vessel whose walls the finite will never see. To the layers above, the grandest wars of the finite verse are ants fighting. The second dimensionality, the transfinite verse. Attributes of 10 and above. Existence admits these beings past the countable. The argent loom becomes visible. The finite become unable to perceive them unless perception is granted. Reserves, reach, and authority here exceed every closed sum of the layer below, yet remain ordered, comparable, and climbable. Within this verse, depth continues to matter, and a wide enough gap in attributes or in uniqueness may still place one transfinite being beyond another's senses, as your solipsism already demonstrates. Your current footing, the wardens and enforcers of the eternal pax, and primeval ones at their height all reside within this verse. It is deeper than any count of the finite, and it is still not the deep end. The third dimensionality, the ineffable verse. Hypothesized. Estimated to begin at 50 attributes or above. Unverified by your senses. If it exists, it is the standing at which measurement itself fails, no panel opens, no comparison holds, no count closes, and no language of attributes properly applies. The ineffable would be that which water, depth, and shore were always insufficient words for. To them, the transfinite verse may appear as the finite appears to you, and existence may not merely admit them, but defer. Candidates, the summit of the eternal pax. The sealed one, should he attain what he seeks, should be far past this dimensionality. Those who remain may be far, far above this dimensionality. The framework is yours, and it will be refined as your perception deepens. Hypotheses are recorded as hypotheses. There was one more rung, and it sat below all the others, and it was the one that unsettled him. The inhibited of the serene eros, pressed to decimals, a true gilded lifeform reading below 1. The pax did not merely chain its captives. It pressed them beneath even the finite verse, down into a shallowness that existence had never intended for anything, where everything could perceive them and they could reach nothing at all. Perhaps that was the true cage, and the metal boxes were only furniture. 2,500,000 provenance tell us quarks converted. 5,000,000 provenance tell us quarks converted. The pace of the infinite provenance baryogenesis continues to rise within the reverie. Wah! The dance turned. The sky bloomed. Talia's hand rested in his, and her eyes were closed now, and if she could feel the storm of reckoning moving through the man she was dancing with, she gave no sign beyond the smallest curve at the corner of her mouth. And the epiphanies moved on, from what dimensionality was to what rulership was, because in truth the two had been the same question wearing different clothes. Rulership over a large portion of existence, and tremendously high dimensionality, seemed like something that went hand in hand. But how did one actually spread rulership across something as vast as existence? For existence was vast. The obvious road was the one he had been walking: take dimensions, take observable existences, cede authority over territory, and let the territory answer to him. It worked. It was also slow and loud, and it painted a target on every border he drew. The eternal pax had partly noticed him because he ruled a dimension, alongside the fuckery of the sealed one. Territory was rulership that announced itself. Another epiphany arrived, fully formed in the manner the reverie delivered its best ones. He did not need to rule dimensions. He did not even need to rule observable existences. He needed to rule lifeforms. Humans. Beings. The living, wherever they stood, whatever framework fed them. Territory was only ever a container for them. And the moment he thought it, another memory surfaced to meet it. The Infinity Eater. A descendant of those who remained that did not rule an inch of territory, so far as any record showed. And yet it was the source of infinity itself for entire populations of infinite lifeforms, beings who drew their seas from threads the Eater lent, and most of them did not even know. They believed their infinity was their own. They built lives and pantheons and empires on a borrowed wellspring, and somewhere far away, a single being held the other end of every thread. Was that not rulership of the deepest kind? No borders. No banners. No target painted anywhere, because the rule did not know they were subjects. The eater did not govern where its dependents stood. It governed what they were made of. Could he not extend his rulership the same way? The question opened, and the reverie poured into it, and the pieces of his own existence began raising their hands one by one. His infinite sanguine mana. An inexhaustible ocean, generated from within, unperceivable to beings beneath his depth, already proven to pass through Loomlight itself untouched. What was infinity, to an infinite life form? A reserve that answered when called. If threads of his mana could be spun fine enough, thinned past all perception, and set where infinite lifeforms drew their power, would their calls not be answered just the same? They would pull, and something would answer, and the something would be him. He could become a source of infinity, the wellspring beneath other beings' seas. And his provenance essence. Rarer, dearer, limited where the mana was not, but of a purity that predated frameworks entirely. The primordial source was the other great root that source lifeforms drank from, dense foundational being itself. Could refined essence, or the light it shed, stand in that place? Could he become a source of the primordial source and infinity, so that infinite lifeforms, gilded ones burning their egos bright and source lifeforms deepening their patient cores were, at the very bottom of their drawing on him? Two wellsprings. One infinite, one precious. Between them, they touched nearly every variety of powered lifeform existence had produced. Which left only the question of reach. How did one lay a wellspring beneath beings scattered across dimensions and observable existences beyond counting? For a moment he considered the Argent Loom, since the loom already did something similar, invisible rivers threading all of existence, unperceived by everything beneath the second tier. But the thought discarded itself almost as quickly as it formed. The loom was not his. It was the Pax's industry and, if Scalagrim's theory held, an extension of the thoughts of those who remain. Building his rulership on a borrowed road meant the road's owner could close it, and he had rejected borrowed foundations once already, on obsidian sands, with an entire system watching. No. The answer was already inside him, and it had been all along. His infinite sanguine mana was not perceivable by those beneath him. That was not a limitation. That was the entire mechanism. An infinite, self-generated, imperceivable substance, spun into threads finer than any sense that would ever check for them, spread outward across existence the way his blood already answered him across any distance, latching quietly onto the draw of every lifeform that reached for infinity, for source, for power it assumed was its own. No conquest. No announcement. Every pull, answered. Every answer, a thread of rulership. They would never even realize. The dance turned once more beneath the budding sky, and Noah held that design in the endless blue of his pupilless eyes, complete and patient and enormous, and only one small question kept turning quietly at the edge of it. The seat he intended to occupy already had an occupant. Somewhere across existence, the Infinity Eater held the other end of countless threads. And what did such a being do, he wondered, when it noticed a second hand on his rulership? 10,000,000 provenance tell us quarks converted. Your attributes have risen. Veritas, 19. Provenance, 16. Potentia, infinite. Pondus, 19. Chapter 5623, Glory. Quintessence. His immensity rose rapidly as the reverie went on, and within it, Noah had arrived at the edge of a decision. The design was complete in him. Threads of infinite sanguine mana, spun finer than any sense that would check for them, laid beneath the draw of lifeforms who believed their power was their own. All that remained was the first test, and the test had an obvious ground. The Imnaros, fused in healing, where the folding of the Velos had delivered millions of infinite lifeforms into his territory, weak and strong alike, every one of them pulling on seas they had never once questioned. He gathered the first threads at the edge of his existence, and prepared to let them go. And the Infiniverse shook at such a time. HUUM. It was not an attack, and he knew that within the first fraction of the tremor, because the shaking carried no wrongness in it at all. It carried the opposite. It moved through the grass and the river and the blooming skies in slow, enormous waves, and it felt, more than anything else, the manner in which a held breath feels when it is finally released. Talia's hand tightened once in his. On the distant cliff, his mother had risen to her feet. Prompts began to unfold, and they did not stop. More than 1,000 observable existences have now emerged within the Infiniverse. 1,000 first causes and foundations. 9,000 seeded prime causes and above, each declared true around its own founder, all of them rooted within a single containing existence. No record holds a precedent for this structure. The causes do not merely reside within the Infiniverse. They back her. A dimension ordinarily stands upon its own foundation alone. The Infiniverse now stands upon thousands. Her dimensionality has risen past all prior measure, and continues to rise. A unique precept has arisen for the Infiniverse, the precept of the unfound hearth. Its truth: a home is not a place. A home is an arrival. What seeks the Infiniverse as a place will never find her, for she has ceased to be findable in the manner of places. She may now traverse, gathering the whole of herself, every realm, every nested observable existence, every life she holds, and crossing to elsewhere within reach of nearby dimensions in a single unperceivable motion. These crossings are designated HARTHSHIFTS. A hearth shift emits nothing, disturbs nothing, and may not be perceived, predicted, or followed by any being of insufficient depth. Those within her will know they have moved only if she tells them. The Infiniverse is transforming. Designation: a unique transfinite dimension. She has crossed the wall your framework names. Her reserves no longer close. Her reach no longer ends. She is the first dimension in your records to carry an intent, a precept, and 1,000 rooted foundations at once, and existence has admitted her into deeper standing accordingly. The finite may dwell within her without ever perceiving what holds them. The transfinite may stand within her and still not find her edges. And from the joining of her new depth with your infinite sanguine mana, something is rising through her that belongs to no framework and no record. Rivers of authority, unique to the Infiniverse, are forming. Designation: the Crimson WEFT. The crimson weft runs through the whole of her, through every realm, every nested observable existence, every life she carries. It is unperceivable to all beings in all instruments, at any depth, with a single exception: you. Its current is your infinite sanguine mana. Its nature is binding. Where the weft touches an observable existence or a dimension, within her or beyond her, it may latch, quietly and completely, and what it binds becomes reachable, anchorable, and holdable. A bound point may serve as an anchor for a hearth shift. A bound existence may be fed, protected, or drawn upon through the weft without ever perceiving the thread. Where the argent loom is a road built by others and watched by others, the crimson weft is grown, and it is yours, and no eye in existence has been built that can see it. The weft deepens with every observable existence that takes root within her. It has only begun. The prompts settled, and the changes began. Across the Infiniverse, the countless realms answered her transformation one after another. Skies deepened in color, richer than any eye within them remembered. Rivers of light ran fuller. The 1,000 young observable existences turned brighter in their cradles, and between all of it, visible to exactly one being in all of existence, thin crimson rivers rose and began to thread themselves through everything, through farmland and citadel and sanctuary, through the roots of newborn foundations, unhurried and silent and everywhere at once. Noah watched the weft weave itself through his home, and on the far cliff, Sioyun laughed at something she could not see but could somehow feel, and the sound of it carried across the water. Was this what the Pax had when they looked upon their argent loom? He doubted it. The argent loom was inherited, and argued over, and possibly the extension of someone else's thoughts. This had grown out of a mother and a bloodline and 1,000 honest declarations, and there was no committee anywhere inside it. So, with his home transforming around him and the reverie still burning steady on its infinite subsidy, Noah released the threads. His infinite sanguine mana left him without sound or light. It passed out of the infiniverse along the first bound points of the weft, crossed the dark, and entered the fused Imnaros dimension, and there it began to spread across the countless gigaparsecs where the millions of the Velos lived. Infinite lifeforms beyond counting, from sovereigns commanding old escalations down to the young and thin whose infinities barely filled a valley, all of them going about the hours of a dimension recovering from an incursion, grieving their dead, rebuilding their terraces, scared of a blood crown one most had never seen. And beneath every one of them, unperceivable and patient, the threads arrived. They simply settled where each lifeform's draw of infinity met its source, finer than any sense that would ever check, and waited for the next pull. And when the next pull came, as it always came, the seas answered as they had always answered, and the answering was subtly different now, and not one being in all those gigaparsecs noticed the difference. Their infinity felt fuller, if anything. Cleaner. A well that had always been theirs, running a little sweeter than yesterday. They had begun to pull from another source. The source was him. Your rulership is extending along a road no instrument can register. 104,318 infinite lifeforms across the Imnaros now draw, in part, upon your infinite sanguine mana as the wellspring of their infinity. They perceive nothing. The count is rising. 418,772 infinite lifeforms now draw upon you. 1,296,439 infinite lifeforms now draw upon you. Every draw deepens the thread. Every deepened thread widens your standing. Rulership, as you have redefined it, is no longer a matter of territory, it is a matter of substance. You are becoming what your subjects are made of. Noah stood in the stellar grass with his eyes of endless blue, watching numbers rise that no border would ever contain, and it was at this moment, of course, that the two halves of him chose to hold a discussion. It works, the provenance of the closed crown said. So the only question left is pace. And I say we stop waiting for existence to get thirsty on its own. Meaning what, exactly? The open hand asked, though its tone suggested it already knew. Meaning that a well nobody needs is just water in the ground. The crown's voice ran low and unhurried, and there was a great deal of patience in it, and none of it was gentle. Listen. Every life form that pulls on infinity, or source, or any framework's allowance, already depends on something. They simply depend on it invisibly, the same as they now depend on us. The Infinity Eater holds many threads. The frameworks meter out their portions. Those who remain build ladders and own every rung. Existence is already a web of wellsprings, and every one of them has an owner, and not one of those owners asked permission either. We would not be introducing dependence into a free existence. We would be competing for dependence in a market that has never once been free. And here the crown's voice settled, and the whole reverie seemed to lean in to listen. We become the best water in every valley. Wherever a framework rations its chosen, our thread runs a little fuller. Wherever a source runs thin, ours arrives without being asked. Wherever the Pax subtracts authority and leaves the mighty as beggars, we are the quiet spring the beggars find. We never demand. We never announce. We simply out-provide every wellspring in existence until pulling from us is not a choice anyone remembers making, because it will feel to every one of them the way breathing feels. And then, when enough of existence is made of us, we never close the well. We give them free access to abundance, and everyone whose depths we run through will come to understand, slowly, in the marrow where understanding actually lives, that their next breath was always going to be drawn through us. HUUM. You do not rule beings by commanding their choices. You rule them by becoming what their choices are made of. That is tyranny perfected, and it requires no cage, no collar, and no pax. Existence itself becomes the leash, and we never even have to pull it. Silence held for a moment across the turning dance. We make certain that what flows through the threads is genuinely better than what flowed before, the crown said. Fuller infinity. Cleaner source, immensity. Glory. Quintessence. The hand did not answer that. And Noah, turning slowly through the stellar grass with Talia's hand in his and a million threads deepening beneath a distant dimension, listened to the tyrant half of his own provenance lay out the road, and found, with no argument anywhere in his existence, that he agreed. Let them draw from him. And they would find their infinity greater, their source sweeter and grander. His would be the only source they would ever pull from, as any other source would feel lackluster. Chapter 56:24, The Severed Domain. The dance ended the way it had begun, with her deciding. The old melody wound itself down to a last few notes, and Talia drew him close on the final turn, and rose onto her toes, and kissed him on the lips. It was a single action, soft and brief and entirely unhurried, and it very nearly broke him out of the reverie. Warmth moved through his existence with no permission asked, and the endless blue of his eyes flickered once, and steadied. This woman. I can sense your provenance pulsing with momentum, she said, still close. Continue with what you need to do. I will ensure all those who are potential targets of the Sealed One finish the emergence of their observable existences. I will also introduce myself to Barbatos and the others. A faint curve of her lips formed. And I will keep an eye on anything coming across dimensions and time. She said such words, and then she moved away from him like a dream, unhurried across the stellar grass toward the distant cliff, and his mother and his daughter were already waving her over. Noah watched her go. Then, with his eyes still shining stellar blue, he spoke to the whole of his home. Infiniverse, conduct your first hearth shift. Take us from the Imnaros. He paused. I will leave one clone behind to brief Anaximander and the others. Understood, Master. HUUM. And there was, of course, a strangeness in what came next, which was that almost nothing came at all. No engines lit. No skies tore. Within the Infiniverse, the rivers kept running and the 1,000+ young observable existences kept turning, because a home does not tremble when it arrives somewhere new. Only two beings in all of existence perceived the motion itself, a mother gathering the whole of herself, every realm and foundation in life she carried, and stepping, once, across the dark. The Infiniverse has conducted her first hearth shift. Departure, the fused Imnaros dimension. Nothing perceived her leaving. Nothing can follow. Now drifting across existence. Wah! Drifting. 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 WAP. Arrival, a wandering dimension, one of many sundered fringes of the source lands that broke away across the ages over time. Local designation, drawn from the memory of its inhabitants, the severed domain. Composition, source lifeforms, including true source lifeforms. Depth assessment, every living being within this dimension resides within the finite verse. None possess the standing to perceive you, the Infiniverse, or the Crimson WEFT, under any circumstance, even should you walk among them. A severed edge of the source lands. Noah found it quietly remarkable. He had stood in the source lands before. And yet here drifted a piece that had simply broken off it, ages ago, and gone on living alone, a limb that had outlasted its body's memory of losing it. How many such fragments are scattered across existence? How many pieces of eternal things? The weft was already moving. Crimson rivers only he could see threaded out from the Infiniverse and latched, quietly and completely, onto the drifting dimension, binding it as an anchor, and through those threads his infinite sanguine mana began to flow outward. But this time, the mana did not travel alone. It carried glimmers of his provenance essence within it. Since infinity answered infinite lifeforms, and the primordial source answered source lifeforms, and his essence was a thing of purity that predated frameworks entirely, the design followed plainly enough. The mana would be the river. The essence would be what the river carried. And the source lifeforms of this dimension, drawing as they had always drawn on the deep patient foundation of all things, would find their draw answered by something a great deal closer, and a great deal purer, than anything that had ever answered them before. Noah went to see it done personally. He appeared above a grand citadel floating in the open dark, and no alarm anywhere in existence stirred. The citadel stretched beneath him and ordered tiers of pale stone and dense golden light years across from its outermost terraces to its radiant heart, and millions of source lifeforms moved through it, patient beings of settled luminance going about their hours, markets and sanctums and long contemplation halls where rows of the ancients sat in stillness with their cores glowing softly. And it was one citadel of dozens. His senses counted them scattered across the dimension, each one vast, each one old, an entire civilization built by beings who had never once perceived the walls of the vessel holding them. He descended, and walked among them. He passed through a market where a source lifeform haggled over crystallized source foundations. He walked the length of a contemplation hall past 100 seated ancients, close enough to touch the oldest of them, a being whose luminance had the deep-worn steadiness of ages, and not one head turned, and not one sense so much as itched. To the severed domain, nothing at all was happening this afternoon. And beneath all of them, the threads settled into place. His infinite sanguine mana, carrying its glimmers of essence, slid silently beneath the point where every source lifeform's draw met its source, and replaced what answered. No pull was interrupted. No draw was denied. The next time each being reached for the foundation of all things, the foundation reached back, and it was him. The old one in the contemplation hall opened his eyes. Around him, one by one, the other ancients stirred from their stillness, and looks were exchanged down the long hall, wondering and quiet, because every one of them had felt the same impossible thing in the same second. Elder, did you also? The source seems closer. The oldest one's whisper barely left him. It feels closer. Oh. The primordial source felt closer than it had ever felt in the whole of their long lives. Grander. Warmer, if such a word could be used for the deep foundation of existence. In the market outside, a lifeform sat down in the middle of the street and wept without knowing why, and across dozens of citadels and light years of dark, in 1,000 halls at once, the source lifeforms of a severed fragment turned toward their own depths in wonder. And for a rarer few, the change ran deeper still. Note, this dimension contains true source lifeforms who also cultivate infinity. 217 among them actively pursue the fusion of infinity and the primordial source. The fusion path. Here at the finite depth it was pursued the way the finite pursued everything, blindly and bravely and mostly fatally, generations of true source lifeforms grinding at a joining that hurt nearly all who attempted it. And in this hour, all 217 of them stopped what they were doing. Because it had suddenly become so much easier. The two great currents they had spent lifetimes forcing toward each other now ran, at their deepest point of draw, out of a single wellspring, and currents from one source do not fight their joining. Across the dimension, many bolted upright in their sanctums and began sensing their own existences with something between disbelief and reverence, feeling a lifetime's impossibility soften in their hands. Oh! No war. No conquest. Not a drop of blood shed anywhere beneath him. And Noah was extending his rulership grandly. Minutes passed, and the permeation completed itself. His glimmering essence settled beneath every being in the dimension that had ever touched the primordial source, and his mana beneath everyone that had ever touched infinity, and where a life form cultivated both draws quietly became him. Your rulership has extended across the severed domain. 38, 114, 209 source lifeforms now draw upon your provenance essence as the wellspring of the primordial source. They perceive nothing. 1, 120 true source lifeforms now draw upon you. 217 now draw upon you through both currents at once. Their pursuit of the fusion has been eased beyond all precedent. Whether this proves a gift or a consequence is unrecorded. Attention, your provenance essence is not infinite. Sustaining all current draws consumes 0.0000001% of your essence per second. The rate will rise with every dimension claimed. As of now, the cost is negligible. Noah looked at those last words for a long moment, and his shining eyes were tyrannically heavy. The cost was nothing, today. But he had not designed this road for one dimension. He had designed it for existence, and existence would multiply that small number by millions. A wells that can run dry is a throne with a crack in it. So the answer was the same answer it had always been, the one running through his quarks at this very moment. Generate faster than existence could drink. Become a source that made the word finite a stranger. Infiniverse, he said quietly. Let us initiate the next hearth shift. Let us continue on. Understood, Master. Wah! And as his home gathered herself for her second step across the dark, the baryogenesis within him surged faster still. The weight of existence came down and his quarks drank it in accelerating rhythm, and he could feel his dimensionality rising quicker for what he had done, as though existence itself were adjusting its opinion of where he stood, deepening the water around a being who had become the foundation beneath 40 million others. And at this moment, HUUM, his existence rang. It was not pain and it was not power. It was fullness. Every corner of what he was drew taut at once, his singularities, his organs, his remade quarks, all of it arriving together at some shared brim, pressing outward against a boundary his senses could feel but not name, a membrane at the very edge of everything he currently was. 100,000,000 provenance tell us quarks converted. Your attributes have risen. Veritas, 20. Provenance, 20. Potentia, infinite. Pondus, 20. All of your attributes now stand at 20. None have yet crossed the wall. Chapter 5625, Cure Giver. As his existence advanced and began to expand his rulership across lifeforms, his body in one of the domains in the eternal packs continued its role of a prisoner. There was a door in the back of Mahishasura's workshop that did not look like it went anywhere important. Ursa walked him through it on his golden leash, Mahishasura leading with a host's unhurried pleasure, and between one step and the next, the workshop was gone. Sunlight fell from no sun. White marble colonnades. Terraced gardens. Olive trees older than some frameworks, shallow pools mirroring a ceiling pretending to be sky, couches of carved marble circling long low tables, the smell of crushed herbs and old wine. Compared to the cage fields outside, it was a paradise. Compared to anything honest, a display case. And lounging through the whole of it were cursed descendants. 7, Noah counted behind his cold expression. And not one curse is the same. At the longest table, a mountain of a being ate. The table held enough to feed a citadel. He worked through it with both hands, steady, joyless, and the food replenished itself, and so did his emptiness. By the largest pool, a slender descendant lay with a wine bowl on her stomach and her eyes shut, 2 silent shrouds refilling it, and her stillness had nothing of rest in it. Near the entrance, a lean flushed figure declaimed poetry to 3 shrouds that had not been built to applaud, his voice pitching louder whenever a living gaze drifted off him. And at the farthest couch, apart from everything, one descendant sat upright with his hands folded, watching the door they had just come through. Brethren, Mahishasura's soft voice carried without being raised. Every head turned. The eater paused with his hands full. You have waited a long time, and you have heard me make a great many promises. Today, I have outdone them all as the Pax provides. HUUM. He stepped aside. He gestured to the leashed man, and made the gesture a small ceremony. I have brought you your cure. Silence. Then the wine bowl slid from the slender one's stomach and rang against the marble, and she was sitting up, and the hall broke open with voices. The mountain at the long table looked the leashed man up and down slowly, and did not stop chewing. Are we supposed to eat him? Baelgrim. It is an honest question. You say cure, and you point at a creature. He swallowed, and his voice came down flat and hard. That is a man on a leash, Mahishasura. The fuck is this? I have brought you the being who unbound a recent curse from our distant cousins in the Krasar Null dimension. The dice stopped rattling. The poet's mouth hung open mid-verse. The slender one rose from her couch entirely, and when she spoke, her voice had gone quiet and careful. We heard only weavings of rumors of that. Nothing more. Weavings of rumor are how such truths travel across existence, across the thoughts of our fathers. Mahishasura drifted toward the couches, one hand trailing the marble. I confirmed it through memories Ursa here obtained herself. A cursed descendant of the Krasar Null walks free of his sentence, alongside a rather unfortunate dead steed that died for those memories to be obtained. Ursa's expression did not move. His eyes quietly flashed, and the room unfolded into panels. Descendant Baelgrim: Veritas, 24. Provenance, 0, Potentia, 23. Pondus, 26. Cursed by the ire of those who remain, the curse of the bottomless table. He has not felt full in 11,000 years. Descendant Sylvain: Veritas, 27. Provenance, 0, Potentia, 25. Pondus, 24. Cursed by the ire of those who remain, the curse of the shared wound. Every harm she authors arrives in her own flesh first. Descendant Othries: Veritas, 21. Provenance, 0, Potentia, 22. Pondus, 20. Cursed by the ire of those who remain, the curse of the unremembered name. Whoever looks away from him forgets him. His deeds remain, his name does not. Descendant Carvel: Veritas, 29. Provenance, 0, Potentia, 27. Pondus, 28. Cursed by the ire of those who remain, the curse of the unsleeping watch. He has been made to require sleep and has not slept since the sentence was spoken. He sees more than he wishes to. Each one was uniquely cursed as the curses themselves tremendously interested Noah. Then why is the supposed thing capable of stripping away curses leashed? Othries had crossed half the hall already, hungry-eyed, planting himself where the most gazes would have to pass through him. If it can do what you say, it is worth more than many, many things. Why is a thing like that wearing a collar? Or is that precisely the reason why? Because before he is the cure, he is the Pax's prisoner. Hungry gazes all honed in on Noah from many sides. And then, from the far couch, without rising, a voice worn smooth by many sleepless nights. What does it cost? The hall quieted. Sylvain glanced back at the watcher, then at Noah. Everyone who gives something wants something, Carvel continued, patient, terrible, calm. Cure giver, what does your cure cost? Every gaze in the pocket dimension settled on the leashed man. And at both sides of Noah's head, his own voices echoed out in his mind. Look at their power and standing, the closed crown said, low and appreciative. We can cure their curses while applying our marks on them, being sure to entrench our provenance essence so deeply into their existences and code that they don't even sense it. They will purposefully not get a high tier as at our choosing. We will command them to begin going against this domain and the Pax overall. Descendants, at our beck and call. HUUM. Brother, the open hand said, with something close to warmth, there are times I like you. This is a sound plan. HUUM. Both sides of him agreed. So he lifted his gaze, chains ringing softly, and answered the only question that had been put to him. Healing a curse of those who remain is unfathomably difficult work. What sits in each of you is not an illness. It is authored weaving of existence, braided through every clause of what you are. His cold eyes traveled the couches, the pools, the mountain of food, the unsleeping watcher. I will need access to the entirety of your existence while I do it. All of it. One of you at a time. And if I face any rejection from you while I am altering the weavings of your existence and releasing the curse, your existence itself could collapse. He let that settle across the marble. And in doing all of this is my freedom. Yes? His gaze moved, slow and level, to Mahishasura. Which means I will also need this collar to be removed so I can access my authority. The pocket dimension went very quiet, and every cursed gaze in it swung from the leashed man to their host, and their host's composed face gave back nothing at all. Silence held for one heartbeat longer. Then Baelgrim laughed, huge and hollow, and shoved his endless table back with a scrape that rang down the colonnades. He rose to his full mountain height. I will go first, Cure Giver. Chapter 5626, Curing and Shackling. Of course, the collar came off. It was never truly a question, however long the silence had stretched after his demand. Mahishasura had spent his credibility assembling this room, and made promises to every ruined lounger in it. What was a question, and an interesting one, was how frightened they would allow themselves to look while paying it. Remove it, Mahishasura said. Ursa's eyes looked at Noah as if in a warning as she did not yet know. On my authority, and on my head, my dear Ursa. The soft voice did not rise. Remove it. She crossed to Noah without another word, and her pale eyes held his for one long moment, and then she reached out. Crack! The gilded claws opened and slid from his neck, and the golden chains uncoiled from his wrists, and every being of power in the pocket dimension pulsed at once. Mahishasura's immensity rose behind his composed face. Ursa's 28 Pandus leaned forward against the air. Along the colonnades, loomwrought shrouds turned their wrapped heads in perfect unison, and even the cursed on their couches gathered themselves, 7 ruined powers coiling, a whole hall of drawn bows aimed at one unbound man. And the unbound man released, a silent pressure. Nothing so crude as power. He simply stopped pretending to be nothing, and let a measured portion of something settle outward through the marble and the pools and the olive trees, presence without shape, weight without direction, and the drawn bows found there was nothing to loose at. He watched them all hold their eruption, and then he raised one hand and beckoned, calm as a man calling for tea. Come. Wah! The mountain came. He crossed the hall slowly, and sat where Noah pointed, and up close his curse was audible, a low ceaseless complaint from within him, 11,000 years of a body demanding what it would never receive. Noah's wordlessly raised his hand as he didn't care for small talk, he would find out everything he wanted soon enough. Crimson gold rose from his palms and drew itself into blades, thin and precise and humming, and he set them to the descendant's existence and opened it, and the pocket dimension held its breath. What lay inside was a sentence. One unbroken line of unreadable script, running backward through every ancestor to a hand that had spoken it before frameworks had names, and braided through it, black through gold, with a curse. The curse of the bottomless table. Noah read it once, coldly. Then he began to unwrite. The blades moved. The curse fought, the manner in which all authored things fight their unwriting, clauses screaming as they came apart, and Baelgrim's mountain body shook, and his hands crushed the marble bench beneath him to powder. HUUM. Noah was not at all gentle as the process took some time, the minutes rolling by. A descendant tried not to curse. Clause by clause. thread by thread. And beneath the visible working, in the same breath, in the same motion, invisible to every eye and every instrument in the pocket dimension, his other work ran. As each cleaned clause resealed, something else settled into the seal, written in the same unreadable script the lineage itself was made of. The counterwriting of the curse of the bottomless table has been unwritten at the root. The lineage of descendant Baelgrim has been resealed. Within the seal, the provenance blood mark has been written as grammar of the line itself. Designation, veiled. Nothing in existence perceives the veiled mark. It is not an addition to be found. It is the language the sentence is now written in. Descendant Baelgrim, a veiled blood monarch. All bindings, boons, and options are withheld from expression until you call upon them. Available to you, at your choosing, forever, his senses. His memories. The option of command. The option of an ending. The blades withdrew. The opened existence closed. And Baelgrim sat very still on the powdered remains of the bench, and his face went strange, and stranger, and his hands rose slowly to his own stomach. Baelgrim? Sylvain, half risen across the hall. It is quiet. The mountain's whisper cracked. My stomach, it is quiet. His breath started coming ragged. All these years, and it is quiet in here. He stood, and swayed, and looked at the endless table still heaped with food, and turned his back on it as he felt nothing. Then descendant Baelgrim, the bottomless, put his face in his hands and laughed. Mahishasura was already moving. He circled the cured descendant slowly, and his amber eyes had gone bright and sharp, and his long fingers traced the air around Baelgrim's body, reading, testing, hunting. This fucker was confirming that everything was normal and there was nothing they couldn't see. The curse unwritten, ha, that is nuts, the enforcer murmured. He looked up at Noah, and smiled, and the smile held delight in something else. You do clean work, cure giver. I said what I take from the curse. Noah's voice stayed flat. Who is next? The next hours remade the room. Sylvain came to him with her eyes set, and left the working an hour later shaking, and stood in the middle of the hall, and drew the blade she had not truly used in an age, and cut the air, and waited, braced, for the echo of harm that had answered every violence of her long life. Nothing arrived. She cut again. Again. Faster, wilder, a storm of edges in the marble hall, and nothing arrived, and she stopped with her chest heaving and tears running silently down her face. Othries could not sit still for his. He talked through the opening, talked through the pain, talked until the unwriting reached the claws that had eaten his name, and then he went silent for the first time since Noah had entered this dimension. When it was done, he stood, and looked around the hall at his gathered brethren, and asked, Look away from me. All of you. Look away, and then look back. They did. Othries, Baelgrim said. Say it again. Othries, said Sylvain. And the descendant of the unremembered name sat down on the marble floor right where he stood and wept into his hands while his own name went on being said around him. The three loungers from the deep couches came one after another, an hour apiece, a descendant whose shadow had been cursed to strangle what she loved, a descendant cursed to age one age for every lie he spoke, a descendant whose curse Noah did not name aloud, and unwrote just the same. Each opened. Each unwritten. Each resealed, cured, and veiled to the root of what they were, rising incredulous and radiant into a hall that grew louder and warmer with every rising. Descendant Sylvain, a veiled blood monarch. Descendant Othries, a veiled blood duke. 3 lineages resealed. 3 veiled blood monarchs. The tide that owes nothing notes what is being given. Grand salvations, granted to beings of the transfinite dimensionality. What pools within the tide has moved past its prior precedent, and continues to grow. It has not yet been asked for. and then only one remained. Carvel crossed the hall unhurried, upright, and awake. He sat where the others had sat, and folded his hands, and his unsleeping eyes held Noah's from an arm's length away, and for a long moment he said nothing at all. One question, cure giver. His worn voice came level. Before you open me. If I see something inside your cure that I was not meant to see and you wish to quiet me, what happens to me? The hall's warmth thinned. Across the marble, Mahishasura's amber gaze sharpened, and Ursa's pale one, and the cured descendants went quiet. There will not be anything not meant to be or see, Noah said. I have not slept in many years. I see everything. It is the one thing I do. Noah remained quiet and didn't reply. The unsleeping eyes searched him for one moment longer. Begin. The blades rose. The existence opened. And this working ran longest of all, and Noah unwrote all of it, clause by clause by clause, while the hall stood silent and the grammar settled invisibly into every seal. The counter-writing of the curse of the unsleeping watch has been unwritten at the root. Descendant Carvel, a veiled blood sovereign. The veil holds. Nothing perceives it. The blades withdrew. Carvel sat still. Then his shoulders came down from a height they had held for 11 millennia, and his unsleeping eyes blinked once, slowly, and blinked again, and a look of pure animal disbelief crossed the most watchful face in the pocket dimension. Heavy, he whispered. My eyes are heavy. Wah! He did not make it to a couch. Descendant Carvel, 29 of Veritas, the Watcher of Watchers, lay down on the marble floor of the hall right where he was, and closed his eyes, and slept for the first time in many years, and the sound that came out of him was a snore. H-U-U-M. The hall broke into celebration around the sleeping body. Wine and roaring laughter and Athres's name still being said, Baelgrim's empty quiet stomach toasted by the whole roaring hall, Mahishasura moving among his collected brethren accepting their gratitude with elegant modesty, every promise he had ever made them kept in a single day. And at the edge of it all stood the cure giver, unbound and uncollared, watching the celebration with eyes that had gone entirely cold. 7 descendants. Dance. Laugh. Rejoice. You can be puppets or be killed, at any moment. Apart from being able to collapse their existence and control it, he could also peruse their memories. Of course, he did not need their permission, and he did not need their waking, and no instrument in the Serena Rose would register so much as a whisper of what came next. Somewhere beneath the laughter, along 7 threads written into the language of 7 existences, the option he had built for himself opened quietly for the first time. Noah gazed at his cured, celebrating, unknowing veiled. Show me your memories. And he began to read. Chapter 5627, The Unfinished Command. 7 libraries of memories opened at once. Of course, from the outside, nothing at all was happening. The hall roared on around the sleeping body of Carvel, wine moving, Athres's name still being said for the joy of saying it, and at the edge of the celebration stood the cure giver with cold eyes and a stillness that read as weariness to anyone who bothered to look. Inside that stillness, along 7 threads written into the grammar of 7 existences, Noah read. And the first thing he learned was that memory has architecture, and one descendant in particular had the clearest memory. The others gave him texture. Carvel gave him everything. The structure of the eternal Pax assembled itself across his depths, memory by memory. At the bottom, the loom-wrought shrouds. Made, not born, grown in batch halls around cores of refined argent loom, the labor and the soldiery and the furniture of the whole institution, and no one above them thought of them at all. Above the shrouds, the wardens. And here the memories grew thick with ambition, because wardenship was a career. Wardens earned their standing in counts, collars logged, collections completed, incursions closed without loss, every capture entered into ledgers that followed a warden. Wardens competed. Wardens were sponsored, patron enforcers lifting promising collectors out of the field, and a warden whose records ran long and clean enough might one day be raised to a mountain. Because enforcers like Descendant Mahishasura held mountains. Each enforcer of the Serenaros kept a peak of the inner rings as seat and fief, with wardens sworn beneath them and shroud soldiers of their own. Above the enforcers sat an arbiter, one to a dimension, governor of the whole of it, and the memories of the arbiter of the Serenaros all shared one strange quality. They dimmed near the center. Every memory that approached the blinding heart of the inner rings lost its edges, detail sliding away the closer any descendant had ever walked toward that radiance. Even their memories avert. Interesting. And above the arbiters, spoken of always in lowered voices, sat the still conclave. 9 seats. The summit of the whole pax, its members almost never seen. 9 beings who answered to nothing beneath them and to only one thing above. The voice. Carvel had not been there at the founding. But Carvel had watched a descendant who had. And the memory of the founding was a grand one. A gathering of beings of terrifying depth assembled on a bare plain of purple gold, descendants among them, primeval things among them, and every one of them standing the way children stand when summoned. No figure appeared. No shape descended. There was only the voice. It arrived without direction, from everywhere and from inside, and it was not loud and it did not need to be, and the memory itself still shook at its arrival. Too many unworthy things are playing with authority. Noah shuddered. His actual body, standing in a marble hall gigaparsecs from any memory, shuddered, once, from the sheer registered weight of a voice heard third hand. Reduced the count across existence, meaningfully. Who, even his thought came unsteady. Which one of them is this? But the memory did not know. The descendant who stood on that plane had never learned it. None of them had. The gathered terrors of that day had gone to their lone lives and their eventual sentences without ever knowing which of those who remain had spoken. And only stop when you are told to. The voice ended. The memory ended. And Noah stood in the celebration hall with cold sweat at his temples and rage arriving right behind it, rage at the fear itself. He had shuddered from a voice of those who remain. He shuddered like a finite thing in a storm as he was enraged. How dare I feel fear from merely hearing the voice of such a being? They are not beyond existence. They are life forms. Grander dimensionality, grander depth, and nothing more than that. Nothing more. HUUM. And beneath the rage, he replayed the last message of whatever one of those who remain had uttered. Only stop when you are told to. He searched Carvel's archive for it as no stop order had ever come. The whole towering machine of the eternal pax, the wardens and their records, the enforcers and their mountains, the arbiters and the conclave and the cages running gigaparsecs in every direction, all of it was still executing the last sentence of a command spoken by one of those who remain. An unfinished command. An engine with no breaking instruction, collecting existence piece by piece, waiting with perfect institutional patience for a word that no memory suggested was ever coming. He internally shook his head as he continued. The memories of their lineages came next, because the cured 7 carried 3 of them in their blood. Descendants, the memories confirmed, did not descend from those who remain generally. Each line ran back to one architect, one specific being of that grander dimensionality whose spoken sentence had become a bloodline, and the lines differed the way their architects differed. Messages into the existence from those who remain were rare for all of them, a fortune or a catastrophe once in a lifetime if it came at all. But the shape of the silence differed. The sleepless fiend, whose line Baelgrim and 2 of the couch loungers carried, spoke seldom and transactionally, bounties and bargains, an architect who treated its own blood as a workforce. The unblinking shepherd, whose line ran through Carvel and Othries, never spoke at all. Its descendants lived their whole spans inside the feeling of being watched, a pressure of attention with no message in it ever. And the weeping architect, whose line Sylvain and the shadow-cursed one carried, sent no words either. Its messages arrived as griefs. A sorrow with no source, settling into a descendant's existence for a year or a century. 3 Architects. Noah held the pattern up against everything else he carried. This was basically a workforce of those who remain. And then, in a certain memory, he found the exception. The memory belonged to the liar-cursed descendant as it told a grand story. Wardens in shrouds by the thousand, inhibitors in racks, the single greatest collection operation the archive held. Target, the great infinite lifeforms of a far reach. Among the targets, the Infinity Eater. And, the operation failed. The only recorded failure of the eternal Pax. And after it, the order had come down through the still conclave, and the order was the true treasure. Cease all operations against the Infinity Eater. Cease all operations against the infinite lifeforms in specified areas. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he understood why. Collaring infinite lifeforms stifled their draw of infinity. And their draw of infinity was the Eater's harvest. Every great infinite lifeform the Pax subtracted was income subtracted from a fellow descendant of those who remain. And so the word had come down from somewhere above the conclave, and the word was stop. And right now, Noah was drinking from the Eater's protected watershed at this very hour, thread by imperceivable thread. What does the farmer do when he notices a second hand on his crop? One more thing surfaced before he closed the 7 libraries, small and sharp, from the gossip that every institution carries. Warden Ursa. The memories of the cured held her at ceremonies but always slightly apart, always slightly deferred as she was a progeny of a descendant and a primeval one. And the primeval one sat on the still conclave. One of the 9. Well. Noah watched the plain woman across the hall, the woman who had broken his finger to check a seal, whose death he had decided on a battlefield gigaparsecs ago. It didn't fucking change a thing. She would still die. Around him, the hall roared on as he began seeing budding outline of a plan. Chapter 5628, Accountable. The celebration was winding down when Warden Ursa appeared behind him with the golden collar open in her hands. Your service has concluded, big guy, she said. Protocol resumes. Noah lowered his head slightly, and let her close the gilded claws around his neck, and the click of it rang through a hall that had gone quiet and uncomfortable at the sight, 7 cured descendants watching their miracle be leashed again. None of that, Mahishasura had said hours ago, about a shove. He said nothing at all about a collar. And within Noah, behind the lowered eyes of a compliant prisoner, his 2 halves were in session. We have everything, the open hand said. All the memories. The plan was information, and the plan is complete. The plan has matured, the closed crown answered. Look at the room, brother. Every asset of this workshop is standing in one sealable box. An enforcer whose measure we now hold. A warden whose blood ties to the 9th chair. 7 veiled descendants that answer to our commands. This opportunity will not reassemble itself easily. So, Carvel watched Mahishasura for 2,000 years without blinking. The crown's voice echoed. The 7 compared themselves to him constantly. Their reckoning agrees, deep, but not past the middle 30s in attributes. 4 of them hold him for a breath. 7 hold him for longer. 7, plus surprise, plus a sealed dimension, plus us, hold him for as long as we need. And Ursa? Ursa, said the crown, is mine. A pause, and then the hand, quietly, sealed the box. HUUM. It began with nothing anyone could see. Along 7 threads written into the language of 7 existences, options opened. Not commands, not yet, only readiness, and 7 celebrating descendants felt nothing at all as their bodies became pieces on a board they could not perceive. Through the weft thread bound quietly to this pocket dimension a while ago, crimson rivers only one being could see slid across every seam and door and fold of the marble abode, and latched, and held. The box sealed. No signal would leave it. Nothing would leave it. Then, gently, a thread pulled. Baelgrim, laughing, waved Mahishasura over toward the long table. "My friend. Come, sit with us. For years I could not taste food, only need it. Sit, and watch a man eat for joy." And Mahishasura came, of course, smiling his composed smile, drifting into the heart of his collection's happiness, accepting wine he did not drink, seating himself among cured brethren. Sylvain drifted to his left, telling him of the blade. Athres took his right, making him say the name again. The 3 loungers closed in behind with their cups, warm, adoring, casual. And across the hall, on the marble floor, Carvel's eyes opened from the first sleep of many millennia, clear and rested and calm, and he rose without a sound. Ursa noticed none of it. Why would she? A host among his grateful cured, a hall full of joy, a prisoner standing collared and docile at her side. 7 descendants moved in the same instant, in complete silence. No shout. No flare. Baelgrim's arms closed around Mahishasura's body from the side with the whole of a mountain's mass behind them. Sylvain's blade was through his shoulder before the wine in his hand had finished falling. Athres and the 3 took his limbs, and Carvel arrived last and struck once, precisely, at a point below the enforcer's ribs where its lineage was written heavily, and the composed immensity of descendant Mahishasura hit his own marble floor under the mass of his entire collection. Boom! The pocket dimension shook. Ursa's ravings of protocol shattered. Her pale eyes went wide, flicking from the pile of silent violence to the exits that were no longer exits, shock and horror arriving on a face that had never once worn either. What is Dash? And beside her, the collared prisoner rose from his docile stillness, unhurried, and rolled his neck against the golden band. Crazy stuff, isn't it? Noah said mildly. Existence is truly vast, and full of terrors. Ursa turned to him very slowly, and the shock on her face cooled and hardened into something ancient. This is your doing? Noah did not reply. Instead, at the sides of his head, 2 small figures of stellar blue gold stirred, and one of them, the cross-legged one, bowed out, and the other, arms folded, dark gold at its edges, opened its eyes for the first time. My turn, said the closed crown. And it stopped being a figure at his temple, and became him. HUUM. The transformation rolled through Noah's body from the marrow outward. His stature rose, broadened, settled heavier, shoulders widening beneath a mantle of pressure that bent the marble floor into a shallow bowl beneath his feet. Dark gold bled into the crimson of his aura and hardened at its edges. His hair lifted and darkened at the roots, his features cut themselves a fraction crueler, and his eyes went deep burning gold with black singularity pupils, the face of the tyrant half-worn openly at last. The gilded claws, still locked around his neck, sat on him now the way jewelry sits on a king. The provenance of the closed crown has fully embodied your existence. For the duration of the embodiment, the sundered half acts as the whole. All processes are surrendered to dominion. Your attributes have momentarily exceeded the wall. For the duration, Veritas, 25. Provenance, 25. Potentia, infinite. Pondus, 25. Ursa looked at the tyrant standing in her prisoner's place, at the collar doing nothing, at everything her records had recorded about him burning down in a single second. she roared as she moved. Hundreds of loom blades tore into being around her in layered orbits and fell on him as one, and the battle began, and it was cold and it was brutal. He did not dodge. Dodging was for the light. His body had become unfathomably heavy, 25 of Pontus packed into every limb, and he walked forward through the bladestorm as white edges rang off his frame and opened thin lines that closed before they finished opening, and his right arm rose and fell like an ancient hammer, reinforced in provenance essence. Boom! The blow caught her shoulders and drove her through a colonnade, through a second, into the terraced gardens in a trench of shattered marble. His quarks were grand. He was a provenance fucking lifeform. He held immensity. She rose spitting blood, blades reforming, and her calm was gone now, fully gone. Blood drops rose around him, crimson gold with stellar light, and went out in fans. Detonations walked across the garden and even rose, eating her argent loom ring by ring, and she answered with a lance of woven white that took him through the shoulder and out the back, and he closed his hand on it and let his weight arrive. Crack! The lance shattered. She was already behind him, both palms to his spine, and the pressure of 28 Pontus driven to its edge slammed him face-first through the garden and into the bedrock of the pocket dimension itself. She was still powerful. You should have stayed a prisoner, she breathed, pressing down, blades regathering above her back in a rising thicket. You should have dash. Carvel, said the crown silently. The descendant of the unsleeping watch had never stopped moving since his first strike. He came out of her blind angle and hit her exactly there. It bought one moment of shock and horror from Ursa. The crown used it whole. Noah's body turned inside her broken body of blades, seized her wrist, folded her guard inward with a hammer blow that collapsed her defense entirely, and plunged his hand into her chest. Blood drops flooded in behind it. Crimson gold poured through her existence in rivers, drops seeded into every current of her, and with them went the mark, gripping her lifeline, closing around everything she was, and Warden Ursa's pale eyes went very wide and then very dim as her body seized and her orbits of white rained down dead around them both. He did not withdraw his hand. He walked, and dragged her with it, back through the ruined gardens, through the broken colonnades, into the marble hall where veiled descendants held a heavily injured enforcer pinned to his own floor. Mahishasura's black and gold coat was torn, his pale gold hair was matted dark, and his amber eyes, sighting the tyrant coming on with the warden's body hanging from his buried hand, went grave, and then hateful, and stayed hateful. Noah stopped above him, and stood over everything. The sealed dimension. The pinned collector. The dead-eyed daughter of the ninth chair dragged forward like a settled account. 7 descendants kneeling. Dark gold pressure rolled off Noah in slow tides that bent the wine pools flat, and when he spoke, the crown gave every word the unhurried weight of a thing that had already happened. You built a very reasonable case, enforcer. I listened to all of it. The appetite subtracted. The vessels chained. He crouched slowly, bringing his burning gold eyes level with the hateful amber ones, Ursa's body settling on the marble between them with his hands still seated in her chest. But your own warden taught me the true doctrine of your packs, on the day she took me. She stood over everything and she told me that followers are merely followers. His voice dropped lower, colder, final. It is always those who lead that need to be held accountable. Boom. Chapter 5629, Idols. His left hand was seated in the chest of a warden. His right hand rose, and sanguine blades gathered along it, and came down, and split the chest of descendant Mahishasura open to the sentence beneath. The enforcer did not scream as his hateful amber eyes stayed locked on the tyrant working above him, 7 of his own collection pinning his limbs to his own marble, an infinite sanguine mana poured into 2 opened existences at once, rivers of crimson gold running left and right from a single unhurried figure, and as he worked, the crown-embodied emperor began to talk. I once knew a guy who spent months carving an idol out of solid lapis lazuli. His voice ran calm, conversational, and almost warm. Every morning, without fail, he bowed before it, utterly convinced it was something special. The blades moved deeper. Then one afternoon, another student struck it, and it shattered into 1,000 ordinary blue pebbles. Mahishasura's jaw clenched. Ursa's dim eyes fluttered. The rivers ran on. You see, we have this tragic, almost laughable habit of manufacturing idols out of common clay. But the weavings of existence are remarkably egalitarian. If something possesses a physical shape, if it was brought into being, and if at the end of its long, inflated day, it can die. The blades reached the deepest claws, and held. Then it does not deserve a single knee bent in its direction. Reverence is an illusion sold to those too terrified to stand up straight. His burning gold eyes came level with the hateful amber ones. Those who remain are no grander than the dust settled on my feet. They do not deserve your worship. A pause, precise as a blade finding its seam. And frankly, neither do you. Boom! The rewriting began. Crimson gold flooded both open existences at once, and within Mahishasura, the work ran the way it had run 7 times this day, but inverted, because there was no curse to unwrite and no consent anywhere in the room. The blades held the lineage open against its bearer's will, clause by fighting clause, and into every reseal the grammar went, written in the script the sentence itself was made of, and descendant Mahishasura felt every word of his own remaking and could not stop one letter of it. The lineage of descendant Mahishasura has been opened by force. The provenance blood mark has been written as grammar of the line. Designation, veiled. Nothing in the eternal pax will perceive the writing. Obedience, absolute. Cognizance, intact, at your choosing. Descendant Mahishasura, a veiled blood sovereign, bound to command. And within Ursa, the flood found less to fight. Her defenses were already collapsed, her lifeline already held, and the mark closed over the whole of what she was, daughter of a descendant in a 9th chair, and gripped it, and waited for its instruction. The hall settled. The rivers stilled. And Noah rose to his full embodied height above the 2 opened bodies, dark gold pressure rolling off him in slow tides, and across the sealed pocket dimension, every descendant knelt. For the 7, it arrived as their own hearts rising. Gratitude, the plain sense that kneeling to the being who had unwritten years of sentences was simply correct, and Baelgrim went down first with tears still drying on his face, and Sylvain followed, and Othries, and the loungers, and Carvel last among them, each of them certain to the root of their resealed lines that the kneeling was a choice. For Mahishasura, it arrived as a command. His torn body gathered itself off the marble against every screaming instruction of his own will, and folded, and knelt, and his cognizance was entirely there for all of it, his composed face wrecked around eyes that blazed with pure unwilling hate, an enforcer of the Sereneros kneeling on his own floor with his chest still open, and knowing precisely why. Descendant Mahishasura, Veritas, 34. Provenance, 0, Potentia, 32. Pandus, 33. A descendant of? He had never once been made to kneel. He is kneeling now. The crown read the panel slowly, savoring the last line, and then crouched again before the kneeling enforcer, forearms on knees, casual as a man talking over a fence. Now. From your own mouth. His voice stayed mild. Tell me just how I can fuck up the eternal pax the most. He tilted his head. And you know what? I will not even call it that anymore. Because it is not something eternal, and it will not be something eternal. Just the pax will do. Mahishasura's jaw worked against the grammar, and lost. Slowly. The word came out of him dragged and furious. You do nothing loud. Nothing fast. The pax is not a fortress you break. It is a record you corrupt. His hands shook against his own knees. I return to my mountain, cured brethren at my side, my credibility without limit after this day. And from that seat, I begin to extend this. His eyes flicked with hatred toward his own open chest, Enforcer by enforcer. There are those who owe me. Those who envy me. Those who will come to see the cured and want to know how. Each one drawn into a room like this room, one at a time. And when enough descendants of my standing carry your grammar in their lines, when the enforcers of enough mountains are yours. The grammar dragged the last of it out of him. Then, and only then, do you reach for the arbiters. One seat dimension at a time. And the Pax will go on reciting its creed in perfect order, provides, protects, subtracts, never once perceiving that its own hierarchy has become your instrument, until the hour you decide it learns. Boom! The hall held silence around the council. 7 kneeling faces shone with reverence at strategy they believed their savior had inspired. Noah smiled calmly. Good, he said. You will begin tomorrow. Then he turned his burning gold gaze down, to the body still hanging from his left hand, and the smile went away entirely. And now, Warden. Your account. He drew her up by the chest until her dim pale eyes hung level with his, her feet clear of the marble, blood drop light pulsing softly through her seized frame. I promised you a death, the crown said. I decided it in the crossing dark, over a headless steed. That promise stands. But your collapse would ring, Warden. A daughter of the 9th chair, ceasing, would be felt in rooms I am not ready to visit. So. His hand shifted slightly within her chest. You will be given another form of death. Quieter. Fuller. Her dim eyes found his, and somewhere very far down in them, understanding surfaced, and with it, for the second time in one day, fear on a face that had never worn it. Your memories. Your sense of self. Erased. He said it the way she had once said protocol. Warden Ursa will continue to exist, to every eye of the Pax. But Ursa? The blood drops within her began to turn. Will no longer exist. You. I offered you salvation once. In the crossing dark. I told you that moment was your fork in the road. The drops turned faster. You chose your cause. I am merely keeping to my word. HUUM. Within him, at the edge of the embodiment, the open hand said nothing at all. And the erasure ran. It was not violent. That was the cruelest part of its craftsmanship. The blood drop light moved through her existence in slow, thorough tides, and everything it passed through, it settled, and everything it settled, it emptied. A childhood in the shadow of a 9th chair. The pride of a plain woman among terrifying blood, shacklings, one broken finger, one kept promise, one shuddering voice, all of it dimming tide by tide behind her pale eyes while 7 kneeling descendants watched their savior work and a kneeling enforcer watched everything with hate that had gone very quiet and very old. The memories of Warden Ursa have been erased. The sense of self of Warden Ursa has been erased. What remains? A body, a rank, an obedience, and your grammar. Warden Ursa will answer to every eye of the Pax. Ursa will answer to you. Ursa, as she was, no longer exists. The hand withdrew from her chest at last, and the wound sealed behind it without a scar. She settled to the marble on her own 2 feet, swayed once, and steadied. Her plain face composed itself, feature by feature, and her pale eyes opened, and there was nothing behind them of what she used to be. No rules. No cause. No count. And in the center of a sealed pocket dimension, ringed by kneeling descendants, beneath the burning gold gaze of the true human emperor, the last body in the hall folded smoothly downward. Ursa knelt. And she knelt without a glimmer of hesitation. Chapter 5630, Authorities and Fluff. The embodiment ended grandly. Dark gold drained back out of the crimson, the tyrant's stature settled into the emperor's, and the burning gold eyes cooled to endless blue as the provenance of the closed crown withdrew to its small folded arm seat at his temple, looking satisfied with itself. The embodiment has ended. All attributes have returned to 20. And behind that prompt, more rose, and they did not stop rising. Your veritas has risen tremendously. Your pondus has risen tremendously. Your provenance has risen tremendously. Cause, your current actions, weight as truth lived at the deep transfinite, and the infinite provenance baryogenesis, which has not paused once through battle, embodiment, rewriting, or erasure. Quarks remade within the provenance reverie continue to exceed all prior conversions. Assessment: the wall past 20 was meant to be hard. It was meant to be arduous and long, and to break most of those who ever reached it. At your current pace, it will likely be climbed within the next few minutes. Hours, at most. Grand actions gave grand results. And Noah, restored and unhurried, looked around the ruined celebration hall of a sealed pocket dimension, at 7 kneeling veiled and 1 kneeling enforcer and 1 kneeling instrument, and decided that since nothing could leave this box, nothing needed to leave it just yet. There was one more piece of work to do here. Up, he said. All of you. And you. He looked at the thing that had been Warden Ursa. Come here. Hands and knees. She came, and folded, and Noah seated himself upon the back of the Warden of the Pax the way kings seat themselves on thrones they have not finished judging, one ankle across the opposite knee, entirely comfortable. Among the descendants, no one objected. Why would they? Now. Noah settled back. The battle was too fast. Multiple descendants of those who remain moved in my service, and I saw perhaps a tenth of what any of you are. That will not do. I intend to know my instruments to the last thread. His cold blue gaze traveled the hall. Show me your lineages. One at a time. Baelgrim. The mountain grinned, and rolled his shoulders, and looked around the cluttered hall for something worth the showing. He chose a Loonrot shroud. My line runs from the sleepless fiend, he rumbled, walking toward the slumped artificial soldier. And our father's gift is simple, pure giver. He owns everything he has ever touched. Both huge hands closed around the shroud's wrapped frame. So do we. For a while. HUUM. White light shuddered through the shroud's body, and its core, a thing grown and keyed and sworn to the Pax across centuries, simply changed hands. It stood at Baelgrim's gesture. It knelt at Baelgrim's gesture. It turned its wrapped head toward its own racks of collars with an obedience its makers had never installed, and Baelgrim released it, and the ownership drained away over a few breaths, and the shroud slumped back into the Pax's inventory none the wiser. Touch and tithe, Baelgrim said. Weapons. Armaments. Authorities, if my grip is deeper than their seat. My cousins can do it to stranger things. The two feline loungers demonstrated. The first laid her palm flat against the ambient dark and claimed the sliver of infinity threaded through it, blue rising off her skin in a brief stolen sea. The second pressed one finger to the marble floor, and for 10 long seconds the entire terraced garden was his the way a hand is his, stone flexing when he flexed. The fiend's blood claims, okay, Noah observed from his seat. Carvel. The Watcher rose, rested and terrible. My line runs from the unblinking shepherd, he said quietly. And the shepherd's gift is that the flock is always found. His eyes closed. And every Loonrot shroud in the pocket dimension straightened at once. I am seeing through all of them, Carvel said, eyes still shut. 41 shrouds, 9 functional. I am seeing through all of them. His eyes opened, and they were pale-rimmed now, ringed in faint white. Anything that has ever been watched, my line can watch from. And anything I have marked. He looked at Noah, and inclined his head slightly. I would find across dimensions, until one of us ceased. The shepherd does not lose sheep. The Argent Loom itself is a trail to us. Athres followed his lineage brother, and his display was the inversion of 11,000 years of sentence. He walked the length of the hall and was not noticed doing it, not by the seven, not by the instruments, a presence folded out of every attention in the room at will, and then he stood at its center and unfolded, and every eye arrived on him at once. They cursed me with the broken half of my own gift, he said, and for once he did not perform the words. Attention, with the ownership stripped out. Thousands of years of it. He bowed low to the man seated on the warden. It is mine again. Noah nodded and looked at the next one. Sylvain. She drew no blade. Instead, she raised one hand, and reached into the unseen, and pulled. Threads of the argent loom came down into the visible. White rivers, the same authority that ran the collars and the roads and the inhibitors of the whole towering institution outside, gathered into her palms in obedient skeins, and she began to build. Blades first, 100 of them, forged of braided loomlight. Then the blades became ribs, and the ribs became an architecture, a vaulted lattice of white edges assembling itself above the hall, vast and precise and strangely beautiful, a cathedral frame of pure cutting authority filling the pretend sky. And it keened. A low note ran through every strut of it, soft and unresolved, a construction that mourned its own standing, and Sylvain looked up into her own work with an expression that held old questions. My line runs from the weeping architect, she said. We build with the argent loom the way our father built before us. And everything we build, grieves. We have never learned why. Our messages arrive as sorrows. Our works arrive singing them. Her hand closed, and the lattice folded itself away into nothing, and the keening stopped. The shadow-cursed lounger built after her, a fortress of layered dark raised in half a minute, its walls weeping slow black light at every seam. And through all of it, Noah sat on the back of a warden and watched. Claim, watch, build, said the crown. The fiend takes, the shepherd finds, the architect makes. 3 weavings, and the pax runs on all 3 of them. At last, Noah's gaze settled on the final kneeling figure. Enforcer. Your turn. Mahishasura rose with his torn coat and his quiet old hate, and did not choose a shroud or a thread or a trick. He simply opened his hands. And the entire pocket dimensions loom answered. Every river of white in the sealed abode rose at once, out of the collars and the racks and the slumped shrouds and the seams of the walls, an ocean of authority lifting into the air in perfect surgical order, and it turned above them all, and where it turned it worked. A broken shroud on the far table unmade itself to threads and remade itself whole, the shattered colonnades of the Ursa battle knitted stone by stone, hairline order sweeping the ruin out of the hall in a single conducted pass. He closed his hands. The ocean settled home. The hall stood repaired. My display, he said flatly, is that those who remain use the argent loom, and I understand it immensely. If not for being swarmed and sneak attacked, I would have not been defeated. It was straightforward and grand. Noah rose from his seat, unhurried, and stood at the center of the repaired hall, and delivered the lesson. You have all shown me wonders, but existence is terribly fond of novelty. It offers an endless, glittering weaving of abilities, authorities, and specialized tricks, all of it designed to make us feel clever. But in the grand, infinite weavings of existence, all those infinite variations are usually just theatrical fluff. When the curtain falls, the entity with the sheer, crushing weight of raw power wins the battle. 9 times out of 10, mass breaks nuance. Wah! Except, of course, for that rare, terrifying creature who carries the one authority that unmakes everything entirely. A truly unique authority will rewrite the rules before you even realize you have sat down at the table. His endless blue eyes moved slowly across 7 reverent faces and 1 hateful one and 1 empty one. I mean, look at what happened to all of you when put against me. You were more powerful than me. You had more abilities than me. Every one of you, deeper, older, richer in gifts. He spread his hands slightly, taking in the hall, the kneeling, the grammar none of them could see. And here we are. No one answered. Noah looked down at the warden still waiting on her hands and knees, patted her head once, twice, the maintenance of furniture, and turned for the sealed door with his hands loose at his sides. Prepare, all of you. Soon, we begin corrupting the Pax. Chapter 56:31, A Torn Wall. As Noah continued to scheme on exactly how things could unfold in the Serena Rose, he asked, "The vessels of the Sealed One. Where are they kept?" Mahishasura stood beside the repaired long table with his hands folded behind his back and answered, "Two are held in this dimension. The others are distributed. The Pax does not warehouse its rarest stock in one vault." Noah waited in silence. "Two of them, a short walk from this place. Pinned pieces of the enemy who, in some future, attained it. A visit would have to be made, and made carefully. Could he learn anything more of the Sealed One from shackled vessels? He would find out soon enough. For now, Noah turned his gaze inward and far away, to the Infiniverse, where one hearthshift after another had been completed while a pocket dimension held its coup. And his own progress had been immense. The fifth hearthshift settled. And a few 100 million lifeforms now pulled upon Noah Osmont without knowing his name. A few 100 million was not large, as dimensions counted the living. In a single dimension there could be countless folds, and within them countless domains of existence, and within those countless cosmos holding universes and galaxies and worlds beyond any counting, filled with decillions upon decillions of beings who held no connection to infinity or the primordial source at all, who would live and end without once touching mana or knowing it existed. No. The few 100 million were something else entirely. They were the powerful. The connected. The life forms in every dimension with the immensity to effect tremendous change, the sovereigns and cultivators and ancients whose draws moved the fates of everything beneath them. Rulership of them was rulership of every hand. And yet, he was still the true human emperor, and the decillions mattered to the title as much as the millions did. Because behind his wellsprings came his home. The authority of the Infiniverse flowed out across every bound dimension in rivers of crimson that no eye would ever find, the crimson weft latching quietly onto folds and domains and cosmos entirely, and even if none of them knew, even if not one being from the greatest true life form to the smallest child in the smallest world ever learned it, they were, effectively, under his rule. All of them. L. The fifth dimension was blue. Noah floated at the middle of it, and in every direction, radiant infinity trees stretched away for light years. Yggdrasils of pure deep blue, trunks wider than worlds, crowns of azure light spreading across the dark and canopies that whole civilizations navigated by, roots drinking from wells of blue so bright they made the void around them look painted. Blue permeated everything here. The light was blue, the drifting seeds were blue, the very texture of the ambient dark ran blue at its edges, because this was a dimension that had given itself to infinity entirely. And near the great trees, dozens of true infinite lifeforms floated with their eyes closed. They hung still and reverent in the branches' light, ancient beings wrapped in oceans of blue, and every one of them was sensing the same impossible thing. The infinity they had drawn upon for entire ages, the infinity they knew the way they knew their own names, had suddenly become so much grander. Sweeter in the draw and deeper in the well, and not one of them could say why, and not one of them could stop drinking. Noah watched them from the open sky, unperceived. Your rulership has extended across multiple bound dimensions. 89 412 506 infinite lifeforms of this dimension now draw, in part or in whole, upon your infinite sanguine mana as the wellspring of their infinity. 84 true infinite lifeforms now draw upon you. 12 among them pursue the fusion of infinity and the primordial source, and their pursuit has been eased. They perceive nothing. They will perceive nothing. Total, across the Amnaros in 5 bound dimensions, 396,208,441 lifeforms now draw upon you as the source beneath their sources. Provenance essence expenditure has risen accordingly, 0.000009% per second. The rate remains negligible. And behind those prompts, the deeper count arrived. 1,000,000,000 provenance tell us quarks converted. The infinite provenance baryogenesis proceeds at the greatest pace yet recorded. The wall at 20 is being torn apart. Boom! The breakthrough arrived, and no one saw it. Across the blue vastness, not a single ancient stirred. No sky split for watching crowds. No phenomenon announced itself to the dozens of true infinite lifeforms hanging in the branches light years away, because the being at the center of it stood at a depth their senses did not reach, and what they could not perceive, they could not witness. But existence itself attended. Around the floating figure of Noah, rivers of infinite sanguine mana rose out of him and coiled, crimson gold serpents of bloodlight winding through the empty sky in slow colossal spirals, dozens of them, then hundreds, a storm of rivers turning around a single man. Glimmers of provenance essence kindled among them, stellar blue gold points igniting one after another until the space around him held its own constellation, and the weight of everything came down, the primordial source and infinity and the argent loom and time and all the imperceivable rest, pouring through his frame into quarks that drank and did not burst. His hair lifted in a wind that touched nothing else. His endless blue eyes burned brighter, and the 20 singularities of his depths turned as one, and somewhere far beneath perception, a membrane that had been meant to hold for months or years simply came apart. Your attributes have crossed the wall. Veritas, 25. Pondus, 24. Provenance, 23. Potentia, infinite. The rivers settled slowly back into him. The constellation dimmed and went home. And in the branches of a blue Yggdrasil light years away, one ancient true infinite lifeform opened her eyes and turned her head toward the empty middle sky, frowning faintly at nothing at all. She closed her eyes, and went back to drinking from a well she did not know had a king. The Infiniverse reports, her dimensionality is rising at a tremendously rapid rate. Cause, the crimson weft now binds her authority across many dimensions, and observable existences continue to rise within her without pause. A dimension that contains 1,000 foundations and touches 6 more dimensions is being weighed by existence as something no framework has a shelf for. And her rising lifts you. Your dimensionality now runs far higher than what your attributes express. Effect, the precept of solipsism has deepened. You may now render yourself unperceivable to lifeforms whose attributes reach into the 30s. Noah read the last prompt twice, and a slow. The 30s. Mahishasura himself sat in the low 30s. Which meant that as of this moment, the enforcer could not find him if he did not wish to be found. Chapter 5632, Rage. 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 The wall was torn, and Noah was already thinking past it. His current level of immensity was a floor, not a ceiling, and the road to raising it rapidly had already proven itself 5 dimensions over. More hearth shifts. More wells laid beneath more draws. More rulership extended along roads no instrument could register, until the count beneath him stopped being millions and started being measured the way dimensions were measured. The plan needed no revision. It only needed repetition and time, and he held infinite quantities of exactly one of those. But at such a time, something connected to him trembled. It was not an attack. It was not the weft, and it was not a threat of rulership, and for one strange moment he could not place it at all, because the trembling came from a connection he had given away. It came from the Infiniverse. From the bubble chamber. From the backbone of the infinite scales he had cast out on obsidian sands, the framework he had built across a small time and mimicry of Vakachev's scales of existence, the ladder his old power had climbed before provenance replaced every rung of it. He had been thinking, only recently, about how to reframe that cast-out skeleton under his provenance. And at this moment, she sent her message through. Master. Weavings of a grand record are being sent through your old scales of existence. A record that seems to stem from Vakachev himself. Boom! Noah's eyes shone with a terrifying brilliance. Send it through. He closed his eyes. And within a corner of his consciousness, a grand record was passed inward, and it bloomed. His consciousness gave the record a stage, and the stage was an endless stellar blue sea. Noah's body manifested upon the still water, whole and standing, and opposite him, something else arrived. A shrouded figure, seated. It could not entirely be observed. The shape of it slid away from direct perception, and around it, obsidian waves rolled, black lightning crawling through them in slow crowns, immensity manifesting in tides that the blue sea absorbed without complaint. A being that had covered observable existences and dimensions in vast reaches of the infinite Carcosa and the sourcelands with a single framework, rendered down into a recording, and still too grand to look at directly. And then it spoke, and its voice boomed through the whole of Noah's consciousness. I am Vakachev. The obsidian waves rose with the name. And I am reaching out to all those who tried to do what I tried to do. I send this message through my scales and other scales to the few with boundless potential. The shrouded head lifted. I tried to go against those who remain. I tried to level the playing field, for all of us. And I have failed. I have to retreat. I have come to the conclusion that this is not something I can do alone, because those who remain are not alone. The lightning stilled for a moment, and the voice came lower. I retreat in defeat. And I persevere. And you, who seek to do the same as me, persevere. They are coming for me, and they will come for you. They will try to stifle every life and every possibility that could one day topple them. So forgive me, for the adversity you are about to have. The figure's shrouded gaze seemed to find him, across a recording, across existence. But even adversity is part of existence. If you die, this is also a part of existence. If you are brought into their folds, this too is a part of existence. So persevere. Do not go gentle into the night. The obsidian waves rose into a storm. Rage. The sea shook. Rage. The sky of his consciousness split with black light. Rage. Boom. The figure stood, and the standing alone drove the stellar sea outward in a ring, and then it shot upward, a pillar of obsidian and lightning climbing out of the record and out of perception entirely. And where it had sat, something remained. A single obsidian crystal, small and dark and perfectly still, settling down through the blue water of Noah's consciousness. The record has concluded. Something has been left behind. Its nature is? Noah opened his eyes, shock still moving through him, the crystal settling somewhere deep and the last word still ringing in every corner of what he was. He grasped the crystal, and all it had were question marks. And in the next moment, all of existence began to shake. The dimension he stood in shook. And far across the dark, even the infiniverse began to shake, a unique transfinite dimension trembling in her own step between dimensions. It was not isolated. In a quiet inner dimension far across the infinite Carcosa, a man who wore the body of Achilles Adrastea was breaking a promise slowly, and doing it face to face. Until I am certain, he said, that I control my existence, that this hand is mine when it moves, and this voice is mine when it speaks. I may have to leave you, Rose. The woman before him had green hair that fell in loose waves, and a beauty so vivid it made the quiet garden around her seem painted with paint. She was about to reply when existence shook. The garden swayed. The light bent. And the man who was half Achilles Adrastea and half something sealed and ancient had already appeared to wrap his arms around Rose as he looked around for any threat coldly. Far away. In an unknown dimension of black stone and burning skies, the creature was at war. Two primeval ones circled him, vast and old and bleeding, and his obsidian flames ran threaded with white gold as the MAW hung open at his shoulder and the shapeless pantheon wore the battlefield itself. One of the primevals struck. Then existence shook. All three ancient things stopped, mid-violence, in perfect unison. And the creature turned his head upward, toward a sky that was not the source of anything, and the swirling white rivers in his eyes narrowed. In a grand citadel of gold and glory, 1,000 true gilded lifeforms looked up at once. Not one after another. At once, in a single synchronized motion, 1,000 brilliant heads tilting toward the ceiling in the same heartbeat, because not one of the motions was their own. Their amplified egos burned in perfect, identical rhythm, an ocean of glory moving as one instrument. For they were under the collective control of the great usurper. And around them, existence shook. And in the serene rose, the shaking rolled through everything. The purple gold mountains swayed upon their clouds. The cage fields rattled for light years, columns of stacked prisons groaning, despondent captives lifting their heads. And inside a pocket dimension that was sealed against all of existence, the shaking arrived anyway. The marble hall trembled. Wine pools shivered. Cured descendants were on their feet in an instant, staring upward at a pretend sky, and the empty instrument that had been Ursa stood placidly in the swaying hall awaiting instruction, and descendant Mahishasura gazed around coldly. Noah stood at the center of the trembling marble. He looked around slowly and somberly as he thought about Vakachev's words. Rage. 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 Chapter 5633, The Provenance of Existence. The shaking deepened. And beneath it, running under the quake of every surface, there came a sound that was not truly a sound. A sensation of something cracking. Something vast and old and everywhere at once, fracturing along its whole length. Noah looked around slowly. Across the trembling marble hall, the descendants were doing the same, 7 cured faces and 1 hateful one all tilted toward a pretend sky, because every one of them was feeling it too. A vast structure is breaking across existence. Certainty is not possible, but weight against everything in your records, that may be the fracturing of Vakachev's scales of existence. The prompt was a heavy one, and existence went on quaking around it. The scales. The framework that covered observable existences and dimensions in vast reaches of the infinite Carcosa and the Sourcelands. The ladder that even free beings paradoxically kept climbing, the measure so old that entire civilizations had never conceived of standing anywhere else. He had heard its maker's voice minutes ago, wrapped in obsidian lightning, admitting defeat. I retreat. I persevere. Rage. And now the ladder itself was coming apart across the whole of everything. At such a time, Noah heard nothing at all. But through the descendants his existence controlled, through 7 veiled lines and 1 bound sovereign whose senses were his to share, he heard it. A voice, echoing out within the lineages themselves. Booming and serene at once, feminine, filled with an immensity that made the fracturing sound small, arriving not through any air but through the blood, through the unbroken written lines running back through every ancestor, a message into existence itself of the kind that descendants received once in a lifetime if they were fortunate. Every descendant in the hall went rigid as one. Rejoice, O progeny of immense ones! For you will be first to learn of the coming of the new ruling of existence itself. No scale shall sit above anything ordained by the immense ones, by those who remain. There is only our rulings, that all of existence shall follow and thrive from. There is only, and will only be, the provenance of existence. Noah's gaze became terribly heavy. Vakachev's message, and then this, in the same hour. That grand lifeform had failed at whatever his plans had been, had broadcast his defeat through a specific few, and those who remain had answered his retreat by making their move at last. A replacement of the measure of everything. Just what did it entail? The provenance of existence. They had taken the word provenance. The name of what the first lifeforms were, the name of what he was, the name of the one power in all of existence that owed nothing, borrowed nothing, and was granted nothing, and the immense ones had taken it. The voice went on. And what it delivered next, only the descendants of all existence would receive freely. Every other lifeform across every dimension would feel the ruling settle over their lives tonight and be given nothing at all, left to learn its shape by stumbling through it for ages. Hear the mechanics of the ruling, O progeny. Existence is woven of mantles. They have always been there, roles woven through the living since the living began. The ruler. The peasant. The tyrant. The mender. The shield. The blade. The watcher. The betrayer. The wanderer. The usurper. Every age and every dimension has worn them, and until this day, wearing them earned nothing. As of this day, the ruling answers those who wear them. When a lifeform wears a mantle so truly, and for so long, that its own weavings and the mantle's weavings can no longer be told apart, existence shall record the union. That recording is an ordination. The ordained draw standing, power, and depth from the ruling itself, owing nothing to any framework of authority, and so the humble may rise through their roles where no ladder of power would ever have carried them. This is the gift. Around the marble hall, 7 cured descendants stood frozen inside a message only their blood could hear, and Mahishasura had gone very pale. They have never done this before, he said softly, to no one. In all the records of all the lines. They have never once addressed us all. H-U-U-M. The voice was not finished. And know the 2 roads of the ruling, for every lifeform shall walk one. The ordered are those who live their roles in service of the ordained order. Their existential morai shall gather steadily, the favor of existence itself, chance leaning toward their steps and the door that opens at the needed hour. Their dimensionality shall rise with their observance, slow and without ceiling. Existence favors stability. The ordered are stability. They shall thrive from the ruling, and the ruling shall thrive from them. The willful are those who wear their roles for their own ends, or worse, who refuse all roles and author themselves. To them the ruling gives its other face. Existence also has the undeniable fact of instability and entropy. Their power shall come fast and grand. And their morai shall burn or flicker without notice, and chance shall lean away from them like the unstable things they are. They shall thrive from the chaos of existence. The willful are permitted. The willful are even needed. The hall was silent inside the quaking. And Noah stood at the center of it, unheard of things assembling themselves behind his cold eyes. They had built an order that rewards its own believing and likely benefited those who remain. His eyes flashed, and he turned the protagonist's omniscient regard on the nearest descendant. Descendant Baelgrim: Veritas, 24. Provenance, 0, Potentia, 23. Pondus, 26. Morai, 14. No role. There it was. A new line. He swept the regard across the hall. Sylvain, Morai, 11. Othries, Morai, 9, Carvel, Morai, 22. Mahishasura, Morai, 31, an enforcer of order weighed richly by an order he had never heard of until this minute. And then, slowly, Noah turned the regard inward, upon himself. Veritas, 25. Pondus, 24. Provenance, 23. Potentia, infinite. Moirai? The ruling has attempted to weigh you unsuccessfully. The ruling is still attempting. Chapter 5634, The Provenance of Existence. 2. The quaking had begun to settle, but the questions had not. A system did not become real by being announced. It became real by being tested, and Noah had a hall full of instruments, a bound enforcer with 31 Moirai already weighed upon him, and no intention of learning the ruling's shape the way the rest of existence would learn it, by stumbling. So he turned to the most richly weighed being in the room. Mahishasura. What have you done across your long life? What are you doing still? Proclaim it, and let us see what this new ruling makes of you. The enforcer straightened his torn coat, and lifted his chin, and spoke. I am Mahishasura, enforcer of the Serena Rose. The soft voice carried through the marble hall, and something in it began to resonate. I have held a mountain, and from that mountain I have ordered the wardens sworn beneath me out into the reaches of existence. At my word, they have stripped the authority from countless lifeforms unworthy of holding it. I weighed them, and I found them unworthy, and I had them subtracted. His amber eyes did not waver. I have taken the mighty out of the hands of the helpless. I have emptied the skies of appetites. I have caged what could not be reasoned with and carried it away from everything it would have eaten. The hall held still. And then, from above, out of a pretend sky that had no above to offer, a golden shield descended. Huum. It was vast and slow and utterly silent, a sigil of deep gold in the shape of a great shield, turning gently as it came down through the air over the enforcer's head, and light poured off it in soft sheets, and every being in the hall felt existence itself lean toward the marble floor where one bound descendant stood proclaiming. The ruling has heard a proclamation, and waited against a life. Descendant Mahishasura has been recognized. He now wears the mantle of the shield. The shield, the protector's role, worn by all who stand between harm and the held. What the shield guards, existence shall help him guard. His existential moirai shall gather from his actions and from the results of his actions, every harm turned aside, every held thing that endures, shall be weighed and paid. While he acts in accordance with his role, his power shall be amplified tremendously. And should a wearer of the shield face an opposing role in contest, existence itself shall lean, and probability shall bend, to ensure the victory of one of the ordered. Should descendant Mahishasura truly and fully live his mantle, deed upon deed, he may one day be granted his own unique ordination. The golden sigil settled, sinking into the air above his shoulders until it hung there faint and turning, a quiet crest that did not fade. And Mahishasura stood beneath it surrounded by a grand descending light, gold pouring over the torn black coat and the pale hair, and for a moment the bound, hateful, Kubroken enforcer looked almost exalted, a figure existence itself had chosen to illuminate. Noah looked at him, and slowly shook his head. His eyes flashed. Descendant Mahishasura, Veritas, 40:34. Provenance, 0, Potentia, 40:32. Pondus, 40:33. Moirai, 31, and gathering. He wears the mantle of the shield. 40. Across the board. The parentheses held what the descendant truly was, and the ruling had simply written larger numbers over them, granted for nothing more than proclaiming a life and being found in accordance with a role. His cold gaze swept the hall. The rest of you. All of you. Proclaim what your existence has been doing so far. Let us see just what role, just what archetype, each of you holds. Wah! Baelgrim went first. I am Baelgrim, the mountain rumbled. I have no grand record of order. I have only this. For all my ages, when something came for my kin, it found me in front of them. Before the curse, I stood in front. That is all I have ever done. HUUM. A second golden shield descended, vast and slow, and settled turning above the mountain's shoulders, and Baelgrim looked up at his own crest with wonder. Descendant Baelgrim has been recognized. He now wears the mantle of the shield. Veritas, 30:24. Potentia, 30:23. Pondus, 30:26. Moirai, 14, and gathering. Sylvain stepped forward with her eyes set, and proclaimed a harder life. I was made to end things. I have ended tyrants and ended innocence and ended whatever my masters pointed me toward, and when the ire of the immense ones made me feel every wound I authored them anyway, when the cause was worth the cutting. I am not a protector. I am the thing protectors send. I am the edge that goes where shields cannot. No shield came for her. Instead, a slender sword of white gold descended point down through the pretend sky, keening one soft note as it came, and hung turning above her head. Descendant Sylvain has been recognized. She now wears the mantle of the blade. The blade, the ender's roll, worn by those who cut what must be cut and carry the cost of the cutting. Her Moirai shall gather from every ending that spares a greater one. While she acts in accordance, her power is amplified tremendously. Veritas, 30:27. Potentia, 30:25. Pondus, 30:24. Moirai, 11, and gathering. Carvel did not step forward at all. He proclaimed from where he stood, quiet and level. I have watched. Nothing under my watch was ever lost that I did not see lost. Nothing approached that I did not see approach. I have been the one who does not look away, in a hall of beings who could afford to. And unblinking eye of pale gold descended over him, lidless and serene, and hung turning. And it did not stop pouring. Where the others' lights had settled, Carvel's deepened, gold flooding down over the watcher in sheet after sheet, and the whole hall turned to look as the amplification visibly climbed. Descendant Carvel has been recognized. He now wears the mantle of the Watcher. The Watcher, the witness's role. What he watches, existence shall keep watchable. His Moirai shall gather from every warning that arrives in time, and every truth that is seen before it is suffered. His life and his role can scarcely be told apart. The ruling has weighed this, and paid accordingly. Veritas, 35:29. Potentia, 35:27. Pondus, 35:28. Moirai, 22, and gathering. 35, where every other cured had been given 30. Noah's cold gaze narrowed slightly at the parenthesis and what sat outside it, and the mechanic assembled itself plainly enough. The ruling, paid alignment. Othries proclaimed next. I have wandered. No home held my name. No road kept my footprints. I walked out of every memory I entered. A staff of worn gold descended for him, a traveler's staff, turning slowly. Descendant Othries has been recognized. He now wears the mantle of the Wanderer. The Wanderer, the roadless role, worn by those who belong to the going rather than the arriving. Ways open for him. His Moirai shall gather from every path walked that no other could have walked. Veritas, 30:21. Potentia, 30:22. Pondus, 30:20. Moirai, 9, and gathering. The shadow-cursed lounger proclaimed the years she had wrapped her dark around her loved ones, before her curse taught the dark to strangle, and a third golden shield came down for her, and she wept beneath it. The quiet lounger, the one whose curse Noah had unwritten without ever naming it aloud, proclaimed softly of a long life spent putting broken things back together, beings and bonds and dimensions cracked by war she had not started, mended with hands the record never thanked. A golden thread descended for her, stitching slowly through a ring of light. Shannara now wears the mantle of the Mender. The Mender, the restorer's role. What she mends, existence shall help hold mended. Veritas, 30:22. Potentia, 30:21. Pondus, 30:23. And another one of the 7 cured descendants proclaimed grandly, at length, of deeds and stands and sacrifices. And nothing descended. The hall waited, and nothing happened, as it seemed that one still needed to have had significant actions to back their claims, and could not simply bullshit their way to a mantle. Which left one being in the hall unaccounted for. Warden. Noah's voice stayed level. Proclaim what your existence has done. The empty instrument that had been Ursa stepped forward at the command and proclaimed in a voice with no resonance in it at all. I am Warden Ursa of the Pax. I hold the rank of Warden. I execute collections. I maintain records. I obey. The hall waited. Nothing descended again. The ruling has weighed this proclamation. It has found no one. Noah held the prompt in his cold gaze for a moment. So the ruling did not weigh bodies, or ranks, or obediences. It weighed selves. And where a self had been erased, the grandest system those who remain had ever imposed looked into a standing, speaking, breathing being, and found no one home to give a role to. Noah watched the hall wordlessly after that. 3 shields, a blade, a watcher, a wanderer, a mender. Golden crests turning over 7 of his 9, 1 descendant unweighed, 1 instrument unfounded. Existence itself leaned into the room the way a patron leans into a shop it has decided to fund. The boosts were terrifying. Under these new scales, these new rulings of those who remain, a proclaimed life was worth more, and if a wearer met one of the woeful in contest, probability itself would take a side. Even he, standing outside every framework existence had ever offered him, looked at the boons, and was tempted. But no. He had cast out borrowed thongs, and he had not done it to kneel at a newer, grander one. He had to generate something of his own. Even if he tapped into this vastness, and he might, because this was a new makeup of existence itself that even he could not deny, it would be on his terms, through his own works, worn as nothing existence could revoke. Because that was the fact under all the gold, existence itself, deferred to this new system. And even now, watching the crests turn above the proclaimed, Noah felt he was only beginning to grasp what those who remain had imposed upon all of existence. Chapter 56:35, For Stability. Noah thought about it for a while. A new system had been laid over all of existence, and existence itself deferred to it. He wanted to see how far he could push it. Mahishasura. He turned to the shield. We are going to visit another mountain. And when we arrive, you are going to make a proclamation of your own. The amber eyes watched him with attentiveness at this time. You will tell the enforcer of that mountain this. That for the stability of existence, your role as the shield requires more enforcers and more wardens acting directly beneath you, so that you may gather the more to stabilize existence further as you see fit. Which means that enforcer must bend the knee to you. And should they refuse, he let it settle. Then they stand against the stability of existence itself. And a shield, in accordance with its role, is permitted to correct that. Mahishasura understood as he shook his head with incredulity, because the plan was monstrous and elegant and used his own new mantle as the knife. They set off across the Serena Rose. The weft carried them, unseen, crimson threads bearing an emperor and his shield out over the purple gold mountains and the cloud seas and the gigaparsec cages stacked on each other, and Noah watched the dimension move beneath them as they went. It was in chaos, quietly. The ruling had settled over the Serena Rose the same hour it settled over everything, and even here, in the seat of the ones who served the immense ones, no one had been told more than the descendants had. Many were trying to grasp this new system. The masters of order, Noah observed, were as disordered as anyone tonight. A little while later, a mountain rose ahead of them, ringed in its own cages, and Mahishasura brought them down before its gates and called out, "Enforcer Forelag!" His soft voice carried across the terraces, and after a moment, powerhouses came out. An enforcer first, a broad descendant with stone-gray skin and a brow mark split like cracked stone, flanked by his wardens. Noah's eyes flashed across them as they emerged, cataloging without a word. One of the wardens was a descendant like her master. The rest were progeny, the mingled blood of descendants and primeval ones, of descendants and infinite lifeforms drawn in deep blue, of descendants and old source things, the mixed and mighty middle ranks that ran the machinery of the packs. Mahishasura. Forelag's grey face was bright. "You felt and heard the glorious change our fathers have laid down? Ha, even we are trying to figure it out right now." Mahishasura spread his hands, and the golden shield crest turned faintly above his shoulders, and he made his proclamation. "Yes, existence has a new ruling, Forelag. You have felt it. I have grasped it." The crest brightened as he spoke in accordance with his role. "I wear the mantle of the shield, and my role is the protection of the ordained order, and the ruling has shown me that to stabilize existence further, I require more hands acting beneath mine. More enforcers. More wardens. Yours among them." His voice stayed courteous and warm. "So bend the knee, and act beneath me for the stability of existence. Or refuse, and stand revealed as a thing that opposes stability itself." Boom! Forelag's bright face began to darken toward anger. "You have lost your damn mind. The fuck are you talking Abu Dash?" Mahishasura attacked. No further word. No warning. The shield simply moved, and the whole of the Serena Rose seemed to move with him. Noah watched from the open air, and as the shield struck, prompts rose before his eyes alone. A wearer of the shield is acting in full accordance with his role. Descendant Mahishasura has framed this contest as the set order against a thing that opposes it. The ruling has accepted the framing. Existence has begun writing a narrative around his existence and his role. Mahishasura crossed the distance in an instant, and his fist took Forelag across the jaw. 40 attributes behind the blow, against a being who stood in the low 30s, and worse, far worse, existence itself leaned into it as it landed. Noah watched probability bend in real time. Forelag's guard came up a fraction too slow. Every small chance that might have saved him tilted, quietly and completely, toward the wearer of the shield. Probability has bent to favor the ordered. Result achieved, an opposing role staggered. Existential Morai of Descendant Mahishasura, 33. The ruling was helping. It had chosen a side the instant Mahishasura framed the fight as order against disorder, and it did not choose halfway. He fought with everything he was at once. His lineage gift woke, and where his hands passed, the mountain's own defenses answered him instead of their master. The Argent loom rose to him the way it rose to no one else alive, white rivers pouring up out and gathering into his open hands and hardening into weapons, into walls, into 100 white blades that orbited him and struck where he looked. Loom, and lineage, and 40 attributes, and existence itself tilting the floor beneath his enemies. It was not a fight. It was a demonstration of what the ordered were built to be. Forelag went down alongside his forces as nobody else had to make a move. Mahishasura floated there, gazing at his own hands as if he couldn't believe what he had done. Result achieved, an opposing cohort broken. Harm turned aside from the ordained order. Existence continues to favor the accordant. Existential Morai of Descendant Mahishasura, 33-37. He is playing out his role to perfection. Oh! In under a minute, Enforcer Foreleg and every warden of his mountain lay broken across their own terraces, alive, ruined, uncomprehending. Mahishasura turned toward Noah, breathing hard, and on his face as right now he showed euphoria. Lock this place down. Noah's voice went sharp and quick as he began to move towards the defeated. The veiled moved as darkness flowed all around. And Noah descended toward the broken enforcer and his broken wardens, and his sanguine blades were already blooming along his hands, crimson gold and humming. He crouched over the ruined enforcer, blades bright, and got to the work of taking him. It seemed that new possibilities were rising. He could attain his goals much faster amidst the chaos of this new system, while also utilizing it and the terrifying power behind it to achieve his aims. He would use this new ruling of existence they had imposed to fuck them over tremendously, if he could. Chapter 5636, Roles. Although the battle for the mountain had ended, the absolute weight of order remained heavy in the air. Noah floated silently before the broken forms of Enforcer Foreleg and his cohort of wardens, who all knelt in the ruined courtyards of their own fief after he had placed his markers into them. Around Noah, the veiled figures of Mahishasura, Carvel, Sylvain, and the other cured descendants floated in immaculate stillness. Noah looked at the kneeling forms, his eyes exceptionally bright as his mind catalogued exactly what had just occurred. In truth, he was thinking more and more about the provenance of existence and how this new system could be stretched, weaponized, and ultimately drained. The most glaring vulnerability this ruling came with was the mantles, and the absolute reality that if an existence truly and fully played out their designated role, existence itself would side with them. It was represented by Moirai. It acted akin to a localized destiny backing a lifeform simply because of what they stood for. Thus, Noah reasoned through the implications. Could he design a grand narrative role for someone like Mahishasura to perform? Could he effectively turn the descendant into a lead actor on a grand stage? Would the Moirai bend nearby existence to aid him in living out this newly authored role? To truly fulfill this architecture, he needed complete operational control. Noah did not speak a command aloud. Instead, he sent a concentrated portion of his own consciousness directly into the veiled weavings of Mahishasura, taking total, seamless control of the descendant's body and power. Stepping into the vessel of a descendant was a remarkably strange sensation. Noah felt the unbending sentence written into the very blood of the lineage, humming with the cold dictation of those who remain. He felt the innate, effortless connection to the argent loom, perceiving the boundless white threads of authority that stitched the dimension together. But most surprisingly, he felt the existential Moirai surrounding this body. It was a buoyant, upward pressure. It made him feel as though the physical surroundings themselves were actively lifting him up, eager to support whatever action the shield decided to take. While his consciousness anchored into Mahishasura, Noah's actual body moved backward. He waved his hands casually, pooling crimson gold sanguine mana infused with stellar blue light to form a high, bloody throne. Sitting back upon it, the precept of solipsism washed over him, rendering him entirely unperceivable to anyone whose attributes fell below his own, and more due to his immense dimensionality. Below his throne, the descendants lined up like perfect soldiers, an arrangement that allowed Noah to comfortably bask in the ambient awe and Moirai without ever exposing his own hands. From the mouth of Mahishasura, Noah looked down at Enforcer Foreleg and the vastness of Thid Place. He needed to truly unleash the mantle of the shield, and to do so, he required a speech that existence itself could not ignore. There was once a mortal man attempt to hold up a collapsing roof with a single wooden beam, Mahishasura spoke, his voice echoing with a soft, precise, courteous lecturing warmth that carried an iron menace beneath. Many go on believing that a shield is just a piece of metal you hold in front of your own chest. But a true shield is an architecture. Mahishasura paced slowly through the white threads of the argent loom. To truly fulfill my mantle as the shield, my ability is fundamentally limited if I cannot control all members of the packs across the entire Serenaros dimension. To guard the order, I must bring every enforcer on this dimension under my fold. I must take control of the arbiter. Except, the architects of this dimension are terribly fond of their current, flawed design. They hoard authority while the roof collapses. Mahishasura stopped pacing and opened his arms toward the purple gold skies, his amber gold eyes blazing as he addressed the firmaments of existence directly. Will existence side with one of its children who stands faithfully as one of the ordered? Will existence back me in this arduous accounting? He lowered his gaze back to Enforcer Forlag, his tone dropping the cosmic grandeur for a flat, terrifyingly simple conclusion. They do not deserve to hold the line. And frankly, neither do you. Boom! The results arrived instantly. All of surrounding existence buzzed with a deafening, resonant frequency as the skies of the Serenaros seemed to physically lean downward. Cascading waves of pure Moirai gushed from the skies, pouring directly into the body of Mahishasura like a breaking dam. Information flooded into the descendant's existence, a raw existential validation that Noah immediately translated into crisp prompts within his own vision. You are one of the foremost existences utilizing the provenance of existence to its fullest. You are the first to trigger a narrative of existence. The narrative of existence, political crusade, has been triggered as you are one of the central mantles. Political crusade, a triggered internal conflict to usurp rule against those deemed unworthy of their stations. Mahishasura, the shield, has been deemed the leading crusade. All narrative Moirai flows around him, strengthening his existence and the crusaders behind him to guarantee the highest probability of a successful crusade. Existential Moirai begins to bud aggressively in the Serenaros. If enough participants arise, and if different mantles and roles join in this narrative, an interested gaze from one of the immense ones may be drawn over. Leading participants will gain unfathomable existential Moirai in return. The returns were ridiculously out of his expectations. Sitting unperceivable on his bloody throne, Noah gazed at the prompts through the eyes of Mahishasura, processing the sheer volume of Moirai exploding around the vessel. It was an absolute validation of his siege architecture. The ruling was not just paying for actions anymore, it was paying for the entire theatrical campaign. Descendant Mahishasura: Veritas 41 / Provenance 0 / Potentia 42 / Pondus 43. Every attribute had crossed the threshold of 40, fueled entirely by the momentum of the crusade. Noah felt the overwhelming density of the descendant's new standing, and he did not waste a single second of the narrative high. Operating through Mahishasura, he raised one pale gold hand and pointed toward the distant, hazy silhouette of the next mountain in the inner ring. We march, Mahishasura commanded, his voice carrying the amplified, undeniable weight of the leading crusade. We bring the order to the next peak. Anyone who resists is an enemy of stability itself. The veiled descendants moved in perfect unison, their figures snapping in the wind as they rallied behind their newly empowered vanguard. And far behind this terrifying, righteous force, Noah rested his chin on his fist atop his throne of sanguine mana, directing the entire crusade from the absolute safety of the unseen. Chapter 5637 Roles 2. The Creature. Although the shaking of existence had paused the war for a brief moment, the violence in the unknown dimension of black stone and burning skies was far from settled. Two primeval ones circled the creature. They were vast, old, and bleeding, shimmering with hoarded authority, and entirely unaware that the foundation of their power had just rotted away beneath them. In truth, existence had just undergone a violent restructuring. When Vakachev's scales fractured across reality, the lineages of descendants heard a booming voice delivering the new laws of the provenance of existence. The creature heard nothing at all. He did not need to hear a voice. His pantheon of all existence was the surroundings themselves. When the physical and conceptual rules of the burning skies and black stone changed, the new grammar inscribed itself directly into his flesh and his intent. He felt the death of the old ladder. he felt the birth of Moirai. He understood instantly that existence was now weighing roles, measuring lives against mantles, and preparing to fund those who played their parts perfectly. The two primeval ones prepared to unleash their accumulated ages of power. They still believed they were the apex of a static hierarchy. The creature looked at them, his face a mask of cold obsidian flames threaded with white gold. A true ruler does not float above the weight of his domain, the creature spoke, his voice flat and unhurried, carrying the absolute density of inevitable payment. He places himself beneath it. He carries the cost of every life, every death, and every broken law. You have sat in the dark and hoarded authority without ever bearing its consequences. He took a single step forward, and the black stone groaned. I am the one who carries, he continued, his tone devoid of any rising passion. I am the one who pays the cost. And I am the one who will dictate the order of what remains. Existence listened. Without a single visual notification or floating text as of now, a profound and heavy knowledge blossomed inside the creature's mind. Existence had weighed his life, his suffering, and his unyielding thesis of bearing, and it found him absolutely in accordance. He felt an invisible, crushing weight of validation pour into his pantheon. He received the mantle of the ruler. Pure existential Moirai flooded his being. It did not arrive as a number he could read. It arrived as a localized destiny, a physical sensation of the surrounding dimension actively lifting him up and bending its own probability to guarantee his success. He was now one of the ordered, and existence itself would lean to ensure his victory in this contest. The primeval one struck. The black stone vanished in a blinding storm of dense golden primordial source and roaring blue infinity. The two ancients poured the entirety of their hoarded ages into a combined beam of annihilation meant to erase him from the records entirely. The creature did not dodge. Boom! The annihilation beam struck the space inches from his chest and simply fractured, skipping off his aura like a thrown stone off a frozen lake. The probability of their strike landing had been bent away by the Moirai of the ruler. The primeval one stared in absolute shock as their guaranteed execution failed to even singe his robes. They did not understand the new ruling. They did not know that authority was no longer enough. They needed roles. The creature raised his hand. The MAW opened simultaneously in the burning sky, the obsidian floor, and the very air between the two primevals. The invisible jaws clamped down on their flowing blue infinity, devouring their attack and their intent in a single, unhurried motion. Payment is due, the creature murmured. The blank caudal of the unwritten primeval whipped out from behind him wrapped with tendrils of the argent loom. The white-haired tail crossed the distance in a fraction of a nanosecond, carrying the amplified, undeniable weight of his new mantle. It slammed into the chest of the first primeval one with the force of countless collapsing observable existences. Crack! The ancient lifeform folded perfectly in half, its trueness rupturing outward as it was driven straight into the black stone floor. The second primeval one turned to flee, finally realizing that the rules of engagement had been entirely rewritten. The creature extended his arm and applied the burden of existence. Every era of grief, every ounce of suffering he had ever carried, and every slaughtered life he had witnessed transferred instantly into the fleeing primeval's soul. The ancient being screamed, its unblemished existence buckling under a weight it had never been trained to carry. It collapsed, crashing into the stone beside its broken companion. The creature walked slowly toward them, his steps echoing in the sudden quiet of the burning domain. He looked down at the two shattered ancients, their bodies trembling as they struggled to understand the insurmountable gap that had just opened between them. He did not kill them. He had a use for their weight. Bend the knee, the creature commanded, his voice cold and final, and you will be my first generals to form a grand rule. The two ancient beings, broken by the sheer disparity in standing, slowly pushed themselves up onto their trembling knees. They bowed their heads, shockingly pledging their very existences to the entity standing above them. These were primeval ones, mind you. Oh. As their submission set into reality, two colossal, illusory statues carved of gray stone materialized within the borders of the creature's existence. The pantheon of all existence was expanding its horde, turning their pledged weight into permanent fixtures of his domain. The creature waved his hand. Rise. Because his dimensionality ran unfathomably deep due to the massive statue within him, he could perceive the white threads that stitched reality together and used them now. He reached into the unseen layer and commanded the argent loom. Brilliant white rivers of authority flowed from the surrounding dimension directly into the shattered bodies of the two primeval ones, knitting their trueness back together and reinforcing their broken frames with ancient density. The two generals stood, their wounds bound by glowing white threads. Tell me everything you can regarding this dimension, the creature instructed. Chapter 5638, Roles. 3. The two primeval ones looked at each other, the terror of their defeat still fresh in their glowing eyes. The larger of the two bowed its head respectfully. This is the Velgaros, the general spoke, its voice carrying the heavy rumble of shifting tectonic plates. It is a vast and ancient domain, filled with primevals and true lifeforms scattered across dozens of observable existences. But none of us rule it. The second general continued, shivering slightly. A terrifyingly powerful primeval one stands atop this dimension. And worse, he is married to a descendant of the immense ones. Together, they hold an absolute monopoly. The creature listened. A primeval one claiming rulership simply by holding a descendant's hand, hoarding authority while demanding tribute from the lesser existences scattered below. It was exactly the kind of unearned peace he despised. It seems like the rulers of this dimension need to change, the creature said absent-mindedly. Boom. The instant the words left his mouth, existence seethed. The burning skies roared with a resonant frequency as cascading waves of pure existential moirai surged down, pouring directly into the creature's body. A flood of information blossomed in his mind. The ruling had heard the declaration of the ruler, and it was bending reality to accommodate his campaign. The information came as behind the creature, the massive statue others couldn't see smiled brutally as it translated the information into text. You have triggered a narrative of existence. The narrative of existence, the grand succession, has been triggered as you are one of the central mantles. The grand succession, a triggered external conflict to usurp a seated ruler through the sheer weight of bearing and territorial dominance. You have been deemed the leading conqueror. All narrative moirai flows around you, strengthening your existence and the generals behind you to guarantee the highest probability of a successful succession. Existential moirai begins to bud aggressively across the Velgaros. If enough participants arise, and if the seated rulers are drawn into the contest, an interested gaze from one of the immense ones may be drawn over. Leading participants will gain unfathomable existential moirai in return. The creature floated grandly above the black stone, his obsidian and white gold flames expanding as he took all the information in. He turned his masked face toward the two generals standing beside him. Let us go gather more generals so this dimension can have its first great ruler. Wah! Achilles Adrastea. Although the quiet garden in the infinite Carcosa was meant to be a sanctuary, existence itself refused to remain still. Achilles wrapped his arms tightly around Rose, feeling her tremble against his chest as her green hair fell in loose waves and the very light of the surroundings bent out of shape. He felt the monumental changes through a bizarre, half-assimilated bridge in his soul. Because one of the countless vessels of the Sealed One was a descendant, the booming serene feminine voice of the new ruling echoed straight down the lineage and bled directly into Adrastea's mind. He learned of the provenance of existence. He absorbed the sudden absolute laws of mantles, of ordination, and of the invisible currency known as Moirai. Adrastea looked down at Rose, his thoughts cementing around his overwhelming desire to protect her and to secure his own identity. To ensure he remained himself, he knew he had to rely entirely on his own trueness and his own expanding dimensionality. "I will not be erased by the weight of an ancient ghost," Adrastea spoke aloud, his voice steady and carrying the absolute certainty of his own survival. "A man is not defined by the size of the ocean he drinks, but by the strength of the vessel that holds it. I assimilated a piece of a monster, and I am still standing. No matter how deep its dimensionality runs, no matter how true its history claims to be, what truly matters is my own existence. I could assimilate the whole of existence itself, and I would still be Achilles Adrastea." Existence buzzed with a deafening frequency in immediate response. Because he outright refused to serve an imposed order and claimed a role purely for his own ends, cascading waves of invisible Moirai crashed into him, burning and flickering unstably as they recognized his defiance. Crisp prompts bloomed across his vision, delivering the exact measure of his rebellion. "You have taken a mantle of the willful. You have claimed the mantle of the usurper. Due to being one of the first lifeforms to stand among the willful, and possessing a unique connection to a lifeform whose name is already etched in narrative history, the Sealed One, you have drawn the gaze of one of those who remain. The Sealed One was among the first to be ordained, bearing the unique ordination, the zenith of subjugation. The ravenous architect looks upon you with dark amusement. Support is granted to see how much you can devour before you break." Boom! A terrifying gaze landed heavily upon Adrastea, burning his entire existence as though he had stepped into a furnace. Yet, instead of turning to ash, he felt his dimensionality rapidly beginning to rise. He understood the mechanics immediately from the stolen memories of the Sealed One, feeling his own existence gradually becoming more and more clear amidst the burning pressure. But as his own standing deepened, he also felt the connected weavings of the Sealed One shudder with unfathomable growth. Far away, the monster was rising up tremendously in its own dimensionality, benefiting from this new system of the provenance of existence more than almost any other being. Boundless narrative Moirai surrounded the Sealed One due to the heavy history it had established ages ago and the conquests it was establishing now. Existence would heavily defer to the ancient terror, bending probability at every turn to help it achieve its aims. Adrastea held Rose ever closer, his mind turning terrifyingly cold as he decided exactly what he had to do. He was more closely connected with the Sealed One than many others, having already successfully assimilated a portion of the being's vessel. At this point, there was no room for doubt or fear. He would try to assimilate even more of this terrifying entity. Boom! Moirai exploded around him, the unstable flames of the willful flaring wildly as another prompt arrived. "You have begun building a heavy narrative momentum. The ravenous architect is delighted at this choice and watches on with high expectations." With shining eyes, he planned. Chapter 5639, Ruling. I. The true human emperor. Although the ongoings of existence had shattered every precedent, the quiet that followed inside the Infiniverse was remarkably serene. Noah floated silently atop the verdant blue-gold hills of his own domain. Far above him, the skies continued to bud and bloom with more and more observable existences, a cascading expansion that his people were granted access to open with the direct help of the Infiniverse. He looked out over the sprawling, nested realms, his vision piercing the boundaries of space to see the countless millions of humans, the exemplifiers, and his core party settling into their newly elevated stations. In truth, a profound asymmetry hung between him and everyone else. While he was a provenance lifeform who generated his own standing, all of his people were not. They remained situated on the established weavings of existence, subject to the same frameworks and laws as all others. Because of this, his people would inevitably be affected by the provenance of existence. He had chosen to personally deny the new measure, refusing to kneel at a borrowed ladder. Yet, he still needed to decide how he could utilize the way existence had violently changed to his own absolute advantage. After all, those who remain had just rewritten the rules so that roles and archetypes of existence were now the critical decider of power and standing. The imposition of mantles meant that playing a part perfectly was now the heaviest currency in reality. Noah considered his own history. He already possessed his own weavings of the protagonist. He had assigned many roles to himself long before this mandate ever arrived. He even held the word protagonist locked firmly within his Osmantian tongue. Operating under that absolute linguistic anchor was both the aura of the protagonist and the protagonist's omniscient regard. If mantles and archetypes truly began acting as the heavy decider on the flow of existence, would he not be able to potentially bring the archetype of the protagonist to the forefront? His entire existence buzzed at the thought alone. This was a concept that was already his, generated from his own actions and his own identity, belonging to nobody else. As he continued to turn the possibility over in his mind, he also knew he had to begin preparing heavy defensive measures. The words and actions of Vakachev hung fresh in the air. The maker of the old scales had explicitly warned that they will come for you before he retreated in defeat. Furthermore, there was the obsidian crystal of unknown nature currently sitting silent and unmoving within Noah's consciousness, left behind after Vakachev disappeared. There were lots of things to figure out, but if Noah truly could bring forth the protagonist as a mantle and force existence itself to support him, it would create an insurmountable bulwark. To have the sheer conceptual weight of the protagonist backed by the narrative weight of existence itself would allow him to weather whatever those who remain sent his way. Another piece of his vast arsenal clicked into place as there was also his true declarative human ruling. It was a supreme authority granted by the true distinction of the true human emperor, an asset he had carried but never found a proper use for, nor truly known what to do with. And now, those who remain had imposed a vast, overarching ruling that was the provenance of existence. How astounding the symmetry of reality could be! It felt like many disparate pieces of his existence were suddenly clicking together. He could now enact a grand vision with tools that had merely been waiting for the proper stage. The thought alone filled him with an overwhelming immensity. He did not waste another second in contemplation. He instantly commanded his stellar blue provenance essence, letting his weavings ring out with absolute tyranny. "Bring forth my weavings of the protagonist as a hidden mantle," Noah commanded, his voice echoing across the verdant hills with the weight of an unbroken sovereign. "I will finally utilize my true declarative human ruling to usher in something that can interact with and benefit from the provenance of existence, without ever being privy to those who remain. A mantle akin to a cheat in their own system, one that they do not know about. Generate them from the core of who I am, what I have been doing across existence, and what I am doing now." Wah! Existence answered him, not with the booming voice of an immense one, but through the silent, generated authority of his own blood and will. A cascade of grand and glorious prompts flooded his vision, detailing a grand ruling that stitched itself seamlessly into the fabric of reality while entirely bypassing the watchful eyes of the system's architects. True declarative human ruling initiated. Your unique weavings of the protagonist are being weaponized against the ambient laws of the provenance of existence. You are bypassing the standard assignment of roles to carve your own definition into the records of reality. A hidden mantle is born. It is integrated into the flow of existence, yet utterly excluded from the gazes and attention of those who remain. You will draw upon their established mechanics without ever registering on their ledgers. Because you have lived as a protagonist so truly, and because your very existence has always moved in perfect accordance with this role, you are not merely granted a mantle. You gain your ordination in this very instant. Ordination achieved, the metafictional protagonist. The metafictional protagonist, you are not merely an actor upon the stage of existence, you are the one who recognizes the script and holds the pen. Existence will aggressively defer to your narrative direction. You are granted the following initial grand capabilities under this ordination straightface. 1. Narrative override. You possess the capability to change the narrative of any character who holds a mantle into one that you choose. You may redefine an enemy's role mid-battle, stripping them of their moirai by forcing them into a script they cannot fulfill. 2. Existential plot armor. Any lethal strike, overarching curse, or sequence-ending event that does not align with the continuing story of the protagonist will be categorically refused by existence. Probability will bend to near absolute zero to ensure your narrative survives to its intended conclusion. 3. Scene dictation. You may declare a localized region of space to be a closed narrative act. While this capability is active, all external interference, reinforcements, and ambient dimensional laws are nullified until the protagonist resolves the scene on his own terms. Chapter 5640, Ruling. 2. The sheer audacity of the prompts caused the air around Noah to grow heavy and dense. He had taken the supreme measure of the immense ones and generated his own name over the top of it, securing the benefits of their cruel currency without ever submitting to their authority. Boom! The verdant hills shook violently as the physical manifestation of his new ordination arrived. Obsidian gold rivers of Osmantian moirai surged into being from the empty air, roaring around him in a torrential, swirling storm of localized destiny. Unlike the standard existential moirai that paid the obedient servants of the Pax, this moirai belonged solely to him. It carried the dark, fiendish weight of his blood, completely superseding the normal rules of probability. Noah stood at the center of the obsidian gold rivers, feeling the staggering upward pressure of a reality that was now actively conspiring to ensure his victory. He breathed in the heavy, intoxicating current of his own generated destiny, his eyes glowing with quiet, unyielding dominance. Although the obsidian gold rivers of his newly generated Osmantian moirai had settled into a quiet, terrifying orbit around him, Noah did not let his momentum rest. He remained suspended within the absolute clarity of his reverie, floating atop the verdant hills of the infiniverse while the skies above him rippled with endless potential. In truth, he was still dissecting the staggering capabilities granted by his ordination as the metafictional protagonist. The prompt detailing scene dictation sat heavily at the forefront of his mind. If he could declare a localized region of space to be a closed narrative act, nullifying all external interference and ambient dimensional laws until the scene resolved on his own terms, he possessed the ultimate absolute defense. Of course, a scene required an ending. He needed a resolution condition so impossible, so unfathomably distant, that the scene would effectively never end until he explicitly chose to end it. Noah looked up at the boundless skies of his domain. A true defense is not a barrier of force. It is a boundary of script. If you want to keep the storm out, you do not build a higher roof. You simply write a play where the rain is not permitted to fall until the final act. I have the pen now. And I am writing the walls. Wah! His tone dropped its warmth for flat, tyrannical certainty. I declare the infiniverse to be a closed narrative act. And this scene will only be resolved when the infiniverse obtains IT. The IT that the sealed one and all others seek will be the single, absolute condition that resolves this closed narrative. Boom! The response from existence was immediate and deafening. A shockwave of pure narrative authority erupted from his fingertips, expanding outward at speeds that made light look entirely static. The skies of the infiniverse did not physically alter their color, but a profound, unyielding conceptual lock clamped down over the entire unique transfinite dimension. The boundary of reality thickened noticeably. The rivers of Osmantian moirai surged upward, weaving themselves into the very fabric of the space, turning the atmosphere heavy with the undeniable weight of an authored script. Crisp, staggering prompts cascaded down his vision. Scene dictation initiated. The Infiniverse has been declared a closed narrative act. Resolution condition: the acquisition of IT by the Infiniverse. Effect: all external interference, hostile reinforcements, and ambient dimensional laws authored by those who remain are categorically nullified. No authority, no enforcer, and no immense one may pierce this space or alter its internal logic until the narrative act reaches its stated resolution. Noah observed the flawless execution of his command, the sheer security of it filling his existence with a cold satisfaction. The fortress was sealed tight against the prying eyes of ancient monstrosities. He felt an overwhelming urge to continue riding this soaring momentum, to fully capitalize on the sequence of unbroken victories he had carved out over the past hours. After all, he had done a staggering amount of giving recently. He had reached into the cursed lineages of Baelgrim, Sylvain, Carvel, and the others, granting them an impossible cure and absolute freedom from their ancient sentences. He had forced the proudest enforcers to kneel. He had even weaponized the new ruling to gift a narrative of existence directly to Mahishasura, setting the descendant as the lead actor in a grand epic of political crusade. He had given grandly. And according to his foundations, what he gave always returned to him grander. Release all the collected boons of the tide that owes nothing from my recent actions, Noah declared into the quiet air. He already knew exactly what he wanted the prizes to be. With the sheer volume of his people currently settling into their new power across his domain, he needed more space, more realms, and more structural foundation. His intention for the collected boons was entirely focused on the Genesis Tesseracts, because with more Tesseracts, more observable existences could bloom within his protection. The stellar blue-gold light of his provenance essence flared as the tide answered his call, calculating the sheer weight of his recent salvation and conquest. The tide that owes nothing recognizes the salvation of ancient descendants, the appending of established mountain fiefs, and the genesis of a grand narrative of existence among many acts of giving. Calculated boon yield, 4,000 Genesis Tesseracts. Wait. Anomaly detected within your ordination. Noah narrowed his eyes slightly as the prompts flickered, shifting from the standard gold of the tide to the dark, obsidian gold hue of his Osmantian Moirai. Your hidden mantle of the metafictional protagonist has inherently triggered the narrative archetype of existence blessed. Existence blessed, existence itself actively conspires in the protagonist's favor. Natural disasters happen at the exact moment you need a distraction. Rare opportunities drop directly into your lap without effort. Lethal attacks miraculously miss your vitals by a hair's breadth. Existence bends to ensure your continued rise. For you, the boon of the tide has been tripled. 12,000 Genesis Tesseracts have been brought to fruition. Boom. Chapter 5641, Ruling. 3. The heavens above the Infiniverse shattered into a display of unfathomable, dazzling beauty. 12,000 hypercubes of deep blue-white light bloomed into existence simultaneously, hanging against the skies. They spun slowly, humming with the raw, unshaped potential of entire observable existences waiting to be unpacked. The sheer density of the gathered tesseracts cast a brilliant, oscillating glow over the verdant hills, illuminating Noah's face as he looked up at the staggering harvest. It was a level of wealth that defied all logic, paid out by an existence that was now mechanically forced to favor him. As Noah watched the hypercubes drift in their majestic, silent orbit, the space beside him rippled gently. Talia Vasiliou stepped onto the grass, her white-blue robes shifting in the wind. She did not look at the magnificent display of tesseracts right away. Instead, she looked at Noah, her expression clouded with a heavy, troubled weight. She looked around at their surroundings, taking in the suffocating security of the scene dictation and the dazzling lights above, before she finally spoke. The ruling of the provenance of existence was not supposed to be enacted until much later, Talia said, her voice quiet but strained. In the future, you mentioned something to me about Vakachev right before everything came down. Did Vakachev reach out to you already? Because even that was supposed to happen much later. Noah turned his gaze away from the blooming stars to look at the dazzling woman beside him. His endlessly blue eyes shone brightly as he listened to her words. They held terrifyingly heavy implications. If the provenance of existence was not supposed to come down right now, it meant Vakachev was not supposed to have lost his war so early. The maker of the scales had retreated prematurely, triggering the immense ones to impose their new order long before the timeline dictated they should. Why would things be playing out differently? Noah evaluated the variables with cold precision. Did any of this have anything to do with his own aggressive actions across the Krasernul and the Imnaros? Or did it stem from Talia herself coming back across dimensions and time? His recent movements against those who remain could not have possibly triggered things to start playing out differently, right? The past could not be changed. The loops of existence were closed, meaning everything that was happening now was exactly as it was always supposed to happen. Yet, her clouded expression told a different story. If the loop was closed, why was she surprised by the timing? Noah considered the paradox silently. Existence was a script. If his actions were rewriting the timeline in real time, then the rules of causality she relied on were already breaking under his weight. And if the rules were broken, then the future she was trying to prevent was no longer the future they were walking into. Nothing was set in stone. What she knew could or could not happen. The Infinity Eater. Existence is terribly fond of the illusion of freedom. Terribly. But the truth of any harvest is that someone always owns the field. Many ancient beings believed they were the masters of their own domains. They cultivated boundless blue infinity, climbed Vakachev's scales, and raised grand citadels across the observable and unobservable realms. In truth, they were merely crops left to fatten in the sun. The packs existed to prune the weeds that grew too tall and disrupted the soil. The Infinity Eater existed to reap the harvest when the season finally ended. He sat in the center of a dying dimension. It was a hollowed-out realm of gray dust and silent, hovering structures. Rivers of pure blue infinity flowed continuously into his pale, elongated form, drawn from countless decillions of true lifeforms scattered across adjacent dimensions. He did not look like a monster. He looked like a weary scholar draped in immaculate white robes, his eyes solid blue spheres without pupils. He looked up at the tearing sky. Above him, the boundary of the dimension was folded backward, revealing an eye that spanned the entire horizon. It was a presence that crushed the very concept of depth. It was one of the immense ones. The new ruling is remarkably loud, the Infinity Eater spoke. His voice was smooth and polite, carrying the precise annoyance of an accountant finding an error in the records. You have handed mantles to the absolute dregs of reality. You are paying them in moirai for playing out their little roles. Why flood the market with currency when the old system kept them so predictably obedient? Vakachev was actually not so bad. The eye above did not blink. A serene, feminine voice resonated directly within the structure of his existence, carrying the weight of ancient architecture. A river that never floods leaves the soil to turn to dust. Her voice sounded like grinding tectonic plates softened by velvet. The water must be allowed to rise so that we may see what knows how to swim. It is inefficient, the Infinity Eater countered. He raised a pale hand, observing the golden sign of his own mantle rotating slowly above his palm. It was the shape of a curved scythe. He had been weighed and ordained in the very first nanosecond the ruling descended. He held the mantle of the harvester. It was a role he had played for ages, perfectly in accordance with the design of those who remain. Existential moirai flooded him constantly, a localized destiny ensuring that whatever he sought to consume would inevitably fall into his mouth. I have farmed these dimensions for you since the earliest epochs, he continued. I let them build their egos and their true bodies. Then I drink their existence ever so slowly and send the yield upward. This new provenance of existence gives them hope in these roles. It gives them the illusion that they can author their own standing. Hope is a notoriously difficult crop to manage. Hope is not a crop, the serene voice answered, shifting the pressure in the gray air. Hope is the plow. It turns the earth. It makes the roots dig deeper. When the roots are deep, the fruit is heavy. The Infinity Eater frowned. The answers of the Immense Ones were never truly answers. They were simply pronouncements of weather from beings who lived above the clouds. He knew better than to ask for a plain explanation. He merely needed to ensure his own quota remained undisturbed. As long as my fields are protected, you may play whatever games you wish with their existence, he said calmly. He closed his solid blue eyes and reached out through his unfathomable senses, checking the intake valves of his vast, invisible network. He monitored the deep, hidden tethers that connected him to the countless decillions of lifeforms across all dimensions he had his network. He expected the familiar, rushing torrent of blue infinity. He felt less. The Infinity Eater opened his eyes. The serene composure broke for a fraction of a second, revealing the terrifying, endless void beneath his pale skin. He checked the invisible tethers again. The lifeforms were still there. They were still drawing on a wellspring of power, still generating massive amounts of weavings of existence. But the source they were drawing from was no longer him. It was no longer a current he owned. Someone had seamlessly slid beneath his architecture. Someone had replaced his water with their own, turning his entire crop into dependence of a new, unknown wellspring. The fruit is suddenly growing on someone else's tree, the Infinity Eater murmured. He looked back up at the colossal spanning the broken sky. Did you authorize another collector in the eastern dimensions? He asked. The wind blows where the pressure drops, the feminine voice replied softly. If a house falls, it is because the wood was ready to break. The Infinity Eater let out a slow, cold sigh. These monstrous beings never gave straight answers. He stood up. The gray dust around him swirled into a violent vortex as the immense pressure of his dimensionality flared outward. The scythe of his mantle pulsed with demanding, hungry gold light. I am the harvester, the Infinity Eater declared. His polite tone completely vanished, replaced by the sheer, absolute gravity of a predator whose territory had been breached. And I have to go find out who is stealing from my farm of lifeforms and replacing me as the source. The colossal eye above slowly faded into the dark, offering no blessing and no warning. The Infinity Eater stepped forward and vanished into the crossing, leaving the hollow dimension to quietly collapse behind him. Chapter 5642, Power. Descendant Alceus. A great number of lifeforms believe peace is the ultimate reward of a long life. They would be ridiculously wrong. The truth of any cage of peace is that eventually, the prisoner will beg for a war. For those who lived across the deepest expanses of reality, stagnation was the only true death. They climbed through the tiers of existence, gathered their authority, and built their citadels. Yet, when a being possesses the lifespan of an entire epoch, the quiet becomes an unbearable weight. To answer this endless boredom, certain dimensions were authored exclusively for the harvest of violence. The Morriger dimension was one such place. It was a vast, blood-soaked arena where the progeny of the highest authorities went to prove the weight of their lineages. Deaths that occurred upon its rusted soil were not recorded in the records as permanent endings. The dimension itself was a miraculous testing ground where shattered flesh and spilled trueness were simply collected and remade, allowing the strong to fight without the inconvenient finality of a true death. It was a slaughterhouse that functioned as a stage. In the center of a jagged canyon, Descendant Alceus stood like a monument to absolute brutality. He was a colossal, muscular titan draped in the thick, golden pelt of a slaughtered primeval beast. His skin was scarred bronze, and his eyes burned with a terrifying, unyielding joy. He did not care for politics or anything else. He cared only for the glory of battle. Of course, the rules of his favored game had recently changed. When Vakachev's scales fractured across reality, the provenance of existence had descended. Alcaeus had not questioned the booming, serene voice that spoke into his lineage. He had simply proclaimed his life of violence loudly to the empty air. Existence had weighed his endless battles, measured his absolute devotion to conflict, and found him perfectly in accordance. A golden sign shaped like a roaring lion's visage hovered above his head. He was ordained. He held the mantle of the champion. Because of his staggering accumulation of victories, he had already triggered a narrative of existence. The information that resonated in his mind called it the endless crucible. It was a triggered external conflict that paid him for every drop of blood he spilled. He did not need to retreat to a quiet peak to cultivate his power. He simply needed to fight, and the ruling would fund his rise. Existential moirai surrounded him in a thick, golden aura. It acted as a localized destiny, actively lifting him up and bending probability to ensure his continued survival in the canyon. He was not fighting alone. Far above the rusted cliffs, the sky was not a sky at all. 3 massive eyes hovered in the purple firmament, unblinking and terribly ancient. They were 3 of the immense ones, looking down to observe the proving grounds of their children. They watched the bloodsport in total silence, their mere presence crushing the air below. "Come on!" Alcaeus roared, his voice shaking the canyon walls. "Is this all the depth you can muster?" Hundreds of other descendants charged him from all sides. They carried massive weapons and roared with the argent loom. Alcaeus laughed joyfully. He did not draw a blade. His dimensionality ran terrifyingly deep. He understood that true power was not about how hard a thing could push, but where a thing truly stood. He reached his massive hands up and physically grabbed the white threads of the argent loom that stitched the air together. Alcaeus grabbed the threads and pulled them down into his palms by brute force. He mixed the pristine white authority of the argent loom with his own roaring, bronze-colored power, and then flooded the mixture with the heavy golden moirai granted by his mantle. He pressed his massive hands together. The sheer, unfathomable pondus required to compress such authorities was staggering, but his muscles merely bulged as he forced the mixture to collapse inward. The threads, the power, and the destiny condensed into a sphere no larger than a fist. It was a small, screaming, condensed dimension of pure kinetic force. He formed a miniature dimension with his own hands. Alcaeus threw the compressed dimension directly into the charging army. Boom! The miniature thing expanded instantly upon impact. It swallowed 50 descendants in a localized singularity of white light and crushing pressure. Armor shattered. Weapons turned to dust. The roaring of his enemies was simply snuffed out as their bodies were unmade and swept out of the arena to be reconstructed later. The survivors leaped through the settling dust, their power aimed at his neck and chest. Alcaeus moved into the fray. A spear of the argent loom thrust toward his throat. Existence leaned. The moirai of the champion bent the probability of the strike away, causing the spear to glide harmlessly past his skin. He caught a falling sword of the argent loom with his bare hand, the blade biting into his palm. He squeezed his fist, shattering the weapon into fragments, and punched the owner so hard the air itself screamed. He threw another compressed dimension. Boom! The battlefield became a canvas of absolute destruction. For an hour, the canyon shook with the sounds of unmaking. Alcaeus fought with the chaotic, unyielding rhythm of a being who knew he could not lose. He did not fight to survive. He fought because fighting was the only language he truly understood. When the dust finally settled, Alcaeus stood alone in the center of the crater. The corpses of hundreds of defeated descendants remained scattered across the broken ground, waiting for the dimension's laws to pull them back into the cycle. Those few who had survived in the periphery had already turned and run, their morale broken by the sheer, insurmountable depth of the champion. Alcaeus threw his head back and roared his triumph to the empty sky. Oh! The response from the new ruling was immediate and staggering. Moirai gushed down from the heavens like a golden sea, pouring directly into his body. The sheer volume of the reward washed over his attributes, feeding his existence and solidifying his mantle even further. He felt the heavy, intoxicating rush of existence that was actively paying him for his violence. As he stood basking in the golden downpour, the sky changed. One of the three massive eyes above him suddenly pulsed. It was a bloodshot, terrifying gaze that represented the sleepless fiend. The atmosphere in the canyon dropped to an absolute, freezing silence. The other two eyes slowly drifted backward, allowing the fiend's gaze to dominate the firmament. Alcaeus stopped laughing. He fell to one knee, bowing his head in sudden, total reverence. The message did not arrive as a sound. It bypassed his ears completely and burned directly into the obsidian browmark on his forehead. It carried the impersonal, heavy weight of a father addressing a useful tool. Something has grown bold enough to rewrite my curses. Alcaeus grimaced as the sheer density of the thought pressed into his skull. It has passed through the Krasr Null dimension and the Imnaros dimension. A cure giver. The image of a broken curse, of steeds running unchained, and of lines of writing being forcibly altered flickered through his mind. The fiend was searching for the source of an impossible rebellion. Find it for me and ask it for me, what made it so bold? The burning sensation in his brow slowly faded. The massive eye in the sky stopped pulsing and drifted back into its silent, unblinking watch alongside the others. Alcaeus remained kneeling for a long moment, the dust settling silently around him. He processed the weight of the command. A hunt. A target that had somehow managed to undo the authored punishments of those who remain. A being that operated across the Krasr Null and the Imnaros. He looked up at the sky as a wide, terrifying grin spread across his face. He laughed joyfully, the sound echoing through the canyon of corpses. He did not care about the politics of curses, or the implications of a broken sentence. He only cared that a target capable of such impossible feats would undoubtedly provide the greatest battle of his entire immortal life. As the sleepless fiend deems, Alcaeus said. Oh! Existence was vast and filled with terrors. One couldn't even begin to imagine just what terrifying wonders were out there that they didn't even know about. Chapter 5643, 1,000 Origins. 1,000 Origins. What could not be perceived by the vast majority was always the most pristine. Down in the mud of the lower frameworks, authority was loud. Egos clashed against each other in open displays of light and force. Dimensions bled. Observable existences were shattered to prove a point. Up in the terrifying depths of true dimensionality, existence was a perfectly still lake. To stand at the absolute summit of reality was not to shout. It was to become a ghost to everything beneath you. In fact, there existed domains so deeply seated in the unseen layers of reality that even strong true lifeforms and ancient primeval lifeforms could not perceive them. If a Cenozoic or Mesozoic master somehow managed to fly through the coordinates of such a place, they would see only empty space and silent dark. The Concord of 1,000 Origins was exactly one of these places. It was a vast, staggering architecture that defied every natural law of existence. Exactly 1,000 individual dimensions were clustered together into a single, breathtaking metropolis. They were bound to one another by colossal, physical bridges woven from pure white threads of the argent loom. From a distance, it looked like a dimensional reef. An axis dimension of pure, shining purple gold sat at the center, acting as the anchor. Bolted onto its edges were realms of entirely different natures. A dimension consisting entirely of endless blue oceans was grafted directly into a dimension of burning black obsidian. A realm of floating crystal towers fed seamlessly into a sprawling jungle of petrified wood. Of course, a city built of 1,000 dimensions did not house peasants. The thoroughfares of the Concord of 1,000 origins were filled with the absolute apex of existence. Colossal primeval lifeforms pulled massive barges of tribute across the void between realms. Ancient true lifeforms traded the fates of lower observable existences as casually as mortals traded coins. Most importantly, it was the supreme gathering place for the children of the architects. Descendants of every conceivable lineage mingled, schemed, and operated across the sprawling bridges. This place was the original forge. It was known in hushed rumors as one of the primary locations where many descendants were engineered, stitched together, and born in the earliest epochs. It was a sprawling laboratory of authority, acting as one of the few places in all of reality where those who remain could actually be reached. To step foot in a place like this was to have one in existence. Since the fracture of Vakachev's scales and the descent of the new ruling, the Concord of 1,000 origins had become a blinding storm of fate and destiny. Because it was heavily populated by the highest concentration of the ordained, complex and grand narratives of existence had begun to bloom in every sector. Existential moirai poured down from the space in localized systems. Above the crowds, golden shields, white swords, and travelers' staves hovered proudly over the heads of the most devoted actors. Rival lineages fought proxy wars of succession. Grand crusades were funded by the very air they breathed. The entire cluster of 1,000 dimensions was vibrating with the euphoria of a place that was finally paying its rulers for their cruelty. Despite the sheer, suffocating density of authority crowding the white bridges, some of the true apex of the Concord was entirely ignored. In a bustling central region, a dazzling woman walked through a courtyard surrounded by towering descendants. She moved with absolute, gliding silence. Her white-blue robes shifted gently in the ambient wind. She was followed closely by a second woman. The follower wore plain, unadorned gray garments. She radiated absolutely no power. She carried no intent, no roaring blue infinity, and no trace of the primordial source or argent loom. Yet, she held a terrifying pressure that physically warped the air inches from her skin. The sheer weight of her bearing was so immense that if she allowed even a fraction of it to express itself, the courtyard of descendants would have been flattened into paste. The descendants around them did not even know they were there. A colossal, bronze-skinned descendant wearing the mantle of the tyrant stepped directly into the path of the two women. He did not bump into them. He simply passed right through the space they occupied, completely unaware that he had just walked through the projected shadows of two beings whose depth made him look like a drawing on a piece of paper. The dimensionality of these women was that high. Because they generated their own standing and did not rely on the ladders built by those who remain, their power rendered them absolute ghosts in the most crowded room in existence. The follower stepped closer to the dazzling woman in white-blue. Her voice carried a quiet, lethal edge that ignored the surrounding noise of the market entirely. "Queenling Talia, what are we doing in a vile place like this?" the follower asked. Descendants frolic and those who remain choose places like this to do whatever vile things they want. What is there for us here? Queenling Talia. Talia Vasiliou stopped walking. She reached up with a calm, unhurried motion and brought her hood down. Her striking, freckled face and deep red hair were exposed to a crowd of ancient monsters who could not perceive a single detail of her beauty. She looked around the courtyard, taking in the golden signs hovering above the ordained and the heavy, intoxicating smell of moirai in the air. She raised her hand to eye level. Her pale skin was flickering. The edges of her fingers blurred in and out of existence, vibrating violently as if the hand was attempting to disappear. It looked as though her physical form was trying to merge with another version of her that absolutely should not be here. Moving across dimensions and time carried an unfathomable cost. The rules of causality did not appreciate a closed loop being pried open. The paradox of her presence was beginning to exact its toll, fraying the very edges of her provenance. Talia looked at her flickering hand with complete, composed indifference. "I have to talk to one of those who remain in this place who owes us a favor," Talia said smoothly, her voice betraying none of the physical degradation she was enduring. "He can answer some of my questions regarding Vakachev and the provenance of existence." 2 provenance lifeforms had appeared in this place. It was not the first time such an impossible event had occurred in the deep history of existence, but it was certainly not something that happened openly. The sheer audacity of walking into the very forge where those who remain engineered their children was a testament to the absolute grandness of their standing. Vakachev had retreated too early. The new ruling had descended long before the timeline dictated it should. The events she had traveled back to prevent were suddenly rushing forward, reacting to an existence that refused to play by the established script. She needed to know why the timeline was breaking. She needed to know what the architects were rushing to prepare for. Her aim here was a singular one. Talia lowered her flickering hand and moved forward, walking straight through the illusions of the mighty. When an existence possesses the authority to rewrite reality and fears absolutely nothing, its appetites do not diminish as they actually inflate. The architects of existence, those who remain, did not sit in quiet contemplation of existence. They indulged. They treated lower dimensions like personal vineyards and ancient primeval lifeforms like disposable playthings, engineering lineages of descendants out of sheer boredom and base desire. Talia Vasiliou walked through the deeper sectors of the Concord of 1,000 origins, her expression composed perfectly over a rising disgust. She and her grey-robed escort passed through bridging dimensions that showcased the absolute debauchery of the architects. They walked over a realm consisting entirely of oceans of wine where colossal primeval lifeforms drowned themselves for sport. They bypassed a floating continent where generations of descendants were bred and discarded in endless, violent revelry. Eventually, the dazzling lights of the Concord faded. Talia arrived at the edge of a dimension composed of pure, suffocating darkness. In the center of the black expanse sat a towering temple of jagged obsidian. The grounds outside the temple were packed with thousands of kneeling descendants. They pressed their knees against the cold stone, their bodies trembling in absolute reverence toward the open doors. Talia did not kneel as she walked straight through the kneeling masses, her white-blue robes cutting a pristine path through the dark, her escort following silently behind her. They entered the temple. The air inside was so dense it felt like walking through solid earth. There were no walls and no ceilings, only a central dais that defied all optical logic. Talia stared directly into the center of the temple and saw what looked like countless event horizons stacked on top of one another. The overlapping singularities leaked an air of terrible, suffocating power that warped the very concept of distance. A voice echoed out from the stacked event horizons. It sounded wet, heavy, and slithering with ancient amusement. "A provenance lifeform steps into my domain without an invitation." The voice pressed against the stone floor, forcing the ambient darkness to ripple. "It is a rare thing for one of your kind to dare to come see one of the immense ones unplanned." Talia stood perfectly straight. She did not let a single ounce of pressure force her gaze downward. "You have worked with my father before," Talia spoke, her voice ringing clear and cold through the suffocating temple. "I can do something as simple as seeking an audience. On behalf of my provenance lineage, I came to call upon the favor granted by the secretive defiler ages ago." HUUM. The event horizon spun faster, grinding against one another as the being inside listened. "I seek to know of the conflict involving Vakachev," Talia continued, her tone completely devoid of fear. Nobody heard any musings of the battle that was supposed to occur. Nor did anyone predict the premature descent of the ruling of the provenance of existence, which was only a rumor for all of us until it happened. I seek to know what happened. The darkness inside the temple deepened. The stacks of event horizons began to part. The immense one materialized from the crushing gravity, forming into a hazy, colossal humanoid outline. Two massive obsidian horns curved upward from its shifting head. The face held no distinct features, save for two eyes burning with a sickening, absolute power that devoured the light around them. The secretive defiler gazed down at Talia's pristine figure. The burning eyes dragged slowly over her white-blue robes, lingering with a heavy, unmistakable hunger. Vakachev simply could not measure up to the narrative he sought to take down, the secretive defiler rumbled, his voice dripping with base desire. And the new ruling fell. You wish to know the mechanics of all this? The hazy, horned giant leaned forward. I will tell you everything I can regarding what happened, the secretive defiler said, a cruel amusement lacing his words. Because things definitely got interesting. But knowledge of this depth requires a toll, little queenling. Present yourself to me as a gift. Be given the honor to lay with me for 1,000 years, and breed to produce at least 100 descendants for my halls. Do this, and you will have your answers. A wave of absolute, freezing cold washed over the obsidian temple. The gray-robed escort standing behind Talia did not speak, but the terrifying pressure radiating from her frame spiked. The ambient darkness of the temple buzzed under the sheer weight of the escort's anger, the stone floor spiderwebbing with hairline cracks beneath her plain shoes. Talia looked up at the hazy, horned outline of the ancient architect. Her freckled face was a mask of pure, absolute distaste. I would rather unmake my own provenance and scatter my essence into the void, Talia declared, her voice carrying the unyielding frost of an absolute sovereign. And the immense one laughed as if he found this profoundly entertaining. Keep your secrets. I will find the truth from something that does not crawl in the mud. She did not wait for a dismissal. Talia turned on her heel, her white-blue robe sweeping over the fractured stone as she and her escort walked toward the exit. The secretive defiler did not strike her. He simply watched her go, his burning eyes narrowing with a cold, predatory amusement. Walk away, queenling, the secretive defiler boomed. But do not forget that provenance lifeforms do not sit above the immense ones. Do not forget who needs to suckle at the feet of whom. Boom. Chapter 5644, The Arbiter. The Arbiter. The new ruling imposed by those who remain was presented as a measure of stability. It was, and yet any sudden freedom will simply remove the mask many wore before. The provenance of existence did not merely grant people power as it allowed them to be exactly who they truly were and amplified it, regardless of how ugly that truth happened to be. For the arbiter of the Serenaros dimension, the truth was exceptionally ugly. He stood as the leading figure of the Pax across the entire dimension. He held Mahishasura and many other enforcers beneath his command. Yet, his private reality was far removed from the cold bureaucracy of the Shrouds. For a while, he had maintained a habit of silently causing entire sections of locked-up inhibited lifeforms to disappear from the vast cage fields. He took them into his own sealed pocket dimension and devoured them. He did not eat them like a beast. He crushed the physical bodies and the very existences of inhibited true lifeforms and primeval lifeforms into a fine, sparkling powder. He then snorted this powder directly through his nose. In fact, his intent was specifically shaped to transform the pulverized existence directly into his nerve receptors, allowing him to feel the condensed terror, power, and final emotions of the ground-up lifeforms all at once. It gave him an unfathomable high. He was, fundamentally, an existential addict. Since the provenance of existence came down, he had been increasing the number of lifeforms he ground to dust. He had loudly claimed his vile habits and received a willful mantle. He was the decadent. The euphoria he received from the new currency was immense, and his power was rising up faster than it had in an entire age. Inside his private dimension, the Arbiter stood over a struggling cluster of gilded true life forms. They were stripped of all authority, their egos screaming as his crushing intent wrapped around them. Crack! The gilded life forms shattered. Their brilliant trueness and their lingering blue infinity were pulverized instantly, turning into a line of stellar white dust suspended in the air. The Arbiter leaned forward and inhaled sharply. H-U-U-M. Ah! The white dust rushed into his system. The pristine white threads of the Argent loom mixed with his intent and his faint pantheon, causing his entire body to seize and vibrate. His eyes rolled back into his head as he tweaked with absolute, unadulterated euphoria. At exactly that moment, a dark-haired descendant enforcer stepped into the domain. She looked at the tweaking, shivering leader of her dimension and kept her gaze perfectly straight, acting exactly as if she saw nothing unusual. Arbiter, the enforcer addressed him smoothly. Mahishasura seems to have taken the emergence of the provenance of existence too literally. He is currently taking all other enforcers under his banner. He seems to have received a terrifyingly strong mantle, as the surrounding existence is heavily supporting him. What shall we do? More than half of all enforcers within this dimension now follow behind him like a unified force. The Arbiter breathed in sharply, a harsh rattling sound echoing in his throat. He blinked his bloodshot eyes rapidly, his pupils dilated to the size of coins. Gather all the enforcers remaining under me, the Arbiter voiced out, his words rushing together in a frantic, manic rhythm. I didn't expect rebellion within our own home. Other arbiters of the packs don't have to worry about this shit. But, haha. A wide, terrifying grin stretched across his face, exposing teeth stained with existential dust. I can use this conflict as an excuse to grind down more and more inhibited lifeforms. If more than half of the inhibited we hold were to suddenly disappear, nothing much would change in the records during such chaotic times. Let's go. I actually need to thank Mahishasura for bringing this conflict to my door. Gather all those remaining. The dark-haired enforcer bowed and stepped back, leaving the madman to his devices. The moment she left, the Arbiter waved his hand frantically. Dozens of massive metal prisons materialized in the air, filled with hundreds of defenseless true life forms. The captives looked out in absolute terror at the tweaking giant. The Arbiter did not hesitate as his intent shot out like a collapsing dimension, pulverizing the defenseless beings in a single, deafening crunch. They screamed, and then they were dust. He snorted what their existence used to be with utter euphoria, his body violently shaking as he exhibited the base, desperate behaviors of an addict while simultaneously wielding the unfathomable power of a dimensional ruler. It was a horrible, grotesque combination. As he consumed the harvest, the atmosphere of his pocket dimension buzzed. A flood of information erupted down his vision. He had triggered a narrative of existence. You have triggered a narrative of existence. The narrative of existence, the hedonist's defense, has been triggered as you are one of the central willful mantles. The hedonist's defense, a triggered willful narrative centered on standing true to your ideals, your greed, and your absolute lust for existence's highest pleasures. Those who seek to usurp your domain and take your harvest are your greatest enemies. The more lifeforms you burn and pulverize while carrying out this narrative, and the more violently you clash against the incoming crusade, the more existential morai will be generated for your mantle. The Arbiter threw his head back and laughed. But the ruling was not finished paying him. Even more information cascaded down, carrying a suffocating, heavy weight that made the hairs on his arms stand up. One of the immense ones is interested in your narrative. The ecstatic flare has begun to observe your movements. If you put on a good show of pleasure in death, you will be granted even more power. The Arbiter stared at the final waves of information, his chest heaving as the ultimate high washed over him. The architects of existence themselves were watching his binge, and they were bringing more powder. More. 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 Chapter 5645, Narrative versus Narrative. I. The True Human Emperor. Noah floated in the unseen layers dimensionality, seated comfortably upon a high, bloody throne of crimson gold sanguine mana. Below his suspended position, Mahishasura cut a heroic and terrifying figure. The golden shield of his mantle turned slowly and proudly above his head. He floated as a righteous vanguard, surrounded by the broken, unconscious bodies of hundreds of descendants that were wardens and enforcers who had dared to stand against his glorious political crusade. Of course, a grand crusade required a constant influx of soldiers. As the defeated members of the Pax fell, Noah simply extended his fingers from the absolute safety of his throne. He did not need to step down and issue verbal commands. Crimson gold blades of sanguine mana, laced with brilliant stellar blue light, slipped silently through the air. They cut effortlessly into the chests of the unconscious enforcers and wardens. Noah bypassed their physical flesh entirely, diving straight into the rigid, authored sentences written into their descendant lineages. He flooded them with his own grammar, ruthlessly cutting away their old loyalties to those who remain and binding their existences directly to his will. They rose only moments later as perfectly veiled puppets, their eyes devoid of any rebellion as they joined the growing, unified force standing behind the shield. In truth, Noah was deeply contemplating exactly how far he could push his own newly generated architecture. He now held the hidden mantle of the metafictional protagonist. Since he possessed the supreme capability to override narratives and dictate closed scenes, he wondered how he could best weave this conceptual power into the current war. Could he completely author the outcome of Mahishasura's crusade without ever drawing a weapon himself? Would existence itself continue to fund his conquest if he simply wrote the right script from the shadows? The sheer momentum of his recent actions answered him with a heavy, surging weight within his own body. He felt the unpaused cycle of the infinite provenance baryogenesis roaring through his quarks, lifting his true standing tremendously with every passing second. He called upon his own regard to measure the exact depth of his rise. Veritas, 28. Provenance, 27. Potentia, infinite. Pondus, 29. Osmantian Morai, 35. Hidden Mantle, the metafictional protagonist. Capabilities: narrative override, existential plot armor, scene dictation. Every attribute was rushing aggressively toward 30. Furthermore, his Osmantian Morai had already reached 35. Unlike the standard existential Morai that paid the obedient servants of the order, this dark and fiendish currency was generated solely by his own quintessential weight. He was growing at a pace that defied all established measures of reality, his power compounding in total silence. The crusade moved forward. Mahishasura led his newly acquired army of veiled enforcers into the sky, marching toward the next towering purple-gold mountain in the inner ring. They arrived to find the vast courtyards entirely empty. There were no wardens. There were no loon-wrought shrouds. The mountain was a silent, hollow peak, completely devoid of the suffocating order that usually defined the Pax. Then, a booming voice echoed out from the distant, hazy clouds. "Ha, Mahishasura, when did you grow so bold?" The voice carried a manic, wet rattling sound that vibrated with pure instability. It did not sound like a composed ruler of order. It sounded exactly like a desperate addict finding a fresh vein. "And who is that fucker behind you on a throne? Is this your narrative, or his?" H-U-U-M. Noah's eyes pulsed violently. Someone had seen him. A life form had peered right through the unique precept of solipsism. Because his true dimensionality ran so deep that it blinded even beings in the upper 30s, this meant whoever had just spoken possessed a depth that touched the absolute summit of transfinite dimensionality. No enforcer had seen him so far. He had remained entirely unperceivable to the masses. Noah squinted his eyes, peering intently through the purple-gold skies to see what anomaly had arrived. The distant clouds parted violently as the arbiter of the Serena Rose floated into view. He was a towering, terrifying descendant. His robes were immaculate, but his face was an absolute horror of twitching muscles and heavily dilated pupils. A layer of stellar white dust coated his upper lip and the fine collar of his garments. He shivered violently in the air, tweaking with an uncontainable, frantic energy that made the surrounding space warp and groan. Behind him floated hundreds of elite enforcers and wardens, backed by thousands of perfectly silent Lunrot shrouds. They formed a massive, terrifying army, yet all of them kept a cautious distance from their own leader. The moment he appeared, the Arbiter did not bother addressing Mahishasura again. He simply waved his pale, shaking hands toward a series of massive metal cages hovering in the periphery of the clouds. Inside the cages, hundreds of defenseless inhibited true lifeforms looked up in sheer, unadulterated terror. They were gilded and source and infinite lifeforms who had been stripped of their authority, their weavings completely silenced by their leashes. The Arbiter smiled, exposing teeth stained with glowing white residue. His intent shot forward grandly. It slammed into the cages, crushing the physical bodies and the boundless trueness of the captives in a single, deafening motion. Boom! The defenseless lifeforms screamed for only a fraction of a second before they shattered entirely. They were instantly pulverized into a long, swirling line of sparkling white existential dust. The Arbiter leaned forward and inhaled sharply. He waved his hands, guiding the pulverized existence of hundreds of beings directly into his nose. He snorted the crushed remains of the true lifeforms with an expression of utter, deranged euphoria. His entire body seized. Pure pleasure washed over his twitching face as the white threads of the Argent loom mixed directly with the stolen existences inside his veins. His power spiked visibly, his aura tearing at the fabric of the dimension as he laughed at the sheer, overwhelming high of the consumption. He was a being of unfathomable power exhibiting the lowest, most pathetic behaviors of a street addict. Noah watched the display from his bloody throne. His gaze turned impossibly cold. To witness such senseless cruelty, to see living, thinking existences treated as nothing more than an inhaled stimulant, offended the very core of his quintessential human nature. The sheer waste and indignity of it made the stellar blue light in his sanguine mana flare dangerously. He did not move to strike. Instead, he activated the protagonist's omniscient regard. The details of the tweaking monster instantly cascaded down his vision. The Arbiter of the Serena Rose. Veritas, 48. Provenance, 0. Potentia, 45. Pondus, 49. Existential Morai, 50. Mantle, the Decadent, Willful. Narrative of Existence, the Hedonist's Defense. A triggered willful narrative centered on standing true to your ideals, your greed, and your absolute lust for existence's highest pleasures. Those who seek to usurp your domain and take your harvest are your greatest enemies. The more lifeforms you burn and pulverize while carrying out this narrative, and the more violently you clash against the incoming crusade, the more existential moirai will be generated. Noah read the prompts with absolute, unblinking focus. But the ruling was not finished delivering its terrible truths. Another heavy prompt descended, carrying the suffocating weight of the architects themselves. Through him, the gaze of one of the immense ones has been drawn. The ecstatic flayer observes this narrative of existence with high expectations. If this willful actor puts on a sufficient show of pleasure and death, he will be granted even more power. The situation had just become extraordinarily fragile. The Arbiter was not merely a powerful addict hoarding authority. He was a lead performer on an existential stage, and one of those who remained was sitting directly in the audience. The ecstatic flayer was actively watching this exact mountain, funding the slaughter with invisible currency. If Noah stepped out from the unseen layers and executed the Arbiter himself, he would immediately draw the direct, unfiltered gaze of an immense one. He may expose his own generated standing, his Osmantian moirai, and his hidden presence before his dimensional fortress was entirely complete. He had to be extremely careful how he moved. For now, this had to remain Mahishasura's play. It had to be the grand epic of the leading crusade clashing violently against the hedonists' defense. Noah rested his chin on his fist, his expression smoothing into a mask of pure, tyrannical calculation. He would use his own mantle to scheme and steer from behind the scenes. He would pump Mahishasura full of hidden sanguine mana to bridge the massive attribute gap. He would use narrative override to quietly erase the Arbiter's advantages, slowly starving the addict of his moirai without ever stepping into the spotlight. He would take control of this entire dimension. He would claim this entire limb of the Pax. And he would do it while the ecstatic Flayer watched, completely unaware that the play they were enjoying had already been hijacked by a hidden director. Chapter 5646, Narrative versus Narrative. 2. Noah observed the absolute chaos erupting across the purple-gold skies of the Serenaros. The arbiter of the Serenaros struck out as he did not fight like a collected general of the Pax. He fought like a rabid beast terrified of losing its next meal. His body trembled violently as the stellar white dust of pulverized existences burned through his veins. He threw his arms wide, and his terrifying intent erupted outward. It exerted his own illusory pantheonic dimension directly onto the physical surroundings. Space and time warped sickeningly around him. Within a radius of 1,000,000 light-years, the flow of time dilated and stretched, designed expressly so that any pain inflicted upon his enemies would be experienced for what felt like an entire epoch. I am the peak of the high. The arbiter roared, his voice a manic, rattling shriek. Give me your depth. H-U-U-M. He reached his pale, twitching hands into the pristine white rivers of the argent loom that stitched the sky together. With a violent, tearing motion, he ripped the white threads from the fabric of reality and fused them with his own intent. The resulting manifestation was horrific. Hundreds of massive, spinning vortexes of razor-sharp white loom threads materialized in the air, churning with the corrosive white dust of consumed existences. They swept forward like grinding wheels of slaughterhouse, shredding the purple gold clouds and annihilating the mountain peaks below. Every spinning vortex carried a pondus in the high 40s, heavy enough to erase many simply by passing near it. Descendant Mahishasura floated in the path of the onslaught. The golden shield of his mantle flared with brilliant, defiant light. He did not retreat. Operating entirely within the role of the shield, Mahishasura raised his hands and projected a colossal fortress of woven loom and golden existential moirai. Behind him, the veiled enforcers and wardens poured their own boundless intents and dimensionality into his back, reinforcing the barricade. The spinning white vortexes slammed into the golden fortress. Boom! The impact shattered the local weavings of existence. Reality cracked like fragile glass, revealing the absolute dark of the crossing between dimensions. Mahishasura grunted, his pale gold hair whipping wildly as the sheer kinetic weight of the arbiter pressed down on him. The gap in their attributes was simply too massive. Mahishasura sat in the lower 40s, while the arbiter brushed against the absolute summit of 50. The golden shield began to fracture, hairline cracks spreading across the mantle's projection. Noah watched the fracturing shield with a cold, unblinking gaze. He could not allow the arbiter to break the siege. If Mahishasura fell, the grand epic of the political crusade failed, and Noah would be forced to step out and handle the addict personally while an immense one watched. He leaned forward on his throne of sanguine mana. It was time to pull the strings of the play. Noah activated one of the supreme capability of his hidden mantle, the metafictional protagonist. He targeted the active script of the hedonist's defense, isolating the specific narrative beat that granted the arbiter his terrifying momentum. The addict was drawing power from the continuous consumption of existence. To starve him, Noah simply needed to rewrite the accessibility of the harvest. Narrative override initiated. Target: the arbiter of the Serena Rose. Narrative: the hedonist's defense. Override parameter: the script dictates that the hedonist's stash is compromised. The existential dust of his harvest shall no longer yield euphoria, but ash. His reaches will find only the void. As the prompt locked into reality, the arbiter laughed maniacally and reached his shaking hand toward another cluster of distant metal cages filled with inhibited lifeforms. He intended to pulverize them to fuel a second wave of loom vortexes. His crushing intent slammed into the cages. The bodies of the captives shattered perfectly, turning into a swirling line of stellar white dust. The arbiter inhaled sharply, his eyes rolling back in anticipation of the overwhelming high. The dust rushed into his nose, but the expected euphoria never arrived. Because Noah had authored a local plot override, existence itself categorically refused to process the transaction. The pulverized existence turned into inert, tasteless ash the moment it entered the arbiter's veins. It carried no white threads of the argent loom, no condensed terror, and absolutely no power. The arbiter choked. He coughed violently, his eyes snapping wide open in sheer, unadulterated panic as the sudden, agonizing withdrawal hit his system like a physical blow. "Where is it?" The arbiter shrieked, clawing at his own throat. "Where is the emotion? The immensity? A high? HUUM." With the addict momentarily crippled by his own rewritten narrative, Noah shifted his focus to his vanguard. He extended his fingers, sending invisible, razor-thin threads of crimson gold sanguine mana directly into the back of Mahishasura's neck. He did not merely feed the descendant raw power. Noah actively laced his dark, fiendish Osmantian Moirai directly into the golden existential Moirai swirling around Mahishasura. The obsidian gold and pure gold blended seamlessly, masking Noah's generated destiny inside the ruling zone currency. Down in the sky, Mahishasura gasped. He felt an unfathomable, terrifying surge of weight flood his limbs. He did not question the source, assuming the ruling itself was paying him an absolute fortune for holding the line. His amber gold eyes burned with newfound tyranny. "The Pax protects." Mahishasura roared, his voice echoing with an unnatural, overlaid resonance. Mahishasura pushed both hands forward before the opposing enforcers and wardens could even move, and it was hard for them to move due to the narrative storm that none of them had a hand in. The golden fortress of his mantle exploded outward as an offensive singularity. He compressed an entire gigaparsec of the argent loom into a single, blinding white javelin wrapped in golden moirai, and hurled it straight at the choking arbiter. The javelin crossed the distance instantly, carrying the full, amplified weight of Noah's hidden backing and the ongoing narrative. Crack! The strike pierced straight through the arbiter's chest. The towering descendant was thrown backward, crashing through 3 floating purple-gold mountains before finally slamming into the grand, floating archive peak of his own domain. He lay pinned in the rubble, bleeding thick white existential dust and crimson trueness, his body shivering uncontrollably from the wound and the narrative starvation. Noah rested his hand back on his throne. The play was proceeding flawlessly. The hedonist was breaking, and the political crusade, the leading crusade, was standing tall. But existence rarely allowed things to work entirely undisturbed. High above the broken mountains, the fabric of the sky suddenly ceased its natural movement. The purple gold clouds froze in place, and a sickening, heavy pressure descended over the entire dimension. It was a pressure so dense that the ambient infinity in the air physically plummeted to the ground. Noah's eyes narrowed as a cascade of heavy prompts flooded his vision. The ecstatic flayer has deemed the performance of the hedonist's defense to be lacking. The immense one refuses to let a favored play end in starvation. Direct interference detected. The ecstatic flayer bypasses the standard generation of the ruling and injects raw, unfiltered existential moirai directly into the willful actor. The narrative is being forcibly mutated. The skies above the pinned arbiter tore open like a weeping wound. A torrential sea of pure, blinding gold moirai crashed down from the firmament, mixed with a sickening, vibrant purple light. It did not fall gently. It struck the broken addict with the force of an ocean dropping from orbit. Yes! The arbiter screamed, his voice bubbling and distorting as the raw power of an immense one flooded his empty veins. Give it to me! Oh, give it to me! Noah watched in absolute, cold silence as the direct interference of those who remained tore apart the established rules of their own system. The arbiter's body underwent a grotesque, terrifying transformation. The immaculate robes of his office shredded into ribbons as his flesh expanded exponentially. His pale skin tore open to reveal weeping, fleshy tendrils of raw tissue that pulsed with an agonizing, ecstatic light. Dozens of jagged, unhinged mouths ripped themselves open across his chest, his arms, and his elongated neck. His eyes swelled into massive, bloodshot orbs that radiated pure, concentrated madness. He had become a towering, multi-limbed beast of absolute hedonism, a physical manifestation of a high that could never be satisfied. The monstrous arbiter let out a roar that shattered the eardrums of every warden within 1,000,000 miles. He did not look toward Mahishasura first. Instead, his dozens of mouths snapped wildly at the air, starving for immediate consumption. He lunged backward into his own ranks. The elite enforcers and the thousands of perfectly silent loomrot shrouds that had floated cautiously behind him had no time to react. The arbiter's fleshy tendrils whipped out, snatching hundreds of his own loyal soldiers. He shoved enforcers, shrouds, and wardens into the jagged mouths across his chest, chewing through their physical flesh and their trueness with horrifying, wet crunches. More, the beast gurgled, its voices overlapping in a sickening chorus as it devoured its own army to fuel its mutation. Motherfucker, I need more. Boom! With every lifeform he consumed, the purple gold light around him flared brighter. The monstrous arbiter turned his massive, bloodshot eyes back toward Mahishasura, his tendrils thrashing the sky as he prepared to leap across the void. His gaze became purely tyrannical. The stellar blue light within his sanguine mana burned with a lethal, absolute intensity. He had authored a clean, tactical starvation, and an immense one had simply dumped an ocean of raw currency onto the board to ruin it. If he had closed off external intervention, he would have then definitely been locked onto by the immense one. He activated the protagonist's omniscient regard, his eyes scanning the mutating horror below. The details that cascaded down his vision confirmed the terrifying reality of the immense one's interference. The mutated arbiter of the Serena Rose. Veritas, 52. Provenance, 0. Potentia, null. Pondus, 55. Existential moirai? Overloaded. The attributes had shattered the ceiling of 50. The arbiter had been artificially inflated past the bounds of the transfinite verse. Well, maybe. Noah still could not confirm if 50 was the bounds of the transfinite verse. And the potentia had changed to null after this forced change. Did that mean the weavings of elevation of this lifeform were now done? Noah looked closely at the roaring beast. Before his very eyes, the physical form of the monstrous arbiter began to flicker. One moment he was a towering mass of flesh and mouths, and the next, his edges blurred into the white threads of the loom, rendering him completely transparent. He was half there and half not, his existence vibrating at a frequency that was actively escaping the perception of normal reality. His dimensionality had been pushed so incredibly deep by the injection of moirai. Down below, Mahishasura raised his golden shield, his amber gold eyes widening as the unperceivable weight of the beast pressed down on him. Even with Noah's hidden backing, the sheer density of an existence in the mid-50s was enough to crack the foundation of his mantle just by standing near it. Noah did not move from his bloody throne. He did not panic. He looked at the flickering, monstrous addict, and he looked at the weeping purple wound in the sky where the ecstatic flare watched its favored pet. Noah reasoned that if those who remain wanted to break their own rules to put on a better show, then he would simply have to step onto their stage and break the fucking actors. Chapter 5647, Narrative Climax. The True Human Emperor. When an existence touches the absolute borders of another verse entirely, the physical existence actively struggles to hold its shape. Noah remained seated upon his bloody throne of crimson gold sanguine manna, his chin resting on his fist as he looked down at the tearing sky of the serene Eros. He did not issue a command. He simply observed the horrific, impossible physics of a lifeform whose attributes had just been artificially inflated past 50. The mutated arbiter did not move through the air. His flickering, transparent form simply updated its position, bypassing the space between points entirely. He appeared directly in the center of Mahishasura's formation. Dozens of jagged, unhinged mouths snapped open across his chest, and his terrifying intent erupted. It imposed his own illusory pantheonic dimension directly onto the physical surroundings. Gravity inverted instantly. The flow of time thickened into a suffocating, gelatinous sludge. I am the peak. The arbiter gurgled, his overlapping voices vibrating with the absolute, unearned weight of an immense one's backing. The monster reached his fleshy tendrils into the pristine white rivers of the argent loom. He did not weave the authority as he ripped it out by the roots, mixing the white threads with torrential oceans of the primordial source and endlessly blue infinity, and cast the resulting fusion outward. Hundreds of spinning, corrosive vortexes of white and blue materialized across the sky. They acted like hungry singularities, pulling everything toward their grinding centers. The veiled enforcers and wardens fighting behind Mahishasura had no time to retreat. The time dilation of the arbiter's pantheon held them perfectly still as the vortexes swept over them. Crack! 10 veiled wardens were shredded instantly, their physical flesh and their dimensionality erased into fine ash. 5 elite enforcers raised their weapons, only to have their arms and chests devoured by the tearing white threads. The sheer pondus behind the arbiter's attacks was suffocating, as its dimensionality was crushing the local laws of reality into dust. Descendant Mahishasura did not panic. He was an unwilling instrument bound by a tyrant's grammar, but he remained a perfectly composed general of the Pax. His amber gold eyes tracked the flickering movements of the beast with cold calculation. Operating entirely within the role of the shield, he pushed his hands forward, drawing heavily on the euphoric rush of existential moirai the system was feeding him. The shield does not break. Mahishasura roared, his voice carrying the resonant, amplified weight of his mantle. He condensed the surrounding argent loom into a massive, multi-layered phalanx of ethereal golden white shields. He launched them forward like a continuous, explosive barrage. The ethereal shields crashed into the spinning vortexes, detonating in blinding flashes of blue and gold that shattered the time-dilated space. But the gap in their standing was simply too vast. The arbiter's fleshy tendrils whipped through the explosions, shattering Mahishasura's projections. A tendril struck the golden shield hovering above Mahishasura's head, cracking the mantle itself. The descendant was thrown backward, coughing up crimson trueness as he smashed into the ruins of a floating archive peak. Up in the unseen layers, Noah watched his pieces fall. His expression remained a mask of pure, tyrannical calculation. He was losing veiled soldiers, but he accepted the cost without a fraction of hesitation. Merely descendants. A player did not win an existential board game by refusing to trade pawns. However, he could not allow his pieces to fall while the ecstatic flayer watched from the bleeding purple sky. If he wanted to break the addict without stepping onto the stage himself, he had to change the script yet again. Noah activated the grand capability of his hidden mantle, the metafictional protagonist. He targeted the active, mutated narrative of the hedonist's defense. The immense one had injected raw currency to keep the monster fighting, but injected power was not earned power. In any grand epic, a villain bloated by an ancient power's unearned blessing always succumbed to the very weight of the gift. Noah simply authored the trope into reality. Narrative override initiated. Target: the mutated arbiter of the Serenaros. Override parameter: the trope of the unstable core. The power the beast wields is borrowed, and a borrowed ocean eventually drowns the vessel. The more authority the hedonist exerts, the faster his internal weavings will fracture. His own consumption shall become his rot. Boom! The prompt locked into the fabric of the dimension. Down below, the Arbiter laughed maniacally and prepared to unleash another wave of blue and white singularities. He drew heavily upon the unfathomable moirai the ecstatic flayer had granted him, his dozens of mouths opening to consume the ambient authority of the battlefield. Chapter 5648, Else Dimensions. The skies of the Serenaros dimension settled into a deceptive calm following the Arbiter's explosive death, but the fabric of reality at the borders had already calcified. An unfathomable narrative power wrapped around the entire dimension, locking the gates of space and time with absolute, systemic authority. Nobody could leave. The budding narrative of existence was simply waiting, gathering its assigned actors across the crossing dark, and it would only raise the curtain once a sufficient number of confirmed lifeforms were embroiled in it. Up in the unseen layers of existence, Noah Osmont observed the weeping purple wound in the sky finally close completely. The terrifying gaze of the ecstatic flayer retreated, leaving the broken mountain peaks to the survivors. He had given reins to the closed crown before. Now that the immense one was no longer watching the board, he wanted to see exactly how the other half of his newly sundered provenance would act. He let his intent slip backward, allowing the peaceful manifestation to take the throne. Stellar blue-gold light washed over the bloody throne of sanguine mana. The crimson gold hardened edges softened into flowing, gentle currents. Noah's posture shifted seamlessly, his legs crossing and his hands resting open on his knees. His expression smoothed into an ocean of profound, terrifying peace. He had become the provenance of the open hand. Down below, Mahishasura floated above the ruined courtyards of the Arbiter's archive peak. Thousands of surviving enforcers, wardens, and Lumrot shrouds looked up at him in absolute wonder, their weapons lowered as they awaited the judgment of the conqueror. Mahishasura did not strike them as he spread his arms, his voice carrying the courteous, lecturing warmth of his nature, completely devoid of the Arbiter's manic cruelty. The Arbiter was a rot upon the order, Mahishasura proclaimed, his voice echoing across the inner rings, officially claiming his absolute leadership over the Serenaros and this local chapter of the Pax. I am the cure. Do not draw your authority. Stay perfectly still, and the very same power that brought me to this peak shall flow through you. From the unseen layers, the open hand went to work. It moved like a master physician. Endless rivers of crimson gold sanguine mana, laced heavily with brilliant stellar blue light, drifted down from the sky like a gentle, cleansing rain. The mana bypassed physical flesh entirely. It slipped effortlessly into the rigid, authored sentences of the many descendants here. Instead of tearing the grammar apart by force, the open hand mended the gaps, soothing the panic of the lineages as it rewrote their loyalties with supreme kindness. In seconds, a few hundred descendants across the entire dimension were seamlessly cut open, altered, and marked. They blinked, their eyes losing the frantic terror of the Pax and settling into the calm, absolute obedience of the Veiled. These were descendants, mind you. Each one was either equivalent to, or grander than a primeval lifeform. Each one traced back in some way or another, to an immense one. And the harvest of claiming an entire dimension's forces in one breath was staggering. Because the conquest was enacted with perfect peace and total efficiency, existence rushed to validate his standing. A cascade of prompts flooded his vision, detailing a surge in his internal architecture that defied all precedent. 50,000,000,000,000 provenance tell us quarks converted. Veritas, 31. Provenance, 31. Potentia, infinite. Pondus, 31. Osmantian Morai, 42. Every attribute shattered the marker of 30. Noah grasped the immensity of the change, feeling his dimensionality rise deeply. And while the open hand secured the staging ground of the Serena Rose, his true focus remained anchored elsewhere. In the Infiniverse, another body continued to follow its unperceivable hearthshifts across the void. Noah floated atop the verdant blue-gold hills of his own domain, fully submerged in the provenance reverie. His eyes were endless blue, completely devoid of pupils, radiating the absolute agreement between his existence and his surroundings. He waved his hands, utilizing the 12,000 Genesis tesseracts gathered from the tide that owes nothing. The hypercubes of deep blue-white light shot upward into the skies of the Infiniverse. They detonated silently, expanding into massive, sweeping wonders. Observable existences bloomed like the birth of new stars, knitting themselves into the expanding boundaries of the unique transfinite dimension. As the realms expanded, his people also opened more of their own. Their own localized stability generated even more observable existences in a cascading, exponential loop of creation, feeding the sheer size and dimensionality of the Infiniverse to unfathomable heights. Talia Vasiliou stood on the stellar grass beside him, watching the sky ignite. Her white-blue robes shifted gently in the winds of newborn observable existences, her expression clouded with a heavy reality. "You are building your fortress beautifully, my provenance," Talia said, her voice quiet but strained. "But with things moving like they are, and with so many unknowns rushing the stage, you might have to pay a visit to the provenance else dimensions early." Noah's endless blue eyes turned to her. He simply listened as she explained the inevitable cost of her paradox. "My existence in this current timeline will not survive long with me standing here," Talia continued, a sad smile touching her freckled face. "The two of my existences in this flow of time will merge soon. It is the only way existence can reconcile the loop. A trip to the else dimensions may provide us with some more answers, and it will allow you to truly understand your nature as a provenance lifeform." Noah was silent for a moment as he grasped the immensity of her words. "What are provenance else dimensions?" he asked smoothly. Talia looked up at the budding wonders, her eyes reflecting the boundless blue light of his domain. When a first lifeform generated enough of its own essence, it realized that the physical frameworks of existence, the rulings, the dimensions, the crossing dark, were simply too rigid to hold it, Talia explained. So they stepped sideways. Provenance else dimensions are not places you travel to by flying. She turned back to him, her gaze serious. They are vast, overlapping warrens of raw, unshaped reality layered beneath the skin of existence. They are realms authored entirely by the provenance of those who live there, completely untethered from the argent loom and relatively free from the influence of those who remain. To walk in an else dimension is to walk inside the minds and the laws of beings who answers to nothing. It is dangerous, but it is the original estate. It is the only place left where the architect's eyes do not easily pierce. Noah considered the tactical advantage of a realm where the immense ones held no jurisdiction. Well, relatively. He considered the sheer depth of knowledge waiting in the warrens of his own kind, of provenance lifeforms, and how that knowledge could be put to use. "Okay," Noah said. Chapter 5649, Primeval. The Aureate Matriarch. In the deepest spans of the crossing dark, existence does not bother hiding its age. There was a dimension that was one among many which held a rather large number of primeval ones. This dimension was known as the Vormel dimension, and it held a unique disposition unlike many others. The Vormel dimension was an architecture built entirely of corpses. A central, floating landmass stretched for gigaparsecs, formed from the petrified, interwoven roots of the very first observable existences that had failed to bloom. The first observable existences that had failed to bloom. What a wonder such a thing was, as it was the home of some of the more ancient life forms. Standing upon this unfathomable graveyard were thousands of primeval life forms. They were the earliest children of reality, beings of staggering dimensionality whose sheer mass warped the local laws of space into screaming loops. Some were towering, chimeric beasts woven of starlight and bone, while others carried the amplified, weeping egos of Superbius, Luxuria, and Ira, and a whole lot more. They were ancient, they were unfathomably deep, and they were grand. At the head of this particular massive tribunal stood the Aureate Matriarch. She was a primeval one who looked exactly like a colossal, unmoving golden statue. Her form was immaculate and perfectly proportioned, draped in the shifting, invisible weight of harvested eras. Above her head, the golden sign of her ordination turned slowly in the dark. She carried the mantle of the Elder. She did not shout to be heard over the groaning dimension. She spoke, and her cold, calm voice simply became the only truth the air was permitted to carry. My children. My brothers. My sisters, the Aureate Matriarch spoke, her golden eyes sweeping over the thousands of assembled ancients. Some have the habit of ignoring the foundations they stand upon. They look at the millions of observable and unobservable existences scattered across the dark, and they believe these realms simply happened. They believe authority is a hammer they just found in the dirt. She paced slowly across the petrified roots, every step ringing like a tolling bell. They forget who planted the seeds. We are the primeval ones. We did not merely watch the first life forms. We steered the formation of existence. We harvested and utilized the backing of millions of causes, stacking the burdens of existence upon our own backs to ensure existence did not collapse. Our methodology of power is so deeply rooted that even those who remain look at our causes as a weight that can rival the Argent Loom, or the volatile fusion of infinity and the primordial source. Her golden eyes narrowed, the only movement on her pristine, statue-like face. Our place in existence is grand. And yet, portions of our brethren are being treated like nothing. A faction of descendants, clutching the borrowed authority of their fathers, is shackling our kin. They lock primeval lifeforms in metal cages and inhibit their power, treating the architects of the eras like common bounded lifeforms, or worse. They believe they can prune us. The matriarch raised one massive golden hand toward the firmament. Will we stand for this? Wah! The tribunal of thousands shook with absolute, unyielding rage. The light of boundless causes erupted across the petrified roots in blinding flashes of crimson, gold, and violet. Primeval beasts roared, their terrifying intents expanding to crush the void. Beings of Superbius and Ira unleashed their egos in shockwaves that physically tore the firmament of the Vormal apart, their fury echoing like the dying screams of 100 dimensions. The matriarch lowered her hand, letting the fury wash over her unmoving form. The fracture of Vakachev's scales was merely a symptom of a rotting house. But the provenance of existence has descended, and it paves a way for us. The new ruling pays for roles. It funds the actors. With it, we can impose the oldest narratives in existence upon these ignorant children. For who holds grander narratives than those who have seen the births and guided the weavings of millions of observable existences and unobservable existences? She stepped forward, her voice rising with tyrannical certainty. We will allow the emergence of countless narratives. We will ensure that the Pax, and all those who hide behind cages, learn exactly what we are. The descendants are not the only ones with the support of those who remain. Existence is vast, and full of terrors. Existence is vast, and full of us. Boom! Far above the gigaparsec landmass, the sky vanished. The dark firmament was replaced by the crushing, terrifying weight of four massive eyes. Four of the immense ones had opened their gazes to look down upon the tribunal. Boundless, pure existential moirai rushed down from the eyes like breaking oceans. The localized destiny wrapped around the thousands of primeval lifeforms, feeding their egos, stabilizing their causes, and amplifying their terrifying dimensionalities. The Aureate matriarch bathed in the falling currency, her golden form shining like a newborn sun. As the Moirai washed over her, a message bypassed her ears and burned directly into her ancient consciousness. It carried the bloodshot, breathless weight of the sleepless fiend. The stage is expanding, O first children. A budding narrative of existence involving many is blooming. It gathers the ordained. It gathers the unique anomalies. Select your youngest. Select those among you who carry the grandest mantles, and send them to the stage. They shall participate. They shall establish the narratives of the primeval ones across the bodies of the arrogant, and they shall be funded beyond measure. The Aureate matriarch looked up at the four weeping eyes in the sky. She felt the absolute validation of existence backing her claim, the very architects of reality handing her a stage to unleash the wrath of her kin. Let the young ones sharpen their fangs, the golden statue murmured, a cruel smile finally breaking her pristine features. They were grand, and they were old. Who the fuck did others think they were to step over them? Chapter 5650, The Dimensional Provenance Train. I. The True Human Emperor. A conquered dimension usually requires time to settle its borders. The Serenaros was granted exactly none. Noah remained seated upon his bloody throne of crimson gold sanguine mana, resting his chin on his fist as he observed his newly acquired dominion. Down below, Mahishasura floated over the Archive Peak, projecting the composed authority of the shield while the surviving thousands of descendants and enforcers knelt in grand obedience. In fact, Noah was already calculating the weavings of permeating the entire dimension with his sanguine mana when the sky changed. The purple-gold skies of the Serenaros did not tear open like it had for the ecstatic flare. Instead, the entire sky began to shine with an oppressive, blinding light. The ambient infinity in the air froze completely. The weight of multiple immense ones descended simultaneously, bypassing the physical borders of the dimension and pressing directly into the authored lineages of every descendant present. Down in the courtyard, Mahishasura stiffened violently, his amber gold eyes going wide as information flooded his existence. Because Mahishasura was bound to Noah's grammar, Noah did not need to wait for the descendant to speak. He simply read the incoming broadcast straight through the sanguine threads anchored in Mahishasura's lineage. Waves of glorious, complex information rushed into Noah's vision as prompts. They detailed the architecture of the budding narrative of existence, and the sheer scale of the design was breathtaking. The architects of existence were literally linking entire gigaparsec-wide dimensions into a connected, unstoppable sequence. The narrative of existence has commenced. Title: The Dimensional Provenance Train of Existence. The Serenaros dimension has been coupled as a dimensional cabin alongside an unknown number of other dimensions that will move across existence. It is now bound to the linear tracks of the narrative Moirai. Noah sat up slightly, his eyes narrowing as the prompts continued to build the rules of the terrifying stage. The moving sequence, the core of this continuous narrative, lies in the absolute finality of its momentum. Geography across the crossing dark becomes a linear gauntlet. Time and survival are now measured by forward progression. The tyranny of the tracks, the narrative Moirai dictates the path of these chained dimensions. The hostile periphery, existence outside the dimensional boundaries, is actively lethal as of this moment for all lifeforms within the dimensional provenance train of existence. It is an endless void of crushing temporal anomalies and predatory storms of the power of immense ones. The coupled dimensions actively fend it off, making the outside a terrifying canvas of abstract annihilation whizzing past at breakneck speeds. Any lifeform thrown past the boundaries of any of the connected dimensions faces certain death by the combined might of the immense ones. Noah read the rules with cold, unyielding focus. For they were fucking heavy. Dimensions, connected together to form a dimensional provenance train rushing across existence? Anything that left the bounds of the dimensions would collapse instantly? The convergence of thresholds, the systemic boundaries between these chained dimensional cabins will not remain permanently sealed. At dictated intervals, the dimensional doors separating the cabins will open. Lifeforms may cross over into neighboring dimensions to conquer, or prepare to be conquered. The spoil of the stage, to spur the actors, narrative treasures will bloom at random intervals within each dimensional cabin. These treasures contain unfathomable seas of existential moirai, among other things, waiting to be claimed by those bold enough and powerful enough to seize them. The dimensional hierarchy, the physical layout of the chained dimensions, perfectly mirrors a rigid hierarchy of standing. The engine dimension at the front houses the absolute elite and the heaviest apex predators. As you move toward the back cabins, the dimensions become structural battlegrounds for the desperate, as those in the back are weaker. The Serenaros dimensional cabin has been deemed one of the weaker dimensions on the back of the dimensional provenance train. Wah! The intricacies of the play were staggering. The overarching tension would circle back to survival and conquest. When the doors opened, a neighboring dimension full of terrifying enemies would simply spill into their own. Boom! The moment the final prompt locked into the records, the Serenaros physically jolted. The sensation was entirely different from the smooth, unperceivable step of a hearth shift. Noah felt the sheer, raw kinetic force of an entire dimension violently coupling onto a track of pure white argent loom and golden moirai. The purple-gold clouds above them suddenly streaked horizontally. The borders of the dimension crystallized into thick, translucent barriers, revealing the absolute dark of the void, whipping past at speeds that defied the laws of anything one knew. A deafening, structural groaning echoed across the sky as the dimension settled into its perpetual forward momentum. Noah rested his hand on his bloody throne, his expression a mask of pure, tyrannical calculation. The immense ones had done something ridiculous. And why, oh why did they even do this? Just to watch? Just as a narrative? He was placed at the very back of a rigid hierarchy, expected to be ground into dust by the dimensions opening their doors ahead of him. But he did not view this dimensional train as a cage. He viewed it as a perfectly arranged buffet. The architects had kindly lined up every major threat, every rival mantle, and every hoarded authority in a perfectly straight line. They had saved him the trouble of hunting them down across the vastness of existence, and they were even going to drop narrative treasures filled with moirai directly into his lap while he marched. Well, maybe. Existence was vast and full of terrors. Who knew just what terrifying things were swept up in it? The writer of mythos. A completed story is, by its very nature, a dead thing. In the deepest vaults of existence, where the crossing dark gives way to the hidden sanctuaries of the architects, there existed a dimension built entirely of paper and silence. It was a realm where geography did not consist of mountains or oceans, but of countless floating pages. The pages were woven from the pristine white threads of the argent loom, and the text upon them was inscribed with a mixture of endless infinity and dense golden source. They fluttered in a perpetual, silent cyclone, recording the histories, the tragedies, and the grand epics of thousands of observable existences. At the absolute center of this storm of literature sat descendant Calliope. She was a vision of profound, heartbreaking grace. Her long, silver-white hair floated around her like spilled ink in water. Her skin was perfectly pale, untouched by the crude violence of the lower frameworks, and her fingers were permanently stained with the deep blue residue of raw authority. Her presence was entirely serene, radiating a terrifying, absolute calm that could pacify a raging primeval beast with a single glance. Above her head, a grand, golden sign shaped like an open book and a quill rotated slowly. It was her ordination, granted flawlessly by the provenance of existence. She was the writer of mythos. Yet, despite her staggering standing and the endless wealth of her domain, her eyes held the dull, suffocating weight of absolute boredom. High above the cyclone of floating pages, the firmament of the dimension began to warp. The sky parted effortlessly, and a single, colossal eye gazed down at her. It was the eye of an immense one, radiating a calm, suffocating pressure that forced the floating pages to perfectly align themselves in midair. The board shifts violently, my child, the immense one spoke, its voice carrying the resonant, tolling depth of ancient bells. The provenance of existence has flooded the frameworks. The actors are moving, and the currency flows like water. Existence is yours for the taking. With your ordination, you can write narratives at the same level as Vakachev or any provenance lifeform. You can author the rise and fall of entire epics with a flick of your stained fingers. Calliope did not bow, and Ahe did not even look up immediately. She simply let a single, blank page drift into her palm, staring at its emptiness with a profound gaze. "But why should I?" Calliope asked, her voice impossibly smooth, carrying a melancholic echo that defied her sheer power. "In existence, why should I bother? All the mythos I've written are grand. I have authored the tragic ends of many lifeforms. I have written the glorious ascensions of entire realms. But none of it has scratched my itch recently. It is all so terribly predictable." The colossal eye above gazed down. The silence between them stretched for a long, heavy moment before the immense one finally answered. "You suffer the malaise of the untouchable," the ancient architect rumbled gently. "Listen to me, Calliope. Long before you were born, and long before the scales were ever weighed, there was a provenance lifeform known as the Willful Traveler." Calliope raised her gaze slightly, her silver-white hair drifting as the immense one wove a story into the fabric of the dimension itself. The Willful Traveler had no predetermined shape and no authored lineage. It possessed only its own generated standing, and the absolute desire to walk forward. For ages, it walked through the raw, unshaped crossing dark, braving the tearing storms and the lethal quiet. One day, the traveler came upon a domain authored by one of those who remain, a being known as the Maker of Cages. The pages around Calliope began to glow, automatically recording the fable as it spilled from the immense one's lips. The Maker of Cages had built a flawless, glass sphere, the immense one continued. Inside the sphere, there was no pain. There was no fatigue, no hunger, and no uncertainty. The Maker offered the sphere to the Willful Traveler, saying, "Why do you walk in the cold dark? Step inside my cage. Here, you will never lose. You will never fade. You will rule over all that you see in perfect peace." The traveler was weary from the endless storms. It accepted the offer and stepped into the glass sphere. For 1,000,000 years, the traveler sat in perfect, unchallenged peace. It authored grand illusions within the glass, creating anything it desired with a single thought. Calliope's stained fingers twitched slightly. She recognized the shape of the mirror being held up to her. But after 1,000,000 years, the immense one said, its voice dropping to a terrifying, intimate whisper, the Willful Traveler began to suffocate. Because it controlled every variable, there was no friction. Because there was no friction, its own generated power had nothing to push against. The traveler began to shrink. So, the Willful Traveler tore out its own heart. It used its own fiendish, ancient blood to corrode the flawless glass, burning a hole straight through the perfection. It stepped back out into the freezing, lethal crossing dark. The Maker of Cages was furious. It asked, "Why would you choose the pain of the cold over the peace of perfection? Why bleed just to leave?" The Willful Traveler looked back and answered, "A cage that guarantees victory is a cage that denies purpose. The pain of the cut is the cost of the ink. Without the ink, there is no story. Without the possibility of failure, there is no why. There is only the box." HUUM. The story settled heavily into the dimension. The millions of floating pages hung completely static in the air. "You are suffocating in your own glass sphere, Calliope," the immense one declared softly. "You are bored because you are the absolute master of your domain. You cannot scratch the itch because you already know how every story ends before you write it. You lack the friction of the unknown. Calliope stared up at the colossal eye, a faint, dangerous spark finally igniting within the dull depths of her gaze. If you seek a grand mythos, the immense one commanded, then you must step onto a stage where you cannot control every variable. Go to the dimensional provenance train of existence. It is a budding narrative pulling in terrors and anomalies that defy even our predictions. There, you will find beings of unimaginable depth existence has produced. There, you will find the possibility of your own ending. There, you might find new inspiration. Calliope breathed in slowly. The sheer, intoxicating concept of a narrative where she was not the author, but a participant forced to fight for the pen, sent a sudden, violent thrill through her rigid lineage. A story where she might actually lose. She raised her head, her beautiful, serene face breaking into a very small, very terrifying smile. She nodded lightly. Boom! The instant her agreement was registered by the records, her entire dimension buzzed with a deafening, structural frequency. The cyclone of millions of pages was violently sucked inward, compressing into dense, physical walls of white argent loom and purple gold authority. The limitless boundaries of her quiet sanctuary crystallized, locking into thick, translucent barriers that revealed the sudden, terrifying blur of the crossing dark whipping past at breakneck speeds. The physical force of an entire dimension coupling onto a linear track slammed through the realm. Her sanctuary was no longer a hidden vault. It had just been forcibly coupled to the rushing momentum of the architect's grand design. It had become one of the many dimensional cabins of the dimensional provenance train of existence. Calliope stood in the center of her accelerating cabin, feeling the localized gravity shift as the narrative morai dragged her domain forward into the ultimate, inescapable gauntlet. She raised her ink-stained fingers, her silver-white hair whipping in the new, violent winds of the moving dimension. She finally had a blank page worth writing on.